Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to make a quick announcement for those of you who have joined us recently online. We are running a little bit behind, and our meeting will not begin until approximately 11:30. Thank you. Could the phone number beginning with 416, ending in 80, please identify yourself? Thank you.
Did you announce 11:50? Okay. Do you know where James is heading?
After that.
So Ken, I'll be back.
I'm distracted. But we're not using the microphone.
Well, I come and go live.
That one's a great game. I wonder if that's back there.
Watch it. I'm gonna get a bottle of water.
To live, not to work. Sorry, to travel.
I'm being arrested many times. That would be silly arrested for a bottle of water.
647. Are we ready to proceed? Yeah, I can now. Yeah, I asked you. I was just texting you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Um, Good well, we're not quite at the afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board, and I'd like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. I'd like to acknowledge the land that we are on. We acknowledge this land we are on as we hold this meeting as the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It's also home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Now I'd like to ask, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I'm looking around, seeing none. Let me proceed. I will now turn over the meeting to the board's executive director, Dr. Duby Kanagisser, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
As those who have called into this meeting. This meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person, we have Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nick Migliori, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, Councillor Lily Chang, Councillor Burnside. And joining us online is Chair Ann Morgan, as well as Member Nadine Spencer, who's, I'm informed, currently logging in. So she'll be joining us shortly. We also, I am happy to say, have many members of the public who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. And as per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon or brought into the meeting. And as always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Finally, we also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkiw and his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public present. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Duby. First comments I want to make. Last Thursday, December 14th, the Ontario Human Rights Commission released its final report on its public inquiry into racial profiling and racial discrimination of Black persons by the Toronto Police Service, which began in 2017. The board and service welcomed this report and viewed it as an important contribution to the work that's already underway. Continued efforts to proactively and decisively address anti-Black racism. Throughout the OHRC's work on the inquiry, both the board and service have demonstrated their commitment to the important mandate of the inquiry to cooperate to the fullest extent possible. We've consistently made clear that the goal of the OHRC to address anti-Black racism in all its forms is also our goal. Our leadership's been steadfast, consistent, determined, and working their way towards this objective. We acknowledge the great toll that it takes to come forward, to relay these intense and powerful experiences, the harmful impacts, and then do it again and again and feel like no one is listening. We are saying today, we are listening. We're hearing you, whether you're a member of Toronto's Black communities or a member of our service. We acknowledge that while we may already be on the path of change, more change is necessary and it must be sustained. Since the OHRC inquiry, the board and the service have undertaken several significant and concrete steps towards reform. One way the service has been intentional about this transformational work is through the development of its comprehensive equity strategy. Progress has been made in a number of areas, including the implementation of the board's 81 police reform directions, the development of anti-Black racism training, the operationalization of the board's race-based data collection policy through the implementation of the service's race and identity-based data strategy, and ongoing collaboration to develop alternative service delivery policy and procedural reviews and increase transparency in discipline cases. As a board and joined by the service, we acknowledge the reality and impact of disparate treatment of Black people, both as it relates to service members within our organization and as well Torontonians. This is not only corroborated by the statistics collected through the pioneering of race and identity-based data strategy and our member demographic data surveys, but also through our internal equity inclusion survey and the community voices who have documented the pain and trauma for many years. Policing is premised and dependent on public trust. We know that for many years in our communities that trust has been eroded. We also note that the job of the police is an extremely difficult, challenging, and dynamic one. Our members take pride in their role as police officers and their dedicated service to the city. They strive to be professional and fair in all they do. We have now begun in the important work of carefully reviewing the recommendations that are contained in the report attached, and it's a task we will undertake in collaborating with the OHRC, the Toronto Police Association, the Anti-Racist Advisory Panel, and the other community stakeholders that have been talking to us. I now move on because I would like to start the meeting on a positive note, and it's a very special day for our board and this organization. It marks 1 year since Chief Demkiw was sworn in as the Chief of the Toronto Police Service. In that time, Chief Demkiw demonstrated again and again why he was the board's clear choice to be the chief of this organization. Since the outset of his term, Chief Demkiw has made the concept of policing services truly being co-developed, co-designed, and co-delivered with the community and a meaningful reality of his work to date. I can say for myself as the chair is that we are constantly welcome at the chief's table and the command team's table, and we feel that we have a meaningful, ongoing, and collaborative relationship, which I hope to continue. Chief Demkiw also has a clear focus on ensuring swift and effective implementations of the recommendations from Justice Epstein's Missing and Miss report and how we conduct missing persons investigation. In recent months, Chief Demkiw has excelled by addressing the concerning spike in hate crimes in our city following the events in the Middle East. In the midst of a challenging and divisive period, Chief Demkiw has consistently reassured all Torontonians with his clear, strong, and principled messaging, noting the service will not tolerate acts of violence, intimidation, or hate towards anyone in this community. He's reaffirmed the service's ongoing duty to facilitate lawful protests and to remain vigilant and resolute in its service to our communities and residents of this city. Chief Demkiw has also been very proactive in emerging policing challenges. This enhanced safety across the TTC, massive increases in carjackings, and combating gun and gang violence in our neighborhoods. He's a dedicated and a progressive partner working with the city and other agencies, trying to deliver and supporting an alternative service response, particularly dealing with people in crisis. From very early in his term, Chief Demkiw made a very sincere and committed effort to improve trust and morale within the service launching a listening tour as soon as he became chief. He really listened to service member to get a better understanding how he can sure that they're doing the best they can as they're positioned to do this challenging work every day. He also makes a concerted effort that our members are valued and appreciated, and that goes as well for our board members as well. Chief Demkiw's made the service commitment to wellness meaningful and concrete. He regularly speaks at the importance of creating open dialogue and safe spaces for people to talk about mental health. He also reminds our graduating classes every time about prioritizing self-care and also looking after each other. He's demonstrated a genuine commitment to effective civilian oversight, along with leading continued reform and modernization of the service. Chief Demkiw, you've had a remarkable first year. On behalf of our board and Toronto residents, I thank you for the many hours you've committed to making this city better, safer, healthier, and most importantly, kinder. We commend you on your exceptional work to date, your forward-looking and collaborative style, and ensuring that everyone in this city receives equitable and equal treatment and respectful and compassionate policing delivered in true partnership with all our communities. So very briefly, could we just give a round of applause? Please stand for Chief Demkiw on his year. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Lisa.
And supportive words. I truly appreciate that, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge your leadership and support over the last year and the board's leadership and support in my role as chief. But equally, Madam Chair, any success that I may have as chief of police is really the result of an incredible command team that is seated here with me, and the incredible women and men who make up the Toronto Police Service, who rise to the challenge of public service and working to keep the residents of Toronto safe and working towards a meaningful advancement of community safety and well-being. So I think anything that's bestowed in these comments towards me really belongs to the women and men of this organization who work tirelessly every day to serve Toronto residents. Thank you, Chair.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for those comments. And at this point, given because we have a lengthy agenda, I want to turn it over before we actually listen to the Chief's monthly verbal update. Number one will be a hold down. At some later point, we can deal with the confirmation of the minutes. I move after the chief gives his monthly verbal update that we start with the budget because we have a large number of folks here to give deputations and we want to honor and listen and we're interested in what they have to say. So can I have a motion just to move the budget item number 2 up to number 1?
Deputy Mayor Morley, and second, Lily Chang. Sorry, Councillor
Thank you.
Chang.
Thank you, Lisa, for my eyes that are, and the rest of the items after the budget are also have deputations, so we'll hold those down. We do have one, item number 6, that is a report from Chief Demkiw, Special Constable Appointments and Reappointments, December 2023. We don't have deputations on that item. Can I have a motion to move to approve?
Nick, and seconded by Nadine.
Yes, thank you. So before we start the deputations, Chief, can you give us the monthly verbal update? And then we'll begin with our deputations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shall. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, members of the service, and members of the public who are here with us today. Given that the main part of our agenda is focused on the 2024 Toronto Police Service budget, I'll begin my monthly remarks focused on that topic. Over the past few months, the service has been laser focused, ensuring the safety and well-being of our communities through being visibly present in neighborhoods across the city. We have managed to do this while also attempting to ensure that we maintain an ability to deliver core services in a meaningful and effective way. The past few months have reaffirmed that core policing functions, such as being visibly present, engaging with our communities, and having a multifaceted investigative capacity, are paramount to ensuring communities are kept safe and feel safe. Having a resilient frontline response to emergency calls for service, a strong connection to all communities through a commitment to neighborhood policing, and a robust, proactive, as well as reactive investigative response to crime ensures that communities are kept safe, that communities see that they are being served in an effort to keep them safe. Furthermore, it will ensure that our city will be in the best position to succeed in attracting people to live here, establish their businesses here, and enjoy all of the activities that make Toronto the world-class city that it is recognized internationally as being. While we have an incredibly skilled and dedicated and hardworking group of sworn and civilian police professionals doing all that they can to keep this city safe, we recognize that support from our communities and support from the City of Toronto is paramount to ensuring that we are effective in our role as guardians of community safety. Over the past 4 months, a dedicated group of highly skilled professionals have been diligently working on preparing our service for the 2024 budget process. It's no small task to put together a budget for a police service that represents the diverse needs of the many communities that make up Canada's largest city and North America's 4th largest metropolitan area. Throughout this budget process, we have listened to the feedback we have received from our communities. We know that for us to continue to meet the unique challenges and needs of this great city, we need to continue to adapt, improve efficiencies, and in a meaningful and thoughtful way, deliver on our promise to keep Toronto the best and safest place to live, work, play, and pray. We recognize that community safety and well-being is a partnership. It is a partnership with the members of our communities, and it is a partnership with the City of Toronto. Madam Chair, I know that CAO Dhaliwal and the members of the finance team have put forward a comprehensive budget that is fiscally responsible and that represents our requirement to ensure community safety and well-being across all neighborhoods and communities. We understand the economic landscape in this city. We understand the resources that are required to deliver adequate and effective policing services across a complex city with many needs. That principle must guide our service above all else in assessing the needs of our city. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the CAO and her team for their professionalism, their financial acumen, and the fiscal responsibility that they have demonstrated throughout this process. Madam Chair, I firmly believe that this service has delivered a transparent budget that is respectful and in alignment with the needs of communities from across our city. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Toronto Police Services Board members for recognizing the unique needs that we face as a police service, challenging us to always be better, while also ensuring that our members have the resources and tools they require to ensure that community safety and well-being continues to be a priority. Today marks the 74th day since the crisis in the Middle East began. In that time, the lives of so many people around the world have been changed forever. Tragically, the crisis continues. I've been unequivocal in our stance as a police service. We will stand with our communities, being a visible and reassuring presence for as long as we need to be, to everyone in need of support and protection. Our commitment is unwavering. We are steadfast in our resolve to ensure that the Palestinian, Muslim, Jewish, all communities for that matter, are kept safe from acts of hatred and violence. We must be and we will be there for all of our communities across this city. While the Jewish, Palestinian, and Muslim communities have demonstrated tremendous resilience during these incredibly challenging times, as a police service, we continue to be resolute, committed to ensuring public safety and security, while also ensuring that the constitutional right to free speech is maintained. This is a delicate balance. We believe that our efforts as a police service to be visibly present in communities has been a deterrence to those that wish to commit crimes and victimize innocent members of our communities in the name of hate. Of course, it is almost impossible to measure what you prevent. We know that communities feel safer for our efforts. In instances where, despite our best efforts, crimes have been committed and hateful acts have been directed towards a particular community, our dedicated teams of highly trained and dedicated investigators have worked tirelessly to bring those responsible to justice. We will be relentless, indeed resolute, in our pursuit of those perpetrating crimes against any group or community. Hatred will have no space in our city. Madam Chair, the impact of the events of October 7th and the resultant crisis in the Middle East can never truly be quantified. We know that the events have been tragic, horrific, heartbreaking, and unimaginable for so many. As a police service, we have been in our communities and we understand and empathize with the pain. We must be resolved in our commitment to not allow our communities to be victimized any further. While this year has seen a rise in LGBTQ2S+ hate before October 7th, it is clear that since October 7th, members of our LGBTQ2S+ community have also experienced a further increase in targeted hate. This is a tragic set of circumstances and simply wrong. In keeping with my update from the November board meeting, I would now like to provide some statistics surrounding hate crimes that have taken place in our city since October 7th. Anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab related hate crimes, of which we only had 2 instances within this time frame last year. Now we have seen that this number climb to 20 occurrences. Year to date, there have been 37 total anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab related hate crime occurrences, up from 14 the year before. As I previously mentioned, LGBTQ2S+ hate crimes have been on the rise since October 7th as well. During this time frame last year, there were 8 occurrences. This year, we have seen this number increase to 11. However, amongst all the hate crimes that have been reported during this period, I can tell you that anti-Semitism makes up over 53% of this overall amount. That's 56 of 105 total occurrences. Since October 7th to date, anti-Semitic incidents are up 211% from the same time period last year. In terms of all hate crime reported this year, anti-Semitism makes up almost 41% of all of these occurrences. That's 147 of 360. As I remarked on last month update, during the period of October 7th to date, we have seen significant spike in hate-related graffiti. These incidents are carefully assessed and evaluated to determine whether they meet the criteria as hate crimes and criminal offenses or as non-criminal hate incidents and the like. I regret to report that there has been a 2,600% increase in hate graffiti occurrences that were anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab during this time period. 27 verified occurrences from just 1 reported last year. There's also been an 825% increase in graffiti occurrences that were anti-Semitic during this time period. 111 occurrences compared to the 12 that were reported during the same time period last year. In tracking, managing, and accounting for this influx of activity, I am grateful for our newly developed hate graffiti web form and portal that is being accessed by our communities during a time of need at any hour. This new web form became available for public use on November 8th, and to date, we have filed 129 web submissions. Coinciding with the staggering increase in hate-related occurrences are the sheer number of demonstrations that have taken place within our city. Since October 7th, the Toronto Police Service has managed a total of 248 organized demonstrations in various areas of our city. We also know that underreporting of hate-related occurrences is a concern. This was reaffirmed in recent weeks when I met with a group of engaging young people at a Muslim school who spoke with me about barriers to reporting. To that end, the service has embarked on additional new outreach initiatives designed to provide easier access to police to discuss and report incidents of concern in the community, in particular as it relates to acts of hate. As a result of continued collaboration with members of the community, the Toronto Police Service has determined that we must deploy a command post to Friday night prayer services to mosques around the city on a rotational basis. I have also met with members of the LGBTQ2S+ community, where I have reaffirmed our resolve as a police service to ensuring the safety and security of the community by continuing to be present in those places where this community needs us the most, and ensuring that those who commit hateful acts are held accountable, and of course to ensure the safety of our LGBTQ2S+ communities. As of last week, the Pride Scout Car has been situated in the area of 560 Church Street. In addition, we've established a pop-up command center there for the very purpose of being present and accessible and being where this community needs us the most. We have been keeping close watch on the announcement of the RCMP arrest, where a young person has been charged with terrorism-related offenses, activity that was to target the Jewish community. I want to reaffirm that we are not aware of any credible threats targeting our communities here in Toronto, and that I remain and the team remains connected with our federal partners. As mentioned, we'll continue our increased presence and high visibility across the city for the safety and comfort of all Torontonians as we go about our daily lives for as long as it takes. 1 week ago today, our service had the distinct pleasure and honor of hosting a Hanukkah celebration in the lobby of our police headquarters. During the celebration, we explicitly announced that our members of the Jewish faith were permitted to wear a kippah while on duty if they chose to do so. Additionally, a TPS branded kippah has been developed, which I'll pass around for board members to see. While we have always been supportive of our Jewish members who have chosen to wear a kippah, this recent addition enhances our organization's commitment to inclusiveness, and we know it means a lot to our members and communities. In the past, we collaborated with the Sikh community and Muslim community to co-develop, co-design, co-deliver, and updated to our uniform equipment and appearance standards. We wanted to ensure that our Sikh and Muslim members had the option of wearing their articles of faith while on duty. We have now done the same for our Jewish members. As a police service, it is important to celebrate our diversity and inclusiveness with members who reflect and represent our communities. Despite all the darkness that has impacted certain parts of our world, the resilience of the Jewish community in our city persists and shines bright through the Festival of Lights. This past Thursday, the service released its TPS Equity Strategy, titled The Road to Creating an Inclusive Workplace and Fairness in Community Safety. This strategy will serve as a framework of our commitment to drive systemic change that results in fair and unbiased policing, which builds and nurtures an equitable, supportive, and inclusive space for all. This strategy is not merely a starting point. It provides a guiding framework for past, ongoing, and evolving work, building on past efforts. This strategy, both inward-looking for our members and our organization and outward-looking for our communities and our partners, was developed through a thoughtful process, an evidence-based approach that reflects best practices, the expertise of our partners and stakeholders, and the diverse perspectives and experiences of our members and communities. It was also co-developed, co-designed, and will be co-delivered with the communities we serve. We are not starting from scratch. The strategy is a roadmap that considered over 20 reports and 1,100 recommendations from many significant events, reports, and reviews over the last decade, including 81 directions for police reform from the board, workplace well-being, harassment, and discrimination review done by Deloitte, and action items from our groundbreaking race-based data analysis. The strategy is also closely and strategically aligned to the objectives of the Ontario Human Rights Commission final report on its inquiry into anti-Black racism by the Toronto Police Service, which was also released on Thursday of last week. We have translated our vision of an equitable, supportive, and inclusive police organization into 7 initial strategic goals, supported by 16 key actions with specific sub-action items tailored to each of the strategy's 4 priority implementation plans, which include confronting anti-Black racism, supporting Indigenous cultural safety, fostering 2S LGBTQI+ inclusion, and cultivating a respective workplace, accountability, equity, and professionalism. We recognize that there is a lot of work to be done, and we do not underestimate the efforts required to ensure that we embed equity and fairness in all that we do. Every member of the service will play a role in helping us achieve our equity goals. In closing, I would like to wish all members of the service and their families, along with members of our board and their families and the entire city of Toronto, a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, a joyous Kwanzaa, and an enjoyable holiday season for all. May you all be safe and healthy and enjoy spending time with your families and friends. That concludes my report for this month. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Chief. I wonder if I can have a motion to receive the Chief's monthly update.
Councillor Chang motioned and seconded
Thank you.
by Deputy Mayor Morley.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, we will be moving on to the budget presentation, and afterwards, we will hear from the public on the budget. We have quite a number of deputations, so without further ado, Chief, over to your team, your budget team.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll swiftly turn it over to the CAO and her team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning, everyone. Just as the team is getting set up, I'll just set the stage a little bit of where we're at in terms of our budget process. So there were 2 budget subcommittees in the last few months. The very first one was in September, and we talked about our budget history and where we've come from over the last decade. We also at that meeting talked about what was in the budget in 2023 and how were we doing against the commitments we had made this year. Then the last meeting we had last month really dove into our services, the services we deliver, the services that are mapped to our Police Services Act, and we talked about the operational realities this year on how we're doing. Those 2 meetings, we won't necessarily go through all of that information again in the interest of time. So this third meeting on our budget effectively walks through, 1, what does it mean to be an adequate and effective service? It will then talk through what our priorities are, as well as some of the risks with the budget. And then, the bulk of the presentation is spent then on the actual budget itself and by category, so everyone understands sort of what the ask is. I just wanted to also take the opportunity to thank many people. We get the pleasure to certainly talk about the budget, and this sort of culminates what I would say at least 6-8 months worth of work. but it really does take a village to get this sort of body of work together and in this forum. We've had to sort of reach into operational leads all across the service to provide their insights, their expertise, the on-the-ground reality of what they're facing. We have to work hand in hand with our analytics and innovation group under CIO Stairs, as well as our people and culture group. 90% of our budget is effectively people, and it is an evidence-based budget. A lot of that data does come from other areas, and so so huge thank you to everyone that's participated, and obviously to the finance team that kind of carry it, orchestrate it. They're the conductors of this whole thing to get to this point. And so huge thank you to everyone who's had a hand in the budget. At a high level, you know, our budget proposal continues a multi-year plan, a plan that we put forward to City Council last year to try and achieve the right balance between financial investments, between hiring, between technology, capacity and capability, changing the way we operate in order to most effectively address the needs of the communities we serve in an equitable, ethical, transparent manner with the goal of enhancing public trust and confidence. You will hear some of the dynamics of our workforce. We certainly do face challenges in terms of the makeup of our workforce. At any point, 25% of our members are eligible to retire. And that number is expected to grow in terms of separation significantly over the next 3 to 5 years. But on the other side of it, we have 25%, and that's a growing number as well, of frontline officers doing the most unpredictable and dangerous work that have less than 5 years on the job. And that 25% is expected to grow as well. And so building and maintaining an adequate pipeline that takes into consideration the fact that there are all provincial constraints as well on our pace and ability to hire is really critical. The idea of building up our supervision is very critical in terms of maintaining not only safety in the city, but safety of our members and overall operational risk of our service. What you will also hear is that, you know, in large part due to the hiring we did this year, as well as some of the hiring we have planned for early 2024, you know, our plan is to see an increase of 300 uniform officers by the end of next year. So it's a December to December comparison. These officers will allow the service to improve some much needed capacity and priority response in our investigative area, the supervision I talked about, as well as some disclosure capacity as well. In addition to the sworn complement, this budget also allows the hiring of 100 civilian police professionals to support frontline service delivery, to support evidence management, to you know, legislatively and required disclosure requirements, as well as invest in technology in order to create longer-term capacity. We do remain, despite, you know, most of the presentation being about core service delivery, this budget does continue to allow us the resources to remain committed to reform, modernization, to remain and strive to be employer of choice in order to improve community trust in the service. So it does still include community programs that are vital to us and allows us to some capacity to continue to build partnerships and work with the city very closely around mental health and supporting community safety and well-being. So at that, I'll turn it over to Cindy and Anna, the Director of Finance and the Manager of Budget, to walk us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, CAO Dhaliwal, and good afternoon, everyone. Today's agenda will be centered around primarily the operating budget request with some highlights on both the capital and parking enforcement budget requests. We'll start first with a look at the generally accepted standards on what adequate and effective policing means for Toronto, followed by key priorities for 2024 that are reflected in this budget, and then finally we'll share the numbers behind the 2024 operating budget request. This slide outlines what we do, and why we do it. We are a service delivery organization, and the services that we are required to deliver are defined under the Police Services Act. We deliver these services not only to meet our duty under the PSA, but also because we are committed to a thriving, successful city where people deserve and need to feel safe. And it is an obligation under the PSA that every municipality is responsible for providing police services that are both adequate and effective, and the board has the responsibility for making that so. But what does adequate and effective mean? Well, there is no formula. There are generally accepted standards on what determines adequate and effective. These are outlined in the Community Safety and Policing Act, which is the new act that will be replacing the PSA in 2024. These 5 standards set out in regulation helped us to understand the resources required to deliver adequate and effective policing services to meet the needs of our complex city, and we will consider each of these in the following slides. The first standard to be considered in evaluating adequate and effective police service delivery is the geographic and socio-demographic characteristics of a city. We are the fastest growing city in North America. We have grown by more than 460,000 people since 2010. And to put that in perspective, that is the size of London, Ontario, a city with more than 600 police officers. This exponential growth will continue, and in the next 2 years, we are expected to grow by the same amount as we grew in the last 7 years, which is over 200,000 people. With this comes increased workloads. We're the 4th largest city in North America with no close Canadian police service comparators, and to highlight this, consider that we have 87 out of the 180 consular offices for Ontario located in Toronto. This lends itself to Toronto being the location for many rallies, protests, demonstrations, and unplanned events. We are an event and tourist hub with home to the only Canadian Major League Baseball team and NBA teams. And being in a location along the 401 corridor, we have a much higher degree and share of many crimes. For instance, 22% of all reported incidents of human trafficking over a 10-year period occurred in the Toronto Census metropolitan area. Gun and gang activity is a concern for Toronto, and other concerning crime trends are emerging, such as carjackings in Toronto. All of these characteristics unique to Toronto help to define the unique policing needs of the city. And that brings us to the second generally accepted standard for evaluating adequate and effective policing, the policing needs of the city. These can be determined using several indicators, and the first being major crime indicators. This slide demonstrates that overall, major crimes are up 18% since 2015. And the largest increase can be seen in auto thefts, which are up almost 200%. Moreover, when you compare year-to-date crime trends to the same time last year, the trend continues with an overall crime increase of a further 20%. Again, the biggest increases are seen in auto theft and theft over $5,000. And it should be noted also that the violent crime severity index for Toronto CMA increased by 15%, which is 3 times more than the rate of increase seen nationally and twice the rate seen provincially. This means that the proportion of violent crime to non-violent crime is increasing. Calls for service is another measure of community needs, and this slide demonstrates the very predictable relationship between population growth and emergency calls for service. As our city's population has grown, so too has been the pressure on the 911 call center and on our officers to respond to those calls. The chart on the left shows that between 2015 and 2022, emergency calls for service went up by 26%. And when you look at the year-to-date numbers and compare to the same time last year, emergency calls for service went up another 18%, which is a very significant increase in 1 year. As the city continues to grow, needs for the community for emergency response is expected to grow with it. And resources are needed to meet that growth and to ensure that there is no further degradation to response times. Another key workload driver and determinant of community needs is traffic and congestion. In 2022, Toronto was identified as the most congested city in Canada and the 7th most congested globally. This year, we saw collisions increase by 14%, but thankfully we saw a reduction in traffic-related fatalities by 36%. We meet the community needs not only through enforcement with ticket issuance, but also education and awareness to keep pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists safe. And finally, what makes Toronto unique also brings to Toronto many planned and unplanned events that require a policing security and response. And you may recall the pressures around events that was explained in our last budget subcommittee meeting on November 27th. So I won't go into too much detail, but we have seen the needs of the community evolve with events that have changed in terms of a greater physical footprint and also a longer duration, with some events expanding many days. And this has drawn on greater resources and increased the cost and complexity of providing police services. As an example of this is Victoria Day, which resulted in a 500% increase in cost, among many other significant increases shown on this slide. So what's really important is that we work with the city directly on the issuance of permits for events to ensure that events are approved at the appropriate footprint and that can be staffed in line with the lean resources that we have to ensure public safety at all of these events. And now this brings us to the third generally accepted standard in determining adequate and effective service delivery, and that is policing provided in similar communities. One measure that's used by Stats Canada to compare police services is the number of officers per 100,000 population, and you can see that in the graph on the right. And so when comparing other large urban police services, Toronto is the leanest service, serving a much greater population per officer. Toronto in 2021, which is the most recent date for which data was available for all of these services, had 167 officers per 100,000. This is 1/3 the number of officers in Chicago, and the closest comparison would be Vancouver with 189 officers per 100,000. And so to reach the number of officers in Vancouver, we would need more than 700 additional officers than are actually built into this budget to be comparable to Vancouver. And we've seen comparisons made between Toronto and other Ontario police services for cop to population ratios, but there really is no comparator in Ontario. We are the 4th largest city in North America. Our geographic location, our large influx of daily visitors, and a significant number of special events and demonstrations. And you can see in this slide that generally, when surrounding suburban police services are compared to their large urban services, they're typically smaller in size. So you can see Vancouver and Montreal have smaller sized services that surround them. But when you look at Toronto, that gap between Toronto and the suburban services is much smaller when compared to Vancouver and Montreal, and this is due to far less officers in Toronto compared to our population. This slide also compares us to other police services. In terms of cost relative to the overall city budget, the Globe and Mail published an article that demonstrates that Toronto is very close to the lowest percentage of the municipal budget. Austerity measures over the last decade have put us at 0% budget increases for almost half of those years. And our budget increases have been below the provincial average in most of those years. And when looking at other Ontario police services, just for the 2024 budget, we've seen an average budget increase of over 8%. And when we consider some of those increases, this is just the increase that has been published on top of the assessment growth percentage that their city affords them based on their funding model. This is not a funding model that is used by the City of Toronto, so there is no assigned increase to afford for growth. And finally, we did do a comparison with other police services across Canada in terms of response times and found that response times ranged from 6 minutes up to the worst time being 12 minutes. This compares to our response time that is now over 23 minutes due to our resource constraints. All of these factors are relevant in terms of considering what is adequate and effective police service delivery. Another standard set out in regulation to consider is, have past policing functions been effective? And one measure to consider whether we were effective or not at one time would be response times. You can see in the graph on the slide the number of officers and our response times over the period of 2010 to 2023. And now when looking at 2010, when we had 5,600 officers and a response time of 12.8 minutes, this certainly could be considered more effective than the current response time of 23 minutes. Since that time, there has been years of cost containment efforts reflected in this budget with cumulative savings that exceed $400 million. And here's just some examples of what we have already done to contain our budget. We had 4 budget increases over a 10-year period. We've redeployed resources as necessary to the most emergent priorities, civilianization efforts, call diversion efforts with the Toronto Community Crisis Services and Gerstein, disbanding units like the Community Response Units and the Priority Response Group, alternative service delivery. We've moved our crossing guard and lifeguard program to other city programs. We had a hiring freeze in 2016 and 2017, among other management actions to contain costs. But this has really come at a cost, as you can see, with our response times and our service delivery. We've seen a degradation of service levels over that time period, making it difficult to provide adequate and effective service delivery. So especially as it relates to response times, but also the lack of availability of resources. 60% of the time where officers are not available to be dispatched to a call very much impacts our response times. We've also seen declining case closure rates and some issues with officer wellness and burnout. And now, despite all of the cost constraints, we are leading in a number of areas in the sector. Just to name a few, our body-worn camera rollout is leading in terms of integration with other processes, such as evidence.com. Our race-based data framework and approach acknowledges and analyzes our interactions with the public. There was a bail dashboard that we developed that is being considered as a tool provincially. And we are making great strides in a number of important programs that we deliver with NCOs, the MCIT, and the focus tables. But there does remain a significant core service delivery areas where we are falling short. And in terms of what is most important to the communities that we serve, and with the greatest public safety impact, is our response times that are not best practice. We are far below the standard that was set by the board in the 1990s of 6 minutes, and we are almost double to triple the response times of other Canadian police services. Call wait times, which was recently the subject of news stories, consistently falls below NENA standards for what wait time should be when someone calls 911 to the time that the operator answers. Also, due to the investigative capacity constraints, we are among some of the lowest case closure rates in Canada. and have a significant backlog of disclosure for courts. And so our ability to deliver adequate and effective police services hinges on being adequately resourced so that we can prevent further degradation of services and to enable us to begin to approach best practices in service delivery to better meet the community needs. And this is what this budget aims to do. And now I will turn it over to CAO Dhaliwal.
So very quickly, if we think about what does this budget allow us to do, what are our priorities for 2024, there's certainly a lot of priorities on the slide, but they really can be netted out into kind of 4 big buckets. One is a hiring plan in order for us to have the capacity to deliver adequate and effective services and meet our legislative responsibilities. And so that speaks to the frontline support, our investigative capacity, our ability to keep Toronto moving, as well as our disclosure and evidence management obligations. The second area would be having a resilient workforce pipeline that allows us to continue building up supervision and continue to provide oversight to a younger and younger workforce. The third big bucket would be around all maintaining and kind of strengthening all our vital community and proactive programs, as well as all the partnerships we currently have in place to drive alternative service delivery, to do things differently, to build community trust. And then the last piece is really around building a long-term, sustainable financial plan. And so that really summarizes what everyone has effectively read in our board report and where, our resources are going and where our focus is.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it over from here with the next slide. So broadly, every year we develop 3 budgets: the operating budget, the capital plan, and the budget for parking enforcement. As you can see, the operating budget request for 2024 is 1.7%, or $20 million, higher than the last year's budget. Roughly 91% of the budget is people-related costs, and this equates to a hiring plan that will see an increase of approximately 300 uniform officers by the end of next year. This is net of separations, and additional 100 civilian positions. Our 10-year capital plan is almost $828 million and is made up of maintenance and investment in facilities, IT, vehicle, equipment, and communications-related projects. These are multi-year projects, with many of them being life cycle replacements. A few notable projects included in this capital plan are moving to a new records management solution, upgrading our infrastructure to meet our NG 911 requirements, as well as the construction of the 41 Division building. All of these capital projects have been extensively reviewed over the year to ensure that they are ready to proceed and there's ability and capacity to spend, to ensure that we have appropriate cash flows, as well as that we improve our capital spending rates. The parking budget reflects a 0% increase, as it has been flatlined over the last year's funding levels. It is important to note here that our parking officers are anticipated to issue just over 2 million parking tags in 2024. That will generate approximately $121 million in revenue. On average, that's almost $340,000 in revenue generated by each parking officer. This revenue is collected and reflected by the city in their corporate accounts. So this is a high level of our 3 budgets, and the remainder of the presentation will concentrate on the operating budget. The development of our budget is guided by the board's and services strategic goals and priorities, as well as the city's directions and guidelines. And building a budget is a lengthy and comprehensive process that includes many things. We review service objectives, requirements, and trends to determine required staffing levels. We review historical spending trends. We do line-by-line budget reviews and identify any opportunities where we can reduce budgets where they're historically underspent. We, where possible, maintain and minimize costs. We use a zero-based budgeting approach to all the non-fixed requirements. And as well, we try to fund contractual obligation increases by finding offsets in other areas. As you can see from the slide, originally the funding requirements for 2024 totaled $75 million, and we were able to reduce that requirement down to $20 million through a number of measures. First, we've adjusted the hiring plan from 120 recruits per class to 90 recruits per class in consideration of the class constraints at the Ontario Police College. Costs were contained and flatlined where possible, and many costs have been deferred to future years. We've reflected anticipated grant avenue from other levels of government. We've accounted for cost recovery for city's special and major events. And after multiple discussions with the city, we've also included some bridging strategies that reduce the services contributions to reserves. All of these actions allowed us to keep the budget increase for 2024 at a minimum.
And I think it's just important to highlight, because our going in ask was, as a start, 75. We are at 20, but it is predicated on working very closely with the city and ongoing discussions with the city on our bridging strategies, as well as on our cost recovery assumption. Should any of that sort of either fall through or just not come to fruition as a result of the city's long-term financial plans, that will have a part in-year impact on our budget as well as potential future year impacts. So it is important that, you know, from a board awareness standpoint, we're trying to be very transparent on how we drive to the ask that we have in as responsible of a way as we can. It is reflective of productive staff-to-staff conversations and planning assumptions, but there are some assumptions in here, and we will later in the presentation sort of talk about all the risks in totality.
Okay. On our budget website, we provide a detailed line-by-line breakdowns and allocations for all of our budgets. But this is a service-based view of the budget that allows the public to see what this funding actually buys them in 2024. And I know that the services were discussed in great detail at the last budget subcommittee on November 27th, so I won't go into too much detail, but I'd like to point out here that these services map to the service objectives under the Police Services Act. And as you can see, out of the 6 services we delivered, the first 2, 911 response and patrol and investigations and victim support, they account for 75% of the overall budget, with the remaining 4 services accounting for the other 25%. So that was the service-based view. Now a view of where we spend the funding that is allocated to us on an annual basis. And as you can see from the pie chart, 91% of total costs are staff-related costs that are comprised of salaries, benefits, and premium pay. 1% of our overall funding is required to keep our reserve balances healthy, and the remaining 8% is allocated to non-salary cost requirements. This is a summary of budget categories which, with associated increases and or decreases for 2024. We'll go through the key cost drivers for each category in the next few slides, but here I just wanted to highlight that on a net basis, the budget increase for 2024 is $20 million or 1.7% compared to the 2023 approved budget. It's also important to know here that when our budget is presented by the city during the city's budget process, it may be adjusted to reflect one-time COVID-19 related impacts, and this will result in our budget showing a net increase of $37.6 million or 3.3%. As in every year, salary requirements account for the biggest increase and will require additional funding of $30.5 million in 2024. $11 million of that is as a result of annualized impacts of hiring and separations that already took place in 2023. As the CAO mentioned, we do have a very young workforce, and as officers progress through the ranks, we will require about $10 million for those reclassification costs in 2024. And lastly, 2024 anticipated separations and phased-in hiring will require only $5.3 million. And I want to stress here that all of our hiring plans are phased in. people are hired throughout the year, so the budget reflects only partial salaries of those hires. Civilian hiring plan for 2024 will require additional funding of $4.9 million, and this year we've also adjusted our civilian gapping assumptions from 2% to 3% just to reflect the actual turnover rate, and this will save us $1.5 million. One other thing I wanted to mention here is that 2024 is a leap year, and since our budget, salary budget is based on the 24/7 operations, this extra day of salaries has a one-time impact of $2.4 million. And now a bit more details on the hiring plan behind the salary requirements. This graph shows a number of officers we anticipate having over the next 12 months, considering those that will leave each month and when our recruits become deployed. It takes 6 months to train our recruits, and so the 147 recruits that you see deployed in February, that's the green portion of the February bar, they were actually hired this August, in August 2023. And the 120 that will be deployed in June, they were actually hired this month in December 2023. As a result, 60% of recruits that will be deployed in 2024 are actually from 2023 classes. And 2024, the remaining 40% will be from the 2024 classes that are critical in order for us to get ahead of any future separations. And speaking of separations, this hiring plan assumes that 160 officers will retire or leave the service in 2024. This is lower than normal because we had a hiring freeze about 30 years ago. So the pool of members that are eligible to retire is slightly smaller. But this number is expected to grow in the future because there was significant hiring after the hiring freeze that was after the freeze. So that number of eligible people will significantly increase, and hence the 2024 classes are very critical for us. So this hiring plan will result in 307 officers, extra officers by December 2024 than we have today, and 170 of those will be allocated to the priority response function to help address increased demands as well as to stem any further degradation of the response times. 110 officers will be deployed to augment investigative capacity, to fill long-standing critical vacancies, address rising crime volumes, as well as declining case closures. And some of the examples of the deployment include hate crime unit, provincial carjacking task force, special centralized fraud intake office, as well as critical backfills that are required in homicide and guns and gangs units. 10 officers will be allocated to video and digital evidence disclosure function to address the exponential growth of video evidence from body-worn cameras and other sources, as well as to help us meet legally mandated disclosure deadlines. And 10 officers will be added to the traffic services to help eliminate traffic congestion and improve traffic flow. As uniform staffing levels increase, there is a corresponding increase in demands for processing evidence by property and video evidence management section, crime scene processing by forensic identification services section, and information processing processed by records management services. To address these growing workloads, the civilian staffing plan adds positions such as crime scene technicians, property evidence management clerks, and disclosure specialists. And we are also adding additional technology roles to help us continue digital enablement and some positions that will help us to continue implementation of the Auditor General recommendation, modernization, and police reform initiatives. And even with these added roles, as you can see from the table, 89% of all civilian positions will be providing either direct or indirect support to the front line, with only about 11% of the positions being true corporate office roles, and that has been consistent throughout the years. Premium pay is incurred when staff is required to work beyond their normally assigned hours. And as you can see from the pie chart, we have uniform overtime, which accounts for about a quarter of all the premium pay we incur. This is, for example, when an officer is involved in an arrest or an apprehension at the end of their shift and they have to stay. We also have uniform court, which accounts for the other quarter of the premium pay. This is when an officer is scheduled to attend court when they're off duty. And the biggest contributor to premium pay is actually uniform callbacks. This is when an officer is required to work additional shifts in order to ensure that we have appropriate staffing levels when they are required for a specific initiative. And as you can see from the chart on the right, premium pay costs have been historically underfunded, resulting in a pressure that the service has to manage on an annual basis. And for 2023, that pressure is expected to be about $30 million. When preparing the budgets, we reviewed the premium pay trends and projected overspending in 2023. However, it has been determined that the premium pay budget will be flatlined at the 2023 levels. It is anticipated that as we have additional hiring, premium pay will eventually be relied upon for its traditional intent rather than to address core service gaps. However, it will continue to be there will be continuing elements of premium pay that will be driven up by the number of members, and that includes attendance at court or overtime that occurs at the end of the shift when an officer is required to complete a call for service. So there is a risk of not achieving the premium pay budget allocation included in this request, but the service will monitor and manage the pressure throughout the year to the best of our ability. The 2024 budget for statutory payroll deductions and employee benefits has increased by $12.6 million. And just to quickly highlight, this is mostly due to the medical and dental increases, WSIB costs that have been steadily increasing from 2016, Canada Pension Plan rate increases, as well as other legislated increases for employee insurance, OMERS, and employee health tax. The service continues to contribute to a number of reserves through provisions made in our operating budget, and most of the reserve contributions have been maintained at the 2023 level. Although there are two changes that I'd like to point out. First is the city will be taking over the management and responsibility for contributions to the sick pay gratuity reserve, which means the service will no longer have to contribute to this reserve, and that would decrease our funding requirements by $12.3 million in 2024. And in addition, the city and the service have agreed to reduce contributions to our vehicle and equipment reserve that is funding our capital plan as part of a bridging strategy to keep our increase to a minimum in 2024. We do recognize that this is not a sustainable approach, and the contributions to the vehicle and equipment reserve will have to be reinstated to their original level over the next 2 years, which results in an automatic increase to our budget in 2025 and 2026. And we have committed to review all our reserves to determine what are the appropriate contribution levels to ensure we have sufficient funding to fund all our future obligations. As I mentioned earlier, our non-salary related expenditures account for 8% of the overall operating budget. And this includes items such as outfitting costs, so this is uniforms and firearms that are provided to the officers, transportation costs, this is gas, tires, vehicle and bicycle parts, vehicle repairs, transportation, communication costs, such as cell phones, wireless services, radio rentals, and internet. And it also includes various equipment, maintenance and support of complex IT systems, legal costs, as well as professional services. And just really quickly, for 2024, the biggest increases in this category are for computer maintenance, which includes subscription and equipment for additional 250 body-worn cameras and 250 additional CEWs and unlimited storage of seized digital evidence. There was also an increase to uniform outfitting costs due to increased prices, as well as the increased number of the recruits that we plan. And there are some increases relating to hiring, such as facility and technology costs. And lastly, our revenues are expected to be almost 11 million higher than last year. I do have to note that we expect a reduction of 2.4 million to the provincial upload for court security and prisoner transportation. Every year we get a share of the 125 million funding envelope from the province, but our relative share has been declining, so we expect less funding in 2024. Pay duty recoveries are part of our revenues, but they fully offset the associated salary increases that are shown in the salary line for a net zero impact to our budget. However, with increasing pay duty rates, there is an increase to the administrative fee that the service receives, and that increase is estimated at 1.7 million for 2024. We are also reflecting in the revenues anticipated grant funding of 1 million from the province to help us address the surge in auto theft and to support our transition to NG 911. And based on the discussions with the city, the service is planning for cost recovery of up to 10 million to offset costs related to the city's many special events. This recovery included in the budget allowed us to reduce the budget by 10 million and keep the increase in 2022 to a minimum.
So I just want to kind of put a finer point because there's often confusion around paid duties. The service makes no money on paid duties. Whatever is budgeted as revenue means there's associated salaries that are also budgeted, because all of this is does not come to the service at all, and so it is not a reflection of, it's not reflected in the ask. They completely offset each other. The second piece, I think, just to know is it is not our practice to estimate or plan for revenue that has not been confirmed. So what sometimes you will see is in-year grant opportunities and things like that sometimes become available. When that happens, then we will only then increase sort of a revenue for that grant, but there's typically also costs that also are associated to that grant or an obligation we have. And so this picture will change in year a little bit, but what's built into our budget right now is everything that we believe is confirmed revenue, whether that's the cost recovery for special events, whether it's grants that we've already received commitment on or signed contracts on. And we mention the pay duties only because, yes, it's a revenue, but there's an offsetting cost sitting on the salary side for it to be a kind of a zero impact on the overall budget.
CAO, over to you.
So very quickly, I think I had already mentioned this budget does allow us to continue to focus on much needed sort of change, reform around whether it's our HR practices. It allows us to continue being the best trained in the sector, probably internationally. It allows us to continue our efforts around diversity and equity, especially in light of the recent OHRC report that was published, as well as our own equity strategy signifying our longer-term commitment towards fairness in our practices, as well as an inclusive environment. And we have talked about member wellness, risk of burnout, and so it does allow us to continue with an ongoing wellness strategy that's a kind of a few years into implementation. And we see all of these things as sort of strategic imperatives to continue in order to not just be employer of choice, but also to drive community trust and kind of broader reputationally as leaders in the sector, which is what the city effectively deserves in its police service. And I think it's important to highlight, and we've, where we can, I've chimed in a little on some of the risks. So it's important to highlight some of the risks so everyone understands the assumptions that this budget is predicated on. There are bridging mechanisms that this year, as an example, our reserves, where this year we might be okay, but it will require us to look at the health of our reserves kind of in year 2, year 3, year 4, and potentially recalibrate our contribution in those reserves in future years. While not directly tied to the services budget, we know that the city is in discussions with other levels of government. They themselves are working on a long-term financial plan that does assume a new Toronto deal. To the extent that the service is impacted, whether it's this year or in future years, to other levels of government, it's important to know that we're aware of that. That is a risk, I think, as this budget sort of progresses to the city process. Premium pay, right now, it still assumes a $30 million pressure, like starting January 1st, that we have to manage. We typically, what's normal for us is to manage a $15-20 million pressure every year. Historically, that's pretty normal. 30 was last year's sort of pressure as well, so it is assumed we can try and carry that again into 2024. What we can tell you is that we are 99.99999% spent. We are actually managing about $6 to $8 million in overages heading into the end of this year, primarily due to the ongoing costs around demonstrations and protests after sort of everything that happened from October 7th. We are assuming that will be some ability to drive internal accountability, greater supervisory oversight, that kind of thing, those kinds of pieces to try and manage the pressure. But it also assumes cost recovery for special events. And so should anything around that not come into place, that is the one area I would say in our budget that the risks are high on in terms of our ability to stay within budget. And we already know there's a likelihood of going over, and that's for us then to have to manage and absorb. The FIFA, I think, is just worth noting that while it's only happening in 2026, the planning starts now. Our other counterparts in Vancouver and LA, they have already stood up planning teams to get going. We've submitted a budget to the city on our implementation budget for 2026. We've started planning a little bit, but we really don't have a signed MOU. The costs that are built into here are minimal at best. And it will depend on kind of what's agreed to with the city in terms of how much effort we can actually put towards FIFA planning, which, our experience suggests is supposed to start right now. There are things that are not in this budget. So there is an upcoming new act, the Community Safety and Policing Act. It will come into effect for April 1st. We believe that's the date. There's about $12 million of cost we've identified that when the act comes into full force, we would potentially have to bear, in addition to potential time around training and things like that. What we don't know is what's the transition time that we will have. And so we haven't put any costs in because all services, not just us, will probably have to bear the impact of that. When we know more, we will certainly work with the board and the province in making sure we have adequate transition time. And that will then be potentially a cost we would have to include in 2025. And we will keep sort of the board apprised as that sort of unfolds. And then on November 1st, the Ontario Court Justice did release kind of mandatory disclosure timelines. That just happened on November 1st. We do have resources in the budget for evidence management, for disclosure. There's a team already in place that does disclosure every day. But there is a backlog, and I think there is still work underway to look at our processes, understand and really figure out the approach on how to get ahead of the backlog as well as meet these requirements. And so we have resources built in. What we don't know is, are they sufficient or not? And then I think the last risk is really around adequate and effective. This budget represents the minimum responsible ask that we believe we needed to make in order to drive adequate and effective service delivery. non-approval of any part, if any of these assumptions in whole or in part sort of fall through. One, I think adequate and effective would be certainly a discussion on whether we're meeting that. And the alternative of that is further review of programs, vital community programs that we would have to consider if they would continue or not in order to meet emerging, the most urgent and pressing needs. You know, I think it's important that we don't end on a risk sort of slide. I think it's important to know that we all have a vested interest in driving a long-term, sustainable and predictable plan, something that allows the service to drive towards even a strategic plan and objectives and a 3 to 5 year runway. And so we will be spending the first half of 2024, you know, reviewing our reserves, calibrating what that rate requirement is, looking at our staffing plan, digging into separations, comparing it with growth. We've already engaged an organization and in partnership with the TPA to look at our calls for service, understand how the shift schedules are even impacting that, to figure out what the right number is and what the right staging is over the 3 to 5 year period in order to begin to tackle the response time and start improving it. We will be actively participating in any intergovernment discussions, and you know the plan is well before next year's budget to come to the board with more of a longer term plan so that more decisions can be made earlier than only during budget time. And that concludes the formal part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, CAO Dhaliwal, Director Grant, and also Chief for that presentation. Now we move to the deputation portion of item 2. But before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we have a very large number of members of the public who've been asked to share their views with us, for which we're very grateful. To allow everyone to be able to provide their full deputation in a timely manner, I'm going to ask our board members to limit questions and responses to the deputation unless it's absolutely necessary. I apologize in advance to the deputants for this reduced engagement, but I want you to know that we value your words very much and we will be listening attentively to them. I'd also like to thank those who provided written deputations on this item. All the written deputations will, for part of the official minutes, but I want to draw the board's attention to one written deputation in particular we received by Samantha Fuss Ackerman, who provided a unique perspective I think is important. And she wrote the following. As a clinical psychologist with a focus on treating the damaging effects of traumatic experience, I've observed acutely the psychological impact of an ever-increasing crime, basic security concerns, and a sense of lawlessness, which is affecting our communities. Individuals who have been victims of crime often struggle with many symptoms of post-traumatic stress in the aftermath of the incidents, and it's becoming nearly impossible to restore a sense of psychological well-being in the context of rising crime and increasing likelihood of encountering further threats to the city. It's imperative that the city act to prevent and respond to these escalating crimes, particularly the residential break-ins, home invasions, and the vehicle thefts. The city must provide enhanced funding to support policing and public safety initiatives to address the concerns of our residents. A solid plan is needed to address these issues effectively. And before I go on to our first deputant, there was a question I noticed virtually. No, every deputant's still getting the 5 minutes. We want to hear from you. What we are asking, though, which we may have more time at other meetings where we might dialogue with you a bit longer. So you still have your 5 minutes. Having sort of given you a little bit of the ground rules, the first deputant in person is Mr. John Reid, the president of the Toronto Police Association.
afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Board.
The mic.
Can you just speak into the microphone if you can move it closer to yourself and see if the button's on?
No button on
Oh,
it.
there's no button, you're good.
How's that? Very good, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board members. Thank you for having me here today, especially given the importance of these budget meetings. As you know, I'm John Reid, President of the Toronto Police Association, and for the sake of those in attendance or watching on live stream, or who may not know the TPA is the association that represents approximately 8,000 members of the Toronto Police Service who perform their duties dutifully. They're both sworn and civilian capacities. I, like my board colleagues who serve on the TPA board, are elected by the membership to serve in those roles. Our members trust us with the responsibility and the privilege of being their voice, advocating for them both in and outside of the workplace, expressing their concerns because they cannot speak on matters publicly. We ask our members to provide our residents with adequate and effective policing. Adequate and effective policing, this is what impacts the unique characteristics of our city. Characteristics that you've heard the command team articulate to you today. The trade-off in this request, the city must in turn give them the tools and the resources they need to do the job safely and effectively. And you as a board must impart the importance to the city. And I, as their president, must impart the importance to you. I've distributed among you all a copy of the postcard the TPA mailed out in the last few weeks. And just for clarity, this card was put out by the Toronto Police Association, not the Toronto Police Service. It is important for us, as the voice of our members, to communicate to the Toronto's residents the reality of the dire situation we're in today. I want to take a moment to go over with you the contents of this card. Since 2010, our city has grown by 13%, while the number of police officers has declined 11%. That means 600 fewer police officers for 460,000 more people. We have 169 police officers per 100,000 residents in our city. That, in my opinion, is unacceptable. From a human perspective, this creates an unfair occupational environmental situation for our members and additional stressors. Another stat we shared with the public, as of September, emergency calls are up 18%. And terrifyingly, it's taking us an average of 22 minutes to respond to the highest priority calls. And 60% of the time, there are no units available to respond to an emergency. I ask each of you, take a moment. Imagine being at home, hearing a commotion, unexpected sound of glass breaking, your front door opening, and coming to the realization that somebody's broken into your house. You pick up the phone, you call 911, you're put on hold. Even if you're not on hold, imagine having to wait 22 minutes for someone to show up. This is today's reality in Toronto. It isn't fair for the citizens of our city. It is not fair for the men and women of this organization. And it surely cannot be categorized as adequate and effective policing. Often the focus of discussion around adequate and effective policing is on response times. But I would be remiss in not flagging on behalf of our members, this is only one aspect of policing. Showing up in a timely fashion is one aspect, but we also have a responsibility to do much more. Think about the investigations, the administrative responsibilities that come along with victim support and crime prevention, just to name a few. We continue in a system where we take from Peter to pay Paul. It is not sustainable nor responsible. Policing cannot be a shell game of moving resources. In fact, we're not able in the current environment to satisfy our policing responsibilities. Let's think about some of the troubling events in recent history. As an example, in very recent memory, we suffered a spat of violent incidents on the public transit system. On the tail end of the pandemic, residents and commuters alike were already hesitant, uneasy in turning back to public transit. Our resources are limited. It became a shell game of pulling from already taxed units and resources to increase transit patrols, temporarily. The media frenzy dies down, and back to the status quo. It's not fair to our communities. You've heard today from Savina, our CAO, discuss unique characteristics of our city, like the concentration of consulates in our city. Think of the impact the war in the Middle East is having on our communities. The policing responsibility of facilitating peaceful protests during charged times, not to mention the increase in hate crimes. All of this requires resources. We again must pull resources at the expense of others. This is what happened last year when the service dissolved most of the CRUs, and right now, as the chief highlighted in the last meeting, investigative units like our drug squad continue to be depleted. There are some that will suggest the solution to this problem is simply take tasks away from police officers and the money and give the responsibilities to somebody else. We'd work closely with the service on options for alternate service delivery because we agree. There are things our members that they are doing, they shouldn't be doing. But right now we're talking about unacceptable wait times and calls for service. When we look at the non-police models for responding to mental health calls for service as an example, that assistance is welcome and appreciated, but they are only responding to a fraction of the calls we receive for mental health. Not because they don't have the resources, because they are not eligible to respond to these calls. Detasking is not the answer to this problem. Several years of zero-based budgets, moratoriums on hiring are why we're in this dire situation today. The service continues to take steps to put forward reasonable budget proposals. It is up to the Police Services Board to approve a responsible budget and urge the city to approve an investment and adequately and effectively funding the police here in Toronto. Thank you.
President Reed, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've let you go over quite a bit of time, and into fairness to everybody else, I think I'm going to have to cut you off, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Reed. The next deputant is Jordan Tepperman.
Looks like Jordan is not with us.
All right, we can always come back to him. The third deputant is Ms. Kelly Diamond.
They're not with us either. I think the next deputant available is Chris Langenfeld.
All right, next, Chris Langenfeld, please.
Excuse me, could I have the floor? I didn't know I wanted to speak today, but these people haven't shown up. Would it be permissible by the group to allow me to speak for just 2-3 minutes? Are there any objections?
Did you sign up?
Are you here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you. Yeah, there's some challenges here with getting unmuted. So I'm trying to share my screen here. So looking at the budget, okay, thank you. So looking at the operating request here for the 2024 budget, and I'll just mention, I'm not sure, I noticed you gave 6 minutes to the TPA, but I'm also wondering where in the board's policies it says that the chair will read certain people's submissions that support an increase in the budget. Anyways, looking at the request here, we have a premium pay request of $59 million. That's the same as the 2023 request, and they did touch on this during their presentation. But when you look back at the variance report, which is coming up here later today, the budget variance for the 2023 year, you see that we're already up in September to the premium pay budget for the full year. And looking back at 2022, that was actually, we were even more over budget in 2022 compared to that budget, and well exceeded by the year-end amount. And so ultimately in 2022, the service was 169% of budget for premium pay, and in 2023 it's 149% of budget. So if we assume that those numbers are going to continue this year, then in fact we're looking at a low between 87 million to 99 million that's actually 24's actual premium pay amount, which means that our budget is going to turn out to be 1.21 to 1.22 billion dollars this year. When we look at the request, though, it's only for officially 1.186 billion, and when we look at the actual request, it makes clear that it isn't really 1.186 billion. It's 1.186 billion, but, quote, this budget does not include the impact of the 2024 salary settlements, as no agreements are yet in place for 2024. So in other words, we can expect that presumably somewhere between another 5 and 9% will be added on to this representative, and I'm coming up with that figure based on recent inflationary pressures. So we're certainly looking at a huge increase to come. I'm being interrupted by the computer. Anyways, looking at the request by service area here with the staffing levels, that gives us a total staff right now requested of 8,098 units, almost 8,100 people. But when we look to the 2014 operating budget, back then we have the officers and civilian staff bringing us to 7,667 total staff. So we're actually looking at an increase of 413 staff over 2014 levels. So while the service keeps telling us that, oh, the numbers have gone down, in fact, that isn't what actually happened. Of course, in 2010, the board directed the service to transfer an amount of work from uniformed officers over to civilian staff. And so while the uniformed staffing is down 70 people, the civilian staff is up some 500. And so in total, we're up 400 staff. And that's why, of course, the budget that was $958 million back in 2014 is now up to the 1.186 billion with the 1.17 increase, or the 1.7% increase. As well, it mentions here on hiring of 10 new officers for disclosures. And really, this is something that the board needs to look at to ensure that the service is operating efficiently. So I would suggest that the board should, in fact, strike a committee with public involvement, service experts, subject experts, service members, and Ministry of the Attorney General representatives to review and recommend some high-level improvements to the existing processes and practices in order to develop some efficiency so that we don't need to actually add 10 staff here. And then, of course, under the traffic increase of 10 more officers there, you would kind of hope that the police force will also be involved in actually enforcing the Highway Traffic Act. So in summation, we have a large increase here, budget, a large requested increase, even before we have a huge salary increase coming. I noticed that this year we're doing the budget now before December ends. Last year it was in early January. Presumably that's so that we can approve a budget request before we actually get around to finding out how much of a raise we're actually going to be giving to all the officers. And so I would suggest that we should, in fact, be limiting the increase here, and the service can figure out how they're going to juggle the numbers in order to deal with the fact that there will presumably be some level of salary increase that we don't yet know about and that some law firm is negotiating on behalf of taxpayers. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, and thank you for your comments as it related to, dialoguing with other stakeholders about efficiencies. I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Chair Morgan, Chair Morgan, Mr. Wally would like to just speak to a couple of comments.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Dhaliwal.
I changed your name, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I just wanted to clarify, We've never had a deficit on our budget that I'm aware of. We always manage to down to sort of within the budget allotment. We certainly aren't planning for a deficit this year or next year. We are managing as well as we can. It's also important to know that we build a budget based on projections at a point in time. In year, things do happen. Our premium pay, we have said, is always underspent, which means that means we are going to have overages in year, and it is our job in terms of the controllership of our financials around the gives and takes that happen to accommodate that. I think in terms of the timing, this is completely independent of collective bargaining, which hasn't even started, so can't really say when it ends. The timing actually before used to be September to December on when the board budget on when a budget request would come forward, as it's informed by the city's budget process. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Dhaliwal, for that further explanation. The next person is Daniel Freedom.
But that it's actually Freiheit, but freedom is the English version of German.
I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Sorry, that's my email is freedom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Vice Chair and honorable members of this board. As you know, my name is Daniel Freiheit, and I do a lot of advocacy on Twitter under the handle Lion Advocacy, and I tweet primarily about my grievance with how the city, the province, and the country, and various global entities have mishandled the COVID pandemic. Mainly insofar as folks were forced or coerced to get vaccinated with a novel vaccine, including members of the Toronto Police Service, which I was not aware of. A lot of sanctuaries that I hope to find refuge in to speak, including your neighbors at 80 College Street, which is the CPSO. They closed their minds and they closed literally their doors. Because they didn't want to have to hear or see from people such as myself or the public. So I'm grateful that this board has remained open. My delegation today is going to focus obviously on the budget, which I didn't get to speak when the mayor had her open delegations, but I understand the mayor's here today, or the deputy, so I'm grateful for that. Before I speak, I did want to just give an unequivocal tip of the hat for the service of the TPS generally. And this board in particular, these last few months, there's been a huge task to secure this city on a budget that probably feels inadequate. And I think the public doesn't appreciate the commitment and dedication that's involved in policing. My experience as a volunteer at our local CPLC, and I do other volunteer patrol, makes me truly appreciate the work that each and every TPS officer and this board does. So I just want to say thank you. With respect to the vaccine mandates, what I just wanted to recommend this board, I know it's not explicitly in the budget, it may be put in there somewhere, but not a lot, but some officers who were put on leave without pay for not getting vaccinated, that is in a way, it's a decision between the board or the police service and the officers, but it's a policy that has broader impacts. And so, I get a lot of feedback online from people, the public, the resentment and the pain that these mandates had, not just with not being able to get a job now in certain industries, but with how they were treated in the past. So I think if the board could, it may have something in the budget for this already, or it could just publicly acknowledge that, that it's being addressed. I think it would go a long way to providing healing for this city and this province and this country. So that's just on that topic. And I appreciate it's a sensitive topic. And so at the end of the day, if these have to be resolved with in-camera meetings, that would be one thing, or if they're settled other ways. The idea is to get something public out there so that it spreads this idea that what was done was not entirely 100% perfect. My other request to this board, which is my personal area of interest, and which I feel would deliver a good bang for the buck, is to work to budget somehow more work with community partners to train the community on crime detection and prevention. A lot of times the public is told to report suspicious activity to the police, but this blanket recommendation doesn't really help police, and it kind of strains them as it is. Depending on the budget, it would seem that investing with community partners or training the public on basics of how to detect crime or what to watch out for, how to report it, and whether this is done through the CPLCs or whether it's done through some other channel. But the idea is that as it stands now, the police always say it's the public and the community is their best partner. So what we need is better training on how to report crime so that police aren't called for non-emergencies, and so that the community can be the best ally for the Toronto Police. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to delegate.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing all your comments. Appreciate it. The next deputant is Mr. Steve Banford.
Sorry, I actually wanted to come because I'm looking at a 1.7% increase in budget, and I feel that the police services, unfortunately, is currently already underfunded. Hi, Ms. Morley, how are you? I'm one of your local constituents, as you know. I'm here as a concerned citizen of Toronto and discussions of the police budget. I am supportive of increasing the budget and helping the police force to have a safe place to live. I'm a business owner as well as a parent raising 3 children in the city of Toronto. I worry about events such as multiple incidents at TTC stations over the last year, including but not limited to the stabbing death of a 16-year-old male at Keele Station. This occurred after a string of incidents surrounding transit station. My own 16-year-old son uses this station on a weekly basis. I'm sure you can understand my concern for my son, my family, and all citizens. It is not only family safety that I'm worried about, but also business health due to crime. One of my businesses was a long-haul transportation company. We had a load of tenderloin steaks waiting to be delivered from Calgary to a destination in Toronto. The trailer load was stolen at a warehouse in our yard in Etobicoke. Even though we caught it on camera, the truck that came in to pick up this trailer, as well as being able to track the trailer back to its transfer locations and calling the authorities in a timely manner. After being called right away, the load was cross-docked and never to be seen again. This load had a wholesale value of $625,000, which our insurance did not cover all of it. My insurance at the time was around $300,000. That's on me. It was a mistake of our company not having that much insurance for the load. I ultimately had to close that business as I could not support any more losses in the future like this. Without proper funding, how is the police to follow up and stop these criminal acts from happening? While this may seem only as a monetary issue, it ended up affecting the 30-plus people I had working for me, and they were out of work and had to find other means to support their family. Without proper funding, the police cannot look into this. Let's learn from Portland, along with other U.S. cities, how well defunding the police worked out for them. Many businesses in these cities and others closed down and people moved away while crime rates rose and continues to rise today. We do not have to experiment on our beautiful city. We need all the possible funding we can provide for the men and women who put their lives on the line for us on a daily basis. Let's prop them up, not tear them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bamford. Very sorry as well for both your business loss and the impact to your communities. And the next deputant is Mr. Giuseppe Scolari.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Thanks to those of you that put the budget presentation together. It was pretty eye-opening. It was last time I got up here, I got extremely emotional because of a couple of people that had spoken before me from the Jewish community. And the thing that I want to convey today is, as the gentleman who spoke prior to me, is that taking money away. I know the city is definitely having some budget issues; those are well publicized. But spending money on and I get everybody has their interests, right? Everybody has the thing that they care about. But I do know that everybody cares about safety for their friends, their family, their businesses, the people that they love. And I do know that having lived in the United States for 20 years and lived in Los Angeles and worked in New York, that Toronto fancies itself as a world-class city. We are falling behind on many measures, unfortunately. And public safety is, I would say, number one on the list, right? It's great to say that you can come here and go to a great restaurant. It's great that you can go to a world-class concert or a sporting event or an art gallery. But if you fear for your safety when you go to these places, that to me is an abject failure on the part of our city. When you see Halton Police get a nearly 10% increase to their budget, when you see the Peel Police get a 14% increase to their budget, and the Toronto Police Force is asking for 1.7%, when inflation, which has come down in November, the report released this morning, says inflation's at 3.1%. So the request is 1.4% less than this past month's inflation, which has come down significantly from the highs. So the request to me is extremely reasonable. And in fact, I think the request isn't enough. But that's not for me to decide. It's for the people that are a hell of a lot more, I guess, a hell of a lot more passionate about protecting the public. I'm passionate about protecting the public, but I'm more passionate about protecting people that I know and I care about. And I have way too many instances of discussions in social settings now where the topic of conversation is, I'm thinking of putting a safe room in my house. I'm thinking of putting cameras, and somebody I know is putting lasers on their driveway. They're going to put laser detection from the perimeter of their home so that when somebody tries to go on their driveway, it triggers an alarm and sirens and strobe lights. That's the discussion that I'm privy to now, as opposed to how did the Leafs do last night and why didn't the Blue Jays sign Ohtani? And as much as I would like to have signed Ohtani, I'd rather take the $700 million and give it to the cops so that they can police my city. I grew up here. And I was so proud to always tell people that you could leave your front door open in Toronto. Well, that was a long time ago, right? That was back in the days of participation. And you could leave your front door in Toronto and we'd all go work out together and no one was going to get robbed. That unfortunately has changed. You see what's happening at malls. Not to comment on specific incidences, but the police try to diffuse situations before they try to police situations and exert their will over people. And all my interactions with police have been on a level where they try to help. Sure, there's bad cops, there's bad firemen, there's bad nurses, there's bad everything. But I do know that the percentage of bad is minuscule compared to the percentage of good. And there are bad politicians. Right? There are bad people in the music business. There are bad people in sports. There entertainment. Look at what happens in Hollywood. There's horrible people there, yet we glorify them. We should be glorifying teachers. We should be glorifying nurses. They should win awards. The police officers, yeah, they get awards and they get all kinds of accolades, but are they really getting rewarded for the amount of sacrifice that they make? I know I've said this before when I spoke the last time. I couldn't do the job. I couldn't be a nurse. I couldn't be a doctor. I couldn't watch other people suffer. I, fortunately or unfortunately, am extremely empathetic to people. And first and foremost, I'm empathetic to the police, and I hope that you provide them with the financial resources they need to do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Scolari, because I know you've come before and we really appreciate you taking the time to come in person. The last person before we break was Jordan Temperman. We were having some technical difficulty. When Mr. Temperman finishes, we will take a break till 2:40. That is a hard time, so we can return because we have many more people that we're looking forward to hearing from. So Mr. Temperman.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. Thank you to the Police Services Board, and thank you to Chief Demkiw, and as well as the councillors and our mayor. The Temperman family has had a 50-year history with the Toronto Police Service. Our demolition and real estate entity, Temperman, has provided critical facilities for the Emergency Task Force and related groups within the police. As a proud Canadian individual of Jewish descent, the increased police presence is needed and necessary with the rise of hate crimes and threats against our population. Recent increased police presence along the Bathurst corridor since the ongoing war in the Middle East has ensured that our community remains safe. The rise of crime in the city with guns, murders, violence, car thefts, and hate has caused many within the city and abroad to comment they no longer feel safe. We need greater police resources, which means we need to spend money. We have a chief who acknowledges individuals of all backgrounds and faith and is committed to ensuring our streets remain safe. He and the entire police force can only do so much with a proper budget to ensure we as a city have the protection we need. I ask as a longtime citizen of Toronto that you continue to support the police and fund rather than defund. I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Temperman. Appreciate all your comments. Time since we need to have a break so people can just take a minute, regroup and refresh. Again, as I said before, 40 minutes, please be back. It's a hard 2:40 and we'll be continuing again with our deputants. And thank you very much to everyone who's spoken so far. So till 2:40. A motion to adjourn till 2:40. Thank you. Thanks, Nadine. Are we ready to reconvene?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think we're ready, Chair.
Thank you. Before we broke, we heard, I believe, from Mr. Scolari. The next deputant is Kelly Diamond, please.
Chair, it looks like Kelly hasn't joined back to the meeting yet.
All right, the next person then is Nora Ottenhoff, who I believe is there in person.
The University Rosedale Ward. I'm a PhD student, economist, and researcher of social and economic policy at Toronto Metropolitan University. My areas of expertise include housing, municipal budgeting, and non-police alternatives to municipal needs. And I am here today to call for a freeze to the 2024 Toronto Police budget. The service's current request amounts to a staggering $1.1865 billion, representing a $20 million increase from the 2023 approved budget. It is crucial to scrutinize this request within the broader context. The proposed 1.7% increase has been described by the force as modest due to its falling below the current rate of inflation. However, evaluating this figure in isolation obscures the reality of significant growth in the Toronto Police Service budget over recent years. Over the past 2 decades, the rate of inflation has averaged 2.19%. When we examine the 20-year change in the TPS budget, the average yearly increase sits at 4.89%, more than double the average rate of inflation. Even when we account for Toronto's population growth over this period, the per capita budget growth rate far outpaces inflation. To illustrate this, consider that 20 years ago, the TPS operating budget amounted to just $236 per Toronto resident. In 2023, this figure grew to $409 per resident, yielding a per capita growth rate of 3.42%. The unchecked growth of the Toronto Police budget over decades necessitates a freeze as the only appropriate and fiscally responsible decision. I would now like to pivot to discuss what we are foregoing if this board chooses to proceed with a $20 million increase. In May of this year, City Council declared a homelessness crisis in Toronto. The cost of housing an individual in an emergency shelter in this city is $253 per person per day. I will note that a lack of infrastructure to address homelessness severely inflates this figure. Even so, the suggested increase in the TPS budget would be able to fund 216 additional emergency shelter beds for an entire year. That is 216 people off the street given shelter for an entire year. A recent and widely publicized report revealed that 1 in 10 Torontonians now rely on food banks to meet their most basic nutritional needs. This figure is double what we saw last year. The $20 million you are asking for would fully fund the Student Nutrition Program, a meal program providing breakfast and snacks to over 140,000 students each school day for an entire year. I highlight these examples with specific intention. Firstly, I want to remind the board that the city budget is a reflection of our priorities as a city and as a people. The budget is not infinite, and when we allocate funds towards police, we are taking them away from our vital social services. We are saying in no uncertain terms that we value the upholding of carceral systems more than we do the well-being of our own neighbors. Furthermore, I wanted to use these examples as an opportunity to introduce the notion of social determinants of crime. Crime does not come from nowhere. It is a response to social conditions such as poverty, discrimination, inequality, unemployment, and the like. It follows then that the only proven crime prevention methods take the form of poverty reduction strategies, promotion of social inclusion, employment services, etc. Nowhere in this list is policing. I would like to state emphatically and with authority on the subject, police do not and cannot prevent crime. They do not and cannot increase safety. Healthy communities reduce crime, and police erode healthy communities. This erosion of community safety and cohesion was exemplified last week when an officer pinned down a pro-Palestinian protester by placing a knee on the protester's neck, the same method of restraint that killed George Floyd in 2020. The officer then began to punch the protester, all while fellow officers organized in a circle around the victim, shielding the brutality from view of cameras. Less than 2 years ago, this board and this force issued a public apology following internal data which showed that Black, Brown, and Indigenous individuals face disproportionate levels of police violence and strip searches, vowing to do better in the future. You have failed. It is now time to freeze the TPS budget and transition towards a model of defunding, detasking, and reinvesting in our communities. Our city's future and the well-being of its residents depend on the decisions we make today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ottenhoff. The next deputant is Kelly Diamond.
No, she's still not with us, Chair.
All right, the next person is Omar Farouk. Mr. Farouk's from the International Muslim Organization. I believe he's there in person. Mr. Farouk.
Honorable Chief Myron, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, and distinguished guests. I'm here today to present few ideas in my capacity as a senior leader of the Toronto incredible diverse Muslim community regarding why the police budget should increase as presented by the Toronto Police Association. Our officers, especially the neighborhood officers, have begun a long trusted partnership with our mosque, the IMO, one of the GTA's first Islamic establishment. We are aware of several Islamophobia hate crimes that have taken place in our mosque over the years, and as a result, it definitely affected our presence. Every time we are in need, I must acknowledge the quick response, or rather support, from our local 23 Division neighborhood officer and unit commander, Ron Tavener. In times of crisis and need, we required quick response from first responders like our police officers. Every single second is truly a matter of life and death. However, the most recent news article on CBC News shows the response time is getting larger and larger. We need to ensure that our communication service and the 911 call center has the resources to quickly respond to critical emergency calls in a rapid manner. We also need to maintain and enhance our neighborhood officer program that residents and community-based organizations depend on to address crime, disorder, and community safety. In addition, my community, like many other faith communities, has a large proportion of the community who are seniors. We all know of increasing scams rather, targeting our seniors, new Canadians, and other vulnerable groups. Financial crimes, whether through cyberspace or other digital platforms, must be stopped. I am glad that the TPS has been investing resources to address these growing problems, and investment should increase even more. If they live in the city, rather, we all know the cost of living in a metropolitan Toronto is increasing. Therefore, the allocation of additional funds for the police budget is necessary. It is no secret that violent crimes such as violent auto thefts, cases of arson and retail thefts are increasing at an alarming rate. As our city grows, we have new investments coming in our city. For instance, we have a new Canadian Tire and Costco nearby our mosque in Rexdale. This is good news for our local small businesses. However, if they do not feel protected, they will likely invest in a different location. We also need to take care of the mental health of our officers. Recently, we have seen a number of officers getting seriously injured while on duty, as recently as yesterday or a few days back, close to my home in Etobicoke, while investigating a crime of auto theft. Finally, hate crimes are increasing at a very fast rate among all other crimes. We, the members of the Muslim community, applaud the initiative of TPS to increase the size of budget in order to curb these crime problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Farouk. The next deputant, if you give me a moment, I've been calling Kelly Diamond. Kelly, I was mistakenly calling her that. I believe her name is Kelly Ostro. Miss Ostro, are you available now? All right, we've given a number of chances. I'm going to call the next deputant, which is Peter Sepsky. Mr. Skepsky.
Hi, everybody. My name is Piotr Sepsky.
Me and my wife live in an apartment building close to Davisville Station in Toronto.
To highlight my ideas for the 2024 police budget, I would like to talk about a time when the police did not protect someone. That time is the killing of Kartik Saini 1 year ago on a pedestrian crossing at St. Clair and Young intersection. He was killed by a driver of a F-250 truck. The driver did not see Kartik because of the blind spots in his vehicle. He was also turning illegally. He dragged Kartik under the vehicle for many meters before stopping. This event traumatized me and my wife. We are at this intersection often. I didn't know Kartik personally, but I felt and still feel this violence against him deeply. He was around 20 years old. I can't imagine the emptiness that his friends and parents must feel. Police arrived when Kartik was already dead. What is telling, they came in large Ford Explorer vehicles with blind spots comparable to the ones on Ford 250 that killed Kartik. I'd like for that person to be alive today. I would also like for tragedies like that not to happen. As long as the only police officer around is driving in another deadly to pedestrian SUVs vehicle, nothing will change. I would also like for the police to cooperate more with Toronto Transportation Department on possible changes to design of road infrastructure that could prevent this kind of violence when police is not present. We all know that our city is in a big financial pickle. Every year, there is not enough money to go around. Now we have even less. And the choices are stark. A shelter space for homeless trans youth or a new shiny vehicle for a police officer is often the choices that is being made. Maybe a few police e-bikes costing $2,000 each instead of a $160,000 Ford Explorer could help to make more of this shelter space happen. Police also has a role in normalizing these dangers for pedestrian tall and heavy vehicles to the potential vehicle buyers that look up to the police. It's also about congestion. Right now, police, with the amount of big police cars that are on the road, adds to this congestion substantially. Police stuck in traffic is also not very effective or responsive emergency service. Even few Toronto police officers on e-bikes or walking would make these modes of transportation more desirable for people that look up to the police. As it stands, the police budget is a 10% part of the whole Toronto budget. 15% of this money is spent on vehicles and fuel. We need to reduce this amount substantially also because of our city climate policy that expects zero emissions by 2040. That is 17 years from now, really not very long, and we should be able to see it in the police budget already. As one of the previous speakers, I would also like to see a bigger part of the police budget in 2024 be funded from fines and tickets, especially based on Highway Traffic Act. That would help balance the city budget and make all of us safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sepsky, and appreciate some of your comments with respect to efficiencies in the budget. The next person is John Sewell from Toronto Police Accountability Coalition, and Mr. Sewell as well as speaking also. I want to thank him for his written deputation. Mr. Sewell.
Thank you. So my name's John Sewell, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition. Don't see my picture coming up there, but it's around somewhere, is it? Staff said they took it off the the screen. Is it there? No?
I saw you before. I don't see you right now.
Yeah, I know. They took me off. Staff said, "Oh, we're taking you off the screen."
Yeah, Mr. Sewell, you
let
need
me
to
try,
turn
let me
on
try
your
and see
camera
if I can get it here. Well, okay. Anyway, let me start. The Toronto Police Accountability Coalition has presented comments on budgets for probably the last 20 years to the board. We're quite experienced with this, and we have a lengthy letter. No way we can deal with it all in 5 minutes, a mere 5 minutes. So what I want to do is concentrate on a number of police efficiencies that are easy to make. They ensure that there's good policing for Toronto, but in fact, they haven't been made. And I might say all of these efficiencies we're talking, almost all of them that we're talking about, have been recommended by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. So it's not just us, it's the Ontario Human Rights Commission in their recent report that have said the same thing. First, in regard to mental crisis calls. As the report from the chief shows before you, 1,000 of those calls have been diverted to the Toronto Community Crisis Centre. 12,000 of them are still responded to by the police. We got to change that ratio. 12,000 should be dealt with the Crisis Community Care Centre and 1,000 by the police. It'll save a lot of police officers and people will get much, much better service for much less money. That's a change the board should be making. You should be recommending that today. In fact, you should be doing the same, I think, in regard to calls about homelessness and drug overdoses and youth. They can all be referred for much less money and much better service from the police to community agencies. Secondly, traffic and ticketing. The chief reports that $63 billion is spent on this using 319 officers and 80 civilians. You don't need an armed police officer with body armor and a gun and a taser and a baton to give out tickets, or in fact to direct traffic when traffic lights are out. You should be changing that ratio, so it should be 319 civilians and 80 officers. That's something the board should do today. Make that change. It's a change that creates a lot more efficiency for a lot less money. Thirdly, public events. Spend $30 million dealing with public events. That's parades, celebrations, and demonstrations, using over 100 officers and 40 civilians. Some demonstrations required police officers, but most parades and celebrations can do with just a few officers. So change that ratio around so that it's 100 civilians and 40 officers dealing with those public events. That's something the board should do today. Fourthly, the board, the service still has 2 officers in a car after dark, even though the collective agreement of a few years ago allowed the board to make some changes in that. Almost 97% of all the calls the police receive don't involve violence. There's no reason to have 2 officers in a car after dark. 1 officer will serve perfectly well for most of the calls. For calls that are a problem, put 2 officers in the car. That's a change the board should make today. And if you made those 4 changes, you'd be probably ensuring that the 300 officers that are requested are not needed, nor are the 200 replacement officers for those retiring. We can actually reduce the force by about 500 officers and save an awful lot of money and employ civilians to be doing the same job at about half the rate of pay that the police do. And the last point I want to make is the suggestion about priority 1 calls and the 22 minutes it takes to respond. I agree, that takes a lot too long. But in fact, half the police force, or at least half the money that the force spends, is spent on priority 1 calls and patrol. Patrol work does not reduce crime. It does not make people feel safe. There's lots of studies on that. And what we should be doing is reducing that patrol work significantly so that you can put more resources into priority 1 calls. And you'll be saving a lot of officers. So there's some of the really simple things the board can do right today to create efficiencies, ensure that there's good policing, and save a lot of money. And we urge you to make those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I appreciate your comments as how we be able to achieve some of these efficiencies. Thank you very much. The next deputant is
sorry,
Derek.
Chair.
Correct?
Yeah. To make a comment?
Oh. Yes, go ahead.
So I just thought it was important in recognition for the effort that Mr. Sewell took to also write a lot of these recommendations in his letter. I just wanted to address maybe to start the TCCS piece. So I think we all have a mutual interest in the success of TCCS and to relentlessly divert what we can from 911 over to the city. The reality is that it's a subset of a total workload. So we go to approximately 400,000 events. The divertible piece of this at most might be 1%, 1 to 2% of our total workload. Still the right thing to do, but it is about service delivery as opposed to lifting or shifting or cost reductions, things like that. There was a mention of referrals. I think we do have a strong history of referrals to community groups through our focus tables, through our NCOs, through some of our crime prevention work, our gang exit work. And so certainly, should that be a question, we can certainly talk about those stats after the deputations. In terms of the public events and traffic and things like that, I think, again, we have a mutual interest in whatever can be civilianized to do so. The reality, again, is at 2 a.m., you need the capacity to make sure people are there to actually take on that work. Capacity is one issue, and also the duties. There are just certain duties that are provincially mandated that officers have to do, and so certainly we can look at the mix. But I don't believe it's exactly like a straight flip as being suggested. And, based on the rates we're seeing with special constables, with our traffic wardens at the city, it's not half. It's maybe 25, 30% of the cost based on what we know is civilianized today here and at the city. I think those are the main points that were raised, and so very valid things to obviously look at, but we do have a long history of trying to do things differently. We do reference in our board report, cost avoidance in the orders of 270 to 400 million. That is through civilianization, that is through hiring freezes, that is through management actions and LED lights and what have you. And so I just wanted to raise that. That's it.
Thank you, Deputy Dhaliwal. Thank you for that clarification, because I think it was important. And then the next
Sorry, Chair, the chief just wants to add to that as well.
Okay, it's just I can't see.
That's okay.
Unless yeah.
It's actually, I'll turn it to Deputy Johnson, just to clarify on the 2-officer car again, because that is something that comes up not infrequently. So I think it's important we have a clear understanding of what transpired.
Thank you, Chief. Chair. Mr. Sewell, you're correct in page 8 of your submission at the top paragraph. You quote what's in the agreement, but what you failed to also acknowledge in there that this was a tripartite group that was to get together to study this. And as you know, we're still in the midst of a pilot project review, and so there's a lot of work still that has to be done. Unfortunately, COVID put us behind a couple of years to move this thing forward. So while that's in the agreement, it requires the association, the service, and the board to meet to hammer out the details there, and we're not there yet.
Thank you, Deputy Johnson. And next deputant is Derek Morin.
So first, there should be enough money in the budget to properly take care of TPS members who have suffered vaccine injuries due to the COVID shots. And I just want everyone to know, in case they weren't aware, 2 months in a row at the Board of Health, Deputy Mayor Morley here is the first Board of Health member to ever bring up the concerns that members of the public have shown at that Board of Health meetings regarding serious adverse events connected to the COVID shots. So I just want to say, while she's here, thank you. Now, Vice Chair Kostakis, you asked me a question at the last Budget Committee meeting. Okay, are you with me? I need you to stay focused. what would I like to see in regards to the service more? And I've given it some thought. We need more officers on bikes to deal with the scourge of scooters and cyclists who seemingly are trying to kill pedestrians on the sidewalks of Toronto. I mean, Brian Lilly was on the Jerry Agar show, and he was just apoplectic about how, like he's spoken about more than once. I mean, these people are just insane, you know, so something needs to be done about that. You know, at the last budget meeting, I was really bummed out that Councillor Cheng wasn't here. So I'm just going to repeat what I said when I gave a shout out to her. Graphic Matt Elliott on October 12th tweeted while covering a city council meeting. On an item about the capital budget, Councillor Lily Cheng asks if it's true. The city is projected to underspend on projects by $1.6 billion at year end. Staff say yes. And the staff in particular being newly named CFO Stephen Conforti. So again, once again, thank you, Councillor Cheng. So I see Chair Morgan up there on the TV. She also paid me a compliment, and what it was, she said, and thank you also for your comments as they related to some perhaps found money in the city that can assist us with our budget. And since that meeting, I've actually gone to speak at executive committee in front of Mayor Chow for the first time. I brought up the budgeting fraud that I spoke about last time I was here regarding, Savina's nodding her head. Thank you for that. I love Savina now, you know. Yeah, so ever since, it's not just a one-year thing. It's like since 2006, they go around saying, oh, please help us out. We need more money. Save us, right? They get 100% budget, and they only spend 2/3 of it. What happens to the other third since 2006, cumulative over time? I don't know, but you know, that's something that the Auditor General at the City of Toronto definitely needs to look into. So I just wanted to update all of you what some comments were made after I spoke were. This is from CFO Stephen Conforti responding to a question from Budget Chair Councillor Carroll, who said, the deficit is primarily driven by COVID impacts, where we had a budgeted and assumed federal and provincial funding that are not coming forward, but offsetting in that impact is around $50 million in overall positive variance through prudent financial management. Of course, he leaves out the $1.6 billion underspend once again. This is Mayor Chow to Councillor Carroll. There's a tremendous draw into our reserve funds. We're depleting the reserve funds. One of the reasons is because the federal government last year and this year did not come to the table to support us, and it's a COVID hangover. And if you add all that up, we are in fact quite short, which then led to this discussion about the big budget hole into your budget committee. She's speaking to Councillor Carroll here, of $1.5 billion. We are needing the federal government to step up. If the federal government doesn't step up, we are still in trouble. I just read a tweet this morning where Chrystia Freeling called them out in July saying, you got the money, it's in your reserve funds, and said, you know, spend 100% of the budget. That's what an interesting concept instead of the 2/3 every year since 2006. So if Councillor Cheng has already established at council that they've projected by year end to underspend by $1.6 billion, shouldn't it be just as easy as having Councillor Carroll as budget chair simply ask the question, couldn't we just offset the $1.5 billion COVID hangover deficit hole and still have $100 million left over? Because the alternative is, as I had to go check the tape, I just about fell out of my chair. Miguel said, the CFO, Stephen Conforti, at one of these budget consultations, is the alternative is raising property taxes by 38%. When they are concealing what they've been doing since 2006 and deliberately underspending money that they've already gotten from the public. So remember that if Councillor Perks tries to put Savina on the hot seat again like he did last year. And I just want to say, apologize on behalf of Councillor Perks for him doing that to you, Savina.
Thank you, Derek. Next deputant is Miguel Avila Velarde.
Can you hold my time? I want to ask a question. If Diana has received my written deputation both? Okay, thank you. So if I go over 5 minutes of my time, I'm glad that my deputation is part of the record. So I am here to speak since I have been doing since the year 2010, over 13 years, I have come to this board and asking to defund the police. You hear from the Toronto Police Coalition. They have made similar recommendations for over 13 years, and nothing has been done to address it. We do have a few changes here and there, but not radical decrease in the amount of money that we spend in the Toronto Police Services Board and the service. One of the items that I would like to see removed is the mounted unit. We could save $10 million plus in defunding the mounted unit, and we can hire more traffic wardens and special constables. We need to civilize our police services. I just want to make a point that the new deal signed with your Mayor Chow and Doug Ford is contingent to what Justin Trudeau will agree to it. So as the CFO pointed out, there are some risks associated with increasing the budget, since we don't know if Doug Ford or Justin Trudeau will come to the table and rescue us when it comes to the COVID problems that we have had in the last 3 years. So it is true, the city will face, the taxpayers of this city will face 38% increase, and that is a fact. So what do we do? Here we have an opportunity to address some of the dire concerns of the community, such as the Toronto Community Service response. We need to have, the crisis community response. We need to have more staff and fund this program instead of hiring 300 more police officers. We should be sending money to fund this program that will save lives of people. So we should ask if this board is willing to make a motion today, as the previous speakers pointed out. We need to make an effort to reduce the budget because we are not sure if Justin Trudeau will agree with Doug Ford. I heard also the TTC special constables are going to be increasing their numbers, and they're going to be initiating the body-worn camera project, which is good. But at the same time, we find it that instead of that money can be go to give residents an opportunity to travel free in this city, instead of being criminalized because they were not able to afford to pay for a TTC ticket. So last time, Chair Morgan asked me, what would you like to keep in the budget? I said as a neighborhood resident association that the neighborhood community officers are good to keep. But if I put my hat as an activist, the answer is there are so many things that need to change. For instance, I don't want to see the community neighborhood officers be attached to play basketball, football, whatever game, with carrying their arms of duty. There shouldn't be no arms. Why can't you officers be allowed to wear a sports equipment uniform instead of carrying the guns? Because that is negative. That is not building a relationship with our community. The other thing is, I have asked many, many times, can you change the uniform so that way you present a more peaceful projection to our members of the community so they are not afraid of you. The other thing I also have asked, maybe it's time to have more special constables to become neighborhood community officers, which will give us, a much better impression of the police services, because they don't carry guns, by the way. So that will be the way to go. If you want to impress the community, have police officers unarmed when you deal with children especially. You shouldn't have any weapons with you. So those are my recommendations, and thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you for some of your suggestions as it related to uniforms. Just for your knowledge, our mobile crisis intervention teams do actually wear different types of uniforms that are much more like a cargo pants and a blue top, so they're much less threatening. But thank you for your comments. Sorry?
Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Next deputant is Kelly Diamond.
Thank you, and I apologize for all of the technical difficulties that we've had. So as an active member in the community, in Toronto, but also in Canada generally, it's very clear that there is a need for increased budget for the police more than ever before. So, of course, we all know that there is rising crime in the city, and there's also been very disturbingly a sharp increase in anti-Semitism over the past few months. And really, we don't feel safe in our community. We need more resources on the ground. We've discussed this with our local councillor and the chief himself, who's been so helpful, and we appreciate everything that they've done for us so far. But I have to be honest.
We can't hear you. Miss Ostro, can you hear us? Are there technical difficulties? This has been happening 4 or 5 times. I can't hear Miss Ostro.
Yeah, and neither can we. I think we should move on.
All right, thank you. And if we're able to get her back, we will get her back. Next person is Michael Consul. Mr. Consul's from the Toronto Catholic District School Board. He also provided a written deputation and is here in person. Mr. Consul?
Hi, everyone. I'm at home right now. I was there in person, but my wife needed me to come home because she had a doctor's appointment. So I'm going to try to do double duty and hold the baby at the same time. So, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and Chief of Police. My name is Michael Consul, and I'm the coordinator of the Student Leadership Program at the Toronto Catholic District School Board. So thanks for allowing me to present today. For over 30 years, a life-changing overnight student experience organized by both the TDSB and TCDSB has been taking place in Northern Ontario. In a nutshell, about 120 people composed of students, teachers, community organizations, and police officers would spend 4 days and 3 nights together at camp to build relationships, break down any barriers, and create action plans to address needs identified by the students themselves. We call it SMILE Camp, which stands for Students and Mentors Interdisciplinary Leadership Experience. And we run it twice a year, once for elementary and once for secondary. Here's what the students have to say about SMILE Camp. I think this experience really changed my life, especially the way I view police officers. For some reason, I didn't see police officers as real people, but now I realize they're just like you and me. Or never did I think I could call a police officer a friend. Here's an email I got from one of the many police officers that have participated in camp. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of camp. It's one of the few times in my 20-plus career that I have felt I have really made an impact. I had no idea what to expect coming in and have nothing but great things to say about the program. This last quote is from a teacher. It's been a week since we've come back from SMILE Camp, and I still feel the positive vibes. I've been teaching for 12 years now and have witnessed more growth in 4 days than I have seen in all my years in education. So at SMILE Camp, we break up the 120 participants into 5 families. Each family has first-time student participants from priority neighborhoods. We have student mentors who have been to camp before. We have teachers, a member of a specific community organization, and then 1 police officer. We actually don't tell the students that there's a police officer in their family until about halfway through the program. The first 2 days are all about team building and getting to know each other. And then we do the big reveal. And you should see the students' faces when they find out the person they've been sharing stories with, the person they've been playing games with and having fun with is actually a police officer. The moment is priceless. You hear students say things like, "No way," or, "But you're so fun," or, "You don't look like a cop at all." And then this is when we ask the police officers to tell their story, why they joined the Toronto Police Services and why they wanted to be part of the Smile Camp experience. So the reason I'm here today is because the last time we've run this amazing program was prior to COVID-19. And in order to resume this experience, we do need the support of the Toronto Police Services to make it happen. In the past, we've received funding from ProAction, and more importantly, officers were permitted to attend and participate during their duty. So like I said, we haven't run it since before the pandemic. So the amazing officers that used to be part of the program have either retired, like Diana Korn-Hassani or Officer Bill McKee, or have moved or changed positions, like Milton Ferguson or Mark Rainford. Oh, it's okay, baby. Sorry, folks. So we don't have that team of officers advocating for the program anymore. I'm 100% confident that any officer that is part of the program will feel the massive benefits it has, like just coming to camp. And the program actually spans not just those 4 days, but over a 5-month period. So in closing, if my baby will let me, I wanted to say that in 1995, the first student resource officer was positioned at my high school in Malvern. And his name was Officer Sid. And because of the multiple positive interactions I had with Officer Sid, I realized, you know what, when an officer pulls up to ask me questions, it's not to get me in trouble. It's to protect me. And I realized that the uniform isn't something I should be afraid of, but it's like a friend looking out for me. And that's one of the huge purposes of Smile Camp, to build these meaningful and impactful relationships for our youth. And the leadership training they get and these relationships give our youth the courage to identify what needs need to be addressed, and then they create, in collaboration with the police and community organizations, an action plan to address those needs, which totally aligns with your key budget priorities of building community trust and crime prevention. So I'm going to end there. Thank you so much for the time. I'm hoping you were able to hear my words on top of baby MJ, who just turned 1. And thank you very much.
Happy birthday, and thank you very much, Mr. Consul, for your comments, and not only for your community work as well. Really appreciate you talking about that initiative and giving us some education about the positive aspects of it. Thank you. Yeah, the next deputant is Albert Wenzel.
I had posters printed for distribution. I could circulate them going both ways. Good afternoon. Start all these statements by saying predictions are correct, TPS do nothing, then a cover-up. A remote viewing flying squad would actually save money on the budget. Instead of driving around aimlessly billing for overtime, we could have arrested MacArthur in 2013 when I first correctly identified him as a serial killer and Andrew Kinsman was still alive. Further, free energy replaces the expensive gasoline in the radio cars. The board fails to realize the gravity of this matter. Catastrophic disclosure is a reality. Arrow is very well aware of the Ryerson incidents. The catastrophe for TPS is that they know numerous direct forewarnings of terrorism were squandered at your end. The good news is that crossing Ryerson puts zero-point energy into the public domain. As a matter of fact, the review has on audio tape a whole new set of coronavirus predictions and proof of the original France set of forewarnings, which includes Incel Danforth MacArthur with name, date, and place, victim names included. Why was this dismissed by Office of the Chief? Why did the review censor in civilian's name? The protocol is that when Sandler is called out like this at a public meeting, he has to reply in the same format at a public meeting. To quote him directly, "Do not hesitate to contact Mark Sandler if you have any questions or concerns." IPC has ruled that I am entitled to all of the audio tapes the review recorded during their investigation. It is the property of civilians, not the pleasure of the board to hide this life-saving information. I shall accept the audio recordings as a public upload to YouTube. Thank you very much. Since 1990, the board has been put on notice to take and act on new remote viewing information. How do they explain many chronological lists being squandered? Councillors Burnside, Morley, Chang should go back to the executive committee and remove any obstacles blocking a Toronto Arrow investigation. Catastrophic that TPS looks incompetent, but a new golden age of flying cars and free energy with the human species recognizing their inherent psi talent. Everyone on the Sunshine List should have their pay cut by 50%. The money will go to a remote viewing flying squad that can solve real-world problems. They squandered the good information, they get the punishment for it. Still not as bad as having your tongue cut out like what happened to the French, because the leaders in counterterrorism have absolutely no idea what they are doing. It is on record that you refuse to take new information which can save innocent lives. It is because you know the staff will just squander it anyway. TPS need to be punished here, not given a raise. Open bars and expensive trips to fund their luxurious lifestyle. This matter will break. Oh, I can read the poster for YouTube. Epstein report lied in civilian's name to cover up for negligent Toronto police services. TPS had many warnings of Incel Danforth MacArthur in 2013 and said, not our catchment area. Ryerson and reporters are witness. The review has audio tape of new coronavirus set of predictions, censored from the public, including Gabriel Wortman and Kobe Bryant. No one gave TPS a mandate to lie in civilians' name. How do we hold them accountable? And my business email address.
Thank you, Mr. Venzel.
If they don't have any questions, they are not paying attention. Let me help you out here. When and where is the next terrorist attack coming from? What resources do you need to do a remote viewing session? How does zero-point energy work?
Mr. Venzel, your time is up.
The questions
we
give
have
extra
many
time.
more.
What did
deputies.
Epstein censor from the final report? Who got to Sandler? Why could they not arrest Wortman or prevent anything?
I'm going to ask you to be finished. Thank you for coming, Mr. Venzel. The next deputant is Madeline Boltyansky.
I believe we don't have Madeline with us right now. Chair, Madeline is not on the line right now.
Do we have Ms. Boltyansky on the line?
No, she's not on the line. Chair, can you hear us?
Yep, yes, I can. But I've asked several times if Ms. Boltyansky, who's the next deputant, is on the line.
Yeah, Madeline is not online.
She is or she isn't?
She is not.
All right, so maybe what we can do is go to the next individual, Tobias Surfel.
No, Tobias is not online either.
All right, thank you. The next person is Sean Meager from the Change Lab. I believe Mr. Meager is there in person.
Yeah, he's coming, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Maher. Your presentation's actually up here. Sure. Oh, that'd be dandy. Thank you very much. Give us 1 second. Okay, just arrows down? Thank you. My name is Sean Maher. I work at the Change Lab, which does public policy research here in the GTA. And believe me, I very much wish I had brought a baby to this deputation. But instead, all I brought is data, so I hope you'll bear with me. And I have to say, I agree, and the data agrees, with much of what has been said before me. Response times are critical, and we need a laser-like focus on improving them, and I agree with the chief that we need to confront some challenging topics to address that. So I'm here to support the service and the board in taking a hard look at all the data and find answers that work to address this critical issue. And in the interest of that, I've taken some of the data from the Toronto Police Service to have a look at as we explore what we can do. And the first takes a look at inflation-adjusted investments in the police service. Inside the red box is the data that you have been presented today. That's the data from 2010 onward, and you can see as 2010 is just about the high point of police funding, almost everything looks low in comparison to 2010. But if you look at all of the data, you can see to the left of that red box that inflation-adjusted funding for policing has risen sharply over the life of the police service. If you look at it in terms of in per capita terms, the same story is true. That's the presentation data that you've seen over the last few weeks from 2015 on, showing basically a flat per capita distribution, but before that, massive growth in per capita funding. If you combine them, per capita funding adjusted for inflation, you still see, again, 2010 being a high point, 2015 showing a very high level of funding, but funding is still up per capita adjusted for inflation for the police service. There are more resources than there used to be. So why are response times so low? Is it crime? We've talked about how crime is up. Well, crime is up relative to 2015, which is the area just to the right of the red box. 2015 being the low point in the crime rate in the city of Toronto. But if you look at crime over the life of the police service, it's down substantially. And if you look at the red box, the period where crime is falling fastest, that's the period where the City of Toronto stopped dramatically increasing police funding and started investing in communities. That's when we got the priority neighborhoods. That's when we got the youth intervention strategy. That's when we started investing, as Nora Ottenhoff said earlier, in the social determinants of crime and drove crime down sharply. Yes, it's gone up from its low point. It is still much, much lower than it was when funding was much, much lower. So what's the barrier to response times? This is one of your slides. It shows that response times actually are pretty good when officers are available. Response times are 10 or 11 minutes most of the time when you have available officers, but when officers aren't available, they go up to half an hour. Couldn't agree more with everything that's presented here. That is much, much too long to respond to a priority 1 call. However, what is the impediment to available officers? One solution to that could be that we just spend as much as it costs to make sure that there are enough officers out there to deal with however many calls we get. This is also your slide, the one that was presented today, that shows that we'd need about 1,500 more officers to hit that target. That is a $300 million investment. That is one way to solve this problem. It is not an achievable way. It is certainly not an achievable way, $20 million at a time. So if our goal is actually to address response times successfully in a prompt way, this model just spending whatever it takes isn't going to get us there. And just spending whatever it takes doesn't make sense in context. You have seen some comparative data on police to pop ratios in various cities. Unfortunately, you've only seen cities with much higher crime rates than Toronto. These are the cities that are comparable to Toronto. Peel, which has about 18 fewer officers per 100,000 people. York, which has fewer than that. Ottawa has 121 officers and also has embassies and also has protests and also has the same challenges that Toronto has. So why do we have such a challenge? Well, fortunately, we have an enormous amount of research that answers that question. We spend a lot of time sending police officers, as somebody said, one of the presenters said earlier, to things that aren't police work. An enormous amount of time. The Auditor General said we spend 85,000 hours of police time on things that aren't police work. The Rethinking Community Safety study shows that we spend about $250 million of police time on mental health and homelessness. We need more officers available. Those officers aren't available because they're doing work that isn't police work. Studies indicate about 25% of calls are spent on non-police business, and cities that have robust response systems addressing homelessness and mental health without police can do up to 20%. In Denver, Colorado, where they started a non-police intervention at the same time Toronto did, they're already taking 4% of calls. There is absolutely no analytical basis to say that they can't take more than 1% of calls. Simply not the case. Every officer that we leave waiting in an ER for a mental health handoff is an officer not available to deal with a crime. Police need to be free up from non-police business.
I'm going to wrap it up because your time is, I've let you go over a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just say we need a plan that works. A $300 million strategy, a spend your way out of this problem strategy will not work. A systems strategy that says, let's not send police to things that aren't police work. Let's use that $20 million to make sure that we have the systems in place to cover those other tasks. That will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahar. I was just going to ask CAO Dhaliwal, was there anything you wanted to perhaps add as it related to any of the slides as it dealt with inflation or anything else? I wasn't sure if you want to make any comments.
I mean, with the benefit of the presentation, certainly I would have loved to provide sort of a perspective. I don't know how the budgets were amalgamated in the once a city amalgamated, I don't know what that shift was. I noticed that the budget did start in '98, but I don't know exactly how the mechanics of the police budget were put together.
No, that's your budget.
Yeah,
your budget started in '98,
like
so which I didn't combine anything.
Yes, and so I just don't know. I don't have the history of the '90s on how the police budget would have gradually amalgamated all the municipalities during that time. In terms of the cop to pop numbers, we too show those numbers, and what we also show is the disparity between the suburbs and the major cities. So if you look at Vancouver and Montreal and Toronto, you'll see that our gap is not nearly as big. There is a natural set of volume and activity that does happen in major urban centers, and so our comparators, park the US or the UK, you know, Vancouver and Montreal would be somewhat appropriate. We all have sort of our own unique elements, but what was shown around us and the suburbs is, you know, there's nothing to argue there. We know that there's a difference between how to calibrate that. And then I think there was one other point that I've lost. I don't have the slide up to sort of comment on.
But
so
certainly we could set aside the suburban comparisons and just compare to Ottawa, where we have embassies and demonstrations and downtown cores, and Ottawa's at 120 something.
So
we're at
the thing to know
something.
with Ottawa is that Ottawa has the Ottawa Police. It also has the National Capital Commission, which is run by the RCMP. And having spent most of my life in Ottawa, I can tell you the Ottawa Police manages the municipal policing piece and kind of north of Wellington, the public demonstrations and all of that, that actually is sort of separately managed. And so we know cop to pop is just one parameter, just like in Vancouver, they have West Vancouver versus VPD. People have their own transit services. You will have different waterways policing. So it's a guide, and certainly that's an informative guide, but it isn't going to be an apples to apples comparison. And then I think the other comment around Denver, so we too have looked at all of the mental health programs that are happening in North America, and the general acceptable range of diversion from what we've seen is 4 to 8% of mental health calls, not of total workload. Currently, we are at 6% diversion rate of mental health calls. So 6% of 10% of our total workload, which is 0.6%. We're saying, yes, there is room to increase that. But even if we relentlessly continue to divert on a total workload basis, we think it's, 1% is optimistic for next year. But you are right, the Denver comparison, we too have seen that, and it's a matter of, it's the diversion is on the mental health calls. And so happy again, whether Deputy Pogue or someone wants to spend time during the question period to unpack that some more.
The chief would like to add to that too, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it just bears reminding of ourselves about the Auditor General's review of mental health calls and the notion of a lift and shift, that's not what's going to be effective in the context of our environment here in the city. There is capacity building that has to happen in other sectors. We fully support alternative service delivery. We have been, in fact, champions of that at every turn. We'll continue to do that. But I do think that a system change is not a budget cycle change on a yearly basis. A system change requires a far bigger discussion and a far more strategic approach that looks at things over the course of years, because we do still have to respond to people when they need us the most at 2 in the morning. And in fact, we recognize that people in crisis requiring mental health care require a suite of care. We are but one element of that suite of care, and sometimes we're the only element of care that's available during a particular time of day. And when we talk about the transfer of care in emergency services, I think we need to ask our emergency ambulance service partners at the city about what that looks like. And we know that these are broader discussions that require a broader conversation across sectors and across ministries provincially. So I think it just bears reminding us of the complexity of what's being spoken of here, and that our Auditor General in Toronto, not just the Toronto Police Service, an Auditor General review spoke to this as well.
And I guess the concern then, Chief, is if we are seeking to make those systemic changes, if we spend all the money hiring police, we won't have the resources to make those systemic changes. We need to be investing in those other alternatives, and those alternatives cost per capita half as much. We are actually able to put 2 people on the street to do TCCS work for the price of a single police officer hired and equipped, so we can get there faster if we invest differently.
Thank you, Mr. Maha. The next deputant is Steve Mason.
Actually, sir, you could sit over there if you don't have a presentation.
I don't have a
presentation. Okay.
So I've never participated in a deputation like this, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here and be heard. I am a senior partner at a downtown law firm. I've lived my whole life in Toronto. I own a home in Toronto. I pay more than my fair share of taxes and income tax. I donate generously to homeless shelters, to hospitals. Just last night, my wife and I donated meals to a youth shelter on Gilbert Street. But you know what? I don't feel safe in my city anymore, and I don't feel safe in my home anymore. I have the utmost respect for the Toronto Police. The problem, though, is that there are not enough of them. I have had 3 Range Rovers stolen from my driveway, 2 in broad daylight. As a Jew, I'm afraid to put a mezuzah on my front door for fear that I will be the victim of anti-Semitic violence, which has now become so pervasive in this city. I am afraid to take my kids to the mall for fear that some pro-Hamas anti-Semite will threaten to kill me or my children, just like what happened this weekend at the Toronto Eaton Centre. My daughter has a necklace with a Star of David on it, my son with a mezuzah on it, and I forbid them from wearing it outside for fear that they will be victims of violence. I don't take the TTC anymore, and I don't let my children take the TTC anymore because I don't feel that it's safe to do so. If some lunatic or a group of thugs break into my home and I call 911, the response time to get a cruiser to my house is already too long. And I don't know what would happen to me and my family lest I build a safe room in my house. I hear people coming here and asking to defund the police. I would like to know what their financial contributions to the city are. I invest considerably in this city, as do many members of my neighborhood and my community. We all deserve to feel safer. That means more police, not less. Because if you don't, people like me are going to leave this city because we've had enough. I've had enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mason, especially for your comments. And I'm really so sorry to hear about the fear that has enveloped your family. And all we can say is both TPS and the board are committed to keeping you and your family safe and free from hate and free from persecution. But I really appreciate your comments. The next person is Rick Mahoney from Risk Management Solutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can, Mr. Mahoney. Thank you.
My name is Rick Mahoney, and I am president of Risk Management Solutions. We are a third-party consulting firm specializing in proactive management of occupational injuries nationally. We've been assisting organizations in the effective management of workplace injuries for more than 25 years and have worked directly with the Toronto Police Service since 2022. Our role with the police service is to ensure a balanced approach to claims management such that members receive appropriate WSIB benefits when they need it and cooperate in the return to work process when it's required. While reviewing the budget, I asked that the board consider TPS's increasing WSIB financial obligations as well as your legislated obligations to provide suitable and sustainable employment for members who are injured while in the line of duty. These obligations require financial investment to compensate members who are unable to work and also to identify and maintain modified work opportunities while ensuring your active member complement is properly maintained. As an expert in the field of workers' compensation, I can attest to the fact that the costs associated with occupational injuries continue to rise due to mental health related claims in the workplace. This is a phenomenon that has been observed across the country and is not unique to or caused by the Toronto Police Service. Specific to all first responders in Ontario, the introduction of presumptive legislation in 2016 resulted in an exponential increase in WSIB costs due to absences and treatment resulting from approved mental health claims. To be clear, the increase in costs is not a reflection of a lack of claims management initiatives or practices, nor is it a result of an increase in systemic abuse. Rather, the increase is a true level, it's a reflection of the true level of cost required to adequately support first responders who suffer a work-related injury or illness. I'd like to commend the Toronto Police Service on being an industry leader when it comes to proactive support for your members. Although there are always areas of opportunity for improvement, Toronto Police Service has outperformed the industry average in both the lost time duration and the cost of occupational injuries. Furthermore, many of your member support programs are viewed as progressive by others in the industry. This said, additional funding is required in order to account for the mounting challenges facing the service today, and in turn, the WSIB costs that continue to rise. Please note that these costs are legislated obligations. They are not optional costs. As TPS's wellness unit works to change how we frame mental health related absence in your workplace, the board should consider that adequate funding is directly tied to adequate staffing and support programs. These in turn have a significant correlation to overall organizational well-being. By providing the necessary funding, you not only assist the Toronto Police Service in meeting their legislated obligations, but you also invest in public safety by providing assurance of appropriate staffing when members become injured or ill as a result of occupational hazards. Approving the 2024 budget can help to create an environment where members feel comfortable raising their hand for personal help in the acute phase of an injury or illness. By doing so, this can minimize the injured member's overall healing time and the risk of a long-term absence. A byproduct of staffing appropriately is also that the risk of additional member burnout is minimized. With this, I not only want to thank the board for your time and attention to this matter, but also please consider approval of the Police Service's 2024 budget to allow for the required investment in the health of its members, organizational well-being, and in turn, an investment in public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney, and especially for your kind comments with respect to TPS's commitment to wellness. So thank you for coming out today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next deputant is Butterfly Gopal, and Butterfly is from the Jane Finch Action Against Poverty.
Chair, I don't think Butterfly is with us right now.
All right, perhaps we'll move on to the next deputant, who's TJ Renomato.
To the board members of the Toronto Police Services, my name is TJ Renomato. Our father was an immigrant from Italy. Our mother, a second-generation Canadian from Sudbury. Both worked extremely hard to create a safe home for our family and made sure that we respected authority. We looked up to the police and we respected the police. We were taught that the police were to protect us, and that the police were to be respected as we would our parents. What happened? Where and when did a Toronto police officer become a non-respected entity? When did the Toronto Police become a non-important part of society? How do we fix this? Well, we can start by enhancing our neighborhood officer programs. We can start, and we need, to educate our youth. We need to help our community-based organizations, as well as addressing disorder and community safety issues. Why would anyone want to risk their own life to serve and protect when they don't receive the respect or support or opportunity or salary? You know that construction labor in Toronto makes more than an officer. How do we fix this? We need to have the proper budget in place to allow for better training, as well as to be able to ensure professionalism across the entire police force. We need to introduce safety measures for our officers. We require better training facilities. And in short, we need more officers. Our family is extremely passionate in supporting two areas of our great city: health and safety. Health through the Toronto hospitals, and safety in the Toronto Police Services, where we can only donate to the Victim Services Board. Hospitals raise billions of dollars from private donors, yet private donors cannot donate to the Toronto Police Services. We believe this is an atrocity. Doctors save lives with their surgical equipment. Officers save lives with their tactical gear and the tools they're given. What's the difference? They both save lives, yet hospitals are allowed to raise billions of dollars, and the police are not able to do that. We're all aware of the recent increase in home invasions and car thefts. How can we sit back and allow this to happen? Are we waiting for tragedy to escalate? I was brought up in the safest city in the world, Toronto. In the last 5 months, I don't feel safe anymore. We've hired private security in front of our homes. We've put anti-brake film on our windows. We've put new security systems in. We've reinforced our front doors and side doors. This at a cost of over $65,000. We can afford to do this. What about everyone else? What about families who are struggling? They can't afford these items. They rely on the police. They rely on this board, on you, to be their voice, to recommend to our city, Toronto councillors, an effective and sufficiently funded police budget. Our city needs better response times. I mean, come on. The stories of people being put on hold or not getting through to a 911 operator for over 10 minutes. We need to make our 911 call centers the best in North America, not just adequate. When is it okay to live in fear? I refuse to live in fear in my city, in our city. All of you and all of us are responsible to recommend an increase in this year's budget, not just adequately funded, a real increase. You all have the ability to make a difference. I'm pleading with you to make a difference. Don't make this about politics. This is about the safety of our citizens. And I leave you with this. What will your expectations be in the event that you have to call 911? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renamato. Really appreciate your comments. The next deputant is Jonathan Levy from Tannenbaum Chat. Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. I am the head of school of a Jewish high school, and I come to speak to you not in general terms, but specifically about events that we as a community in a community school have dealt with recently. The events of October the 7th, while sending tremors through the world, sent shockwaves through our community, as has the rise in hate crime and anti-Semitism that has been reported to this board in the past. Specifically, since October the 7th, we have had students threatened on the street. We have had a bomb scare on November the 17th requiring the evacuation of our entire population. We've had another bomb scare that took place on the first night of Hanukkah less than 2 weeks ago, also requiring the evacuation of staff who were present. In each of these circumstances, we called police, and their assistance was essential to help with the threat and determine that our school was safe. Each of the bomb scares required multiple officers to come to the school, multiple police vehicles, closing down of areas around the school, and a minimum of 10 officers required to search through the building and ensure that it was safe for our return. Our community remains at a heightened state of vigilance and a heightened state of anxiety. We are a resilient group, but we are also a nervous group. And every student, every staff member, every individual deserves to be able to come to school each and every day and to come to work each and every day feeling safe. All Canadians should be concerned. All Canadians should be worried about this rise in hate. We hear a lot about mental health and the need to address adolescent mental health. The fact that Toronto Police Service was able to arrive quickly in the evening and stay late into the night in order to clear our school meant that we could open regularly for business the following day and having all of our students attend. If we were not able to do this, if Toronto Police were unable to come, it would be unlikely that we would be able to open school and would need to communicate to our families exactly why we couldn't open school and have a regular day for them. So the fact is, having a police service able to respond with the necessary officers prevented a lot of difficulty that could have occurred the following day. Their response is critical to allowing school to resume quickly and normally and to provide a sense of relief and calm. And it is with the deepest of gratitude that we express our thanks and respect to Toronto Police Services, Chief Demkiw, Inspector Gurr, Officer Gillespie, and literally the dozens of officers who have had to respond to incidents at our school over the last couple of months. It is essential that the necessary funding be provided in light of all the initiatives needed in order to protect our community. We are not in the business, I am in the business of teaching students, not evaluating threats and determining what is or is not a legitimate threat. We respond and the police respond and follow their protocols in order to ensure that we are a safe community. It's really not a lot to ask for the hope that students and staff can come to school feeling safe each and every day. And so it is our request, again, that the Toronto Police Services be given the resources that they need to ensure that our community remains protected. To conclude, I'd like to say that many religious groups are either recently or in the near future are celebrating important holidays, many of which revolve around light. And it is my hope that through our shared values that we can join in the spread of light, the light of peace, the light of safety, of happiness and good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levy, and I really appreciate your comments as it related to the positive comments about the police in times of traumatic events that happened at your school, and wish peace be with you as well and light.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next deputant is Tom Mihalik.
Good afternoon, friends, customers. My name is Tom Mihalik. This is my second time around. I hope I left a good impression on you and you found yourself at my doorsteps at 190 Baldwin Street. As you know, we had the Black Friday sale, which was busy, but it's only a Black Friday sale. It's good, but we have a hard stopping sale right now in our store because we're getting ready for Boxing Week sale. I had a cardio version yesterday, and I really wanted to be here. This is the first time that they stopped my heart clinically, and they started it. I was at the Sunnybrook Hospital, and I said, it's important for me to be here, to voice my concern, and to talk about the great issues that this city is facing. The issues are getting larger and larger, and yet we live in one of the greatest cities in the world. We have the proper population. We have great venues. This city is full of energy. But you cannot take safety for granted. People feel unsafe. They feel unsafe in their homes. They feel unsafe when they go shopping. This has to stop. And we all have to get together, and we all have to work together, not only the police, but all of us, to make sure that this stops. When I say we live in the greatest cities, and we have facilities that are world class. I was at the Sunnybrook Hospital yesterday, and everybody came from a different part of the world. You know, I was half naked. You know, they were putting all sorts of stuff on my chest and, you know, monitors everywhere. And I was, of course you're concerned, you know, they're going to stop your heart. How often do you voluntarily let people to stop your heart? And I was talking to them, and they heard me on the radio, and a lady came over and she said, "Oh, I know you. I know your voice. You're Tom from Tom's Place. My family has been shopping in your store forever." She was from Jamaica, a wonderful lady. You know, "Tom, you're part of the community. We'll love to go down. And it's so nice to see you here." And you know, the recognition that I received, it was just amazing. And last December, when my store was attacked, I said to myself, "Tom, is it worth it to have a storefront, put your sister, put your life and your son's life in danger and your staff?" And then the neighborhood police officers that I met through the last 10 months that constantly visit my store, and I say, of course it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it for our city. It's worth it for all of us. And there's nothing worse when you feel unsafe. And that evening when my store was attacked and we were threatened, I felt unsafe. I felt insecure. I thought the whole world was going to collapse. Because, you know, you always think the best of your place and the best of the situation and the best of people. But it can get ugly, and it did get ugly. So that's why I feel that the neighborhood police force and the police is very important in our lives. And I don't understand this defund the police. Everything else goes up. Everything is more expensive. All the services that I get into my store, all of the products we're selling cost more. The life is more expensive for all of us. But we do need more police officers. And I hope that these few words that I'm saying will make a change, make a change in people's attitude and their understanding. We need the police. They're very important in our lives. As a small businessman, I'm dependent on them to make sure that the customers, the elderly, and all of the people that use Kensington Market, they feel safe. And thank you very kindly. And once again, I would like to invite you to my Boxing Day sale. You have never seen nothing like it, because it's a heart-stopping sale. And I'm so glad to be here. I didn't like the alternative at all. Thank you very kindly for your time, and I really appreciate once again the opportunity. And don't forget, you get special discounts when you say that you heard Tom on the radio.
Thank you, Mr. Miele.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out a
Thank you.
second time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. The next deputant is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez. I'm speaking to you in my current capacity as Director of Policing Free Schools. At Policing Free Schools, we know that creating conditions for healthy communities supports the co-creation of healthy schools, and that thriving and healthy community spaces have ample support and resources, not more police presence or policing and carceral measures. The Eurocentric discourse and approach that safe and safety equates with police and policing is false. In actuality, the healthiest communities, which in and of themselves are safe, have more support and resources, not more policing. There is only one option that is fiscally responsible and evidence-based, and that is the one which addresses root causes, along with the social and structural determinants of health and equity, and co-creates thriving and healthy communities, which actually leads to community safety, not an increase to the police budget or even maintenance of the current budget, which is not evidence-based, fiscally irresponsible, and is actually harmful. There is more than enough data, reports, and research as to what has to be done, and that is divesting funds from policing. The narrative that additional funding is needed to address slow response times is intellectually disingenuous. For instance, the Auditor General's report released in June 2022, titled Review of Toronto Police Service, Opportunities to Support More Effective Responses to Calls for Service, A Journey of Change, Improving Community Safety and Wellbeing Outcomes, is that the city's police are being called to far too many scenes at which their presence isn't actually necessary. Police are being called into responding to calls about, for example, the presence of an unhoused person, a noise complaint, or a dispute between a landlord and a tenant. The report makes a conservative estimate that if even some of these calls are redirected towards non-police responders, the police could save an estimated 85,000 staff hours over a 5-year period. Canadian Civil Liberties Association urges the reallocation of more than $250 million spent on police. In their report in 2021, titled Rethinking Community Safety, A Step Forward for Toronto, shows that over-policing people who are currently houseless cost Toronto $100 million every year, while interactions with people facing mental health challenges uses up $150 million in policing resources. And also, this report echoes that police overwhelmingly are servicing calls where police, again, are not necessary. And even the civil rights group is asking for police to be detasked and urging the City of Toronto to shift resources and responsibilities away from the police and towards social support mechanisms, including alternative crisis responses. The other narrative that additional funding is needed to support the expansion of specialized police-led or police-involved mental health teams, such as the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team, is also intellectually disingenuous. It is already known that it is deadly when police are involved in wellness checks and mental health crisis calls. CBC report on deadly force shows that most Canadians killed in police encounters since 2000 included those with mental health issues. Divesting those funds from programs such as the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team is another opportunity to ensure that non-police evidence-based measures are properly funded and resourced. In June 2020, City Council adopted 36 decisions. One of those decisions, number 12, was that, and I quote, City Council direct the city manager to develop plans to invest in critical community and social services that better address the root causes of safety and security and ensure any savings identified from policing reforms are allocated to the following areas, end quote. And of those areas included, and I quote, investment in initiatives to support people experiencing mental health crises, end quote. As well, another City Council decision was 18B, and I quote, a process whereby when crisis assistance intervention service is established, that the city would subtract the cost of this new service from future police budgets. That service has been established, and it is called the Toronto Community Crisis Service. Their recently released one-year evaluation report indicated that the pilot had a 78% overall diversion rate with no police involvement. That data showed that all of the calls from all sources that resulted in dispatch of community crisis team police attendance was requested by community crisis team and only 2% of dispatches. This specific data is in addition to the overwhelming evidence, including multiple reports and research indicating that civilian-only, consent-based, community-led, peer-oriented crisis service continuum, including non-police mobile teams, are necessary. In closing, City Council in June 2020 adopted a decision and City Council's commitment, and I quote, "Its first funding priority for future budgets is centered on a robust systems of social supports and services." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. The next deputant is Benjamin Scheinwald.
Should I begin? Thank you very much. This is my first time doing this as well. Thank you for your time. About 100 years ago or so, my great-grandfather fled anti-Semitism to move to Canada and had a little apartment above their store in Montreal and came home one day looking white as a ghost, pardon me, or a goat too, I suppose. And my great-grandmother, who I knew, and my grandfather came to him and said, what happened? And he said he was walking home and a horse-drawn sort of flatbed carriage turned a corner and lumber spilled out onto the road. And he said, and then the craziest thing happened. The police showed up and they started to help clean it up. And that was the end of the story. Because he came from a place where when the police showed up, they showed up to menace the people. It was a source of fear and concern. And he couldn't believe that he lived in a country where the police actually showed up to help, to provide assistance. My grandfather told me that story, and here I am many years later telling that story. And I think about that story when I drive my kids to school and I see the police mobile command centers scattered along Bathurst in the Jewish community. And I know there are others in other communities that also require them. The current moment is not only about my community. There's lots of communities that need the support of the police. And so I'm here, frankly, to express my appreciation for the police for what they're doing. It is hard work. But it's made me realize that as I've done a little bit of research and I've gone to events and I've tried to learn that we do not have a big enough police budget in Toronto to meet the needs. And we have a huge city and we have a big budget. And we need a budget that matches the city and the size of the challenges we have. We all hope and pray that things will get better for my community and the other communities that are affected. But we have to realize that they could get worse, and that will require additional resources so that the police can do their job and that some of the comments you've heard today can be addressed. So I urge you today to invest in the police. I myself have called 911, thank goodness, an emergency, but not a life and death emergency, and was put on hold. And that's crazy. It makes me worry about when I have to call for a life and death emergency. So I encourage you to invest in those items. I encourage you to invest in improving emergency response times and in maintaining and enhancing the neighborhood officer program. So in closing, I'll leave you a little bit extra time. I feel very, very fortunate to be a Canadian who can live in a place where the police are there to protect me and not menace me like my ancestors had. And I want to encourage you to do all you can to keep that spirit and that investment alive for the present and the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scheinwald. Appreciate your comments.
You are on mute, Chair.
Sorry. The next deputant is Elliot Van Woudenberg.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Van Woudenberg.
All right. Thank you very much. So hello, my name's Elliot Van Woudenberg, and I'd just like to speak out against the requested budget increase. I've made Toronto my home for many years, living and working all across the city, from our busy downtown to suburban Etobicoke. And during this time, my family, friends, and neighbors have suffered from car thefts, home break-ins, muggings, and shootings. I grew up hearing that if we increased headcounts and made investments in technology and training, that TPS would be able to provide the safety and security which everyone in the city deserves. Despite an ever-growing budget, I find myself still looking over my shoulder when I walk by the spot where my brother was mugged over 10 years ago. More friends have shared that they feel unsafe walking around the city, and signs of decay and human suffering have become common sights everywhere I go. Despite the failure of past budget increases to deliver what was promised, I find myself again hearing about the same solutions. more funding, more cops, more of the same old failed ideas. We dwell on things like officer ratios, but fail to discuss that places with more officers per person still experience higher levels of crime and insecurity than Toronto. If we look to Vancouver, which has been previously mentioned today, we can see that they had a 2021 crime severity index of 87.09 with 189 officers per 100,000. On the other hand, Toronto's 2021 crime severity index was significantly lower at 45.43 with only 167 officers per 100,000. That's a significantly lower crime severity index despite 22 fewer officers per 100,000 people. With this in mind, it seems obvious that inequality, poverty, community services, and urban infrastructure have much more to do with safety than continuing to increase the Toronto Police Service budget. While TPS promises safety, they're unable to deliver and deal with the root causes of crime. Instead, they're a largely reactive force, pushed and pulled by things far beyond their control, responding to calls ever more slowly, without the ability to deliver the fundamental change that our city needs. After seeing the aftermath of my neighbor's car being stolen, it seems clear to me that even with an increased budget, officers won't be around when a crime occurs, they won't be able to catch anyone, they won't be able to make victims whole, and they won't be able to provide comfort or restore a sense of safety. Looking beyond the police budget, we can see that Toronto is financially struggling. Recent community budget consultations have made it widely known that there's a $1.5 billion budget shortfall left to us by our former mayor, John Tory. Toronto's new deal with the province has started the work of getting our fiscal house in order, but much remains to be done. As one of the largest expenses in the city's budget, TPS must be examined with a focus on effectiveness and fiscal responsibility. We can't accept more of the same. We have big problems and the city can't coast on autopilot. It is the responsibility of our leaders to provide solutions which actually solve our hurt. Supporting the budget increase will not impact the number of homeless people forced to live on our streets. It will not provide more economic opportunities to our community. It will not deal with the housing crisis, repair crumbling infrastructure, or build social capital. Reflecting this, I ask that the requested TPS budget increase be rejected and efforts instead focus on increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of TPS. I specifically ask for the end of random patrols, ending the requirement of 2 officers in a patrol car after dark, reducing the number of uniformed officers required for events like parades or demonstrations, providing more funding for the Toronto Community Crisis Service, and increasing funding to community agencies dealing with youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wadenberg. Appreciate your time. The next deputant is Kara Orzek.
You can just sit at that table there. Right there, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Orzek.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of an effective and adequately funded police force. The Toronto Police do not have the appropriate resources to respond to community demands and emergencies, many of which have come to light over the past number of months. I have lived in Toronto my entire life, and for the first time, I sincerely do not feel safe leaving my home. The streets are unsafe, the TTC is unsafe, malls are unsafe, places of worship are unsafe, schools are unsafe. Over the past 2 months, we have seen the underlying hatred, intimidation, and wanton disregard for the law in this city come to a boiling point. I have seen major streets disrupted and blocked. I have seen businesses harassed, blockaded, and intimidated. I have seen hate speech plastered on highway overpasses, social media, telephone poles, and in parks. I have seen neo-Nazis posting recruiting propaganda flyers. And I have seen elderly people accosted and assaulted for their faith by hate-enraged youth. The city's hate policy and rally response states that everyone who calls Toronto home needs to be safe from hate. To ensure the well-being and safety of all, the City of Toronto is working to stop hate, including ending the promotion and spread of hatred and violence. Where is this action? Response plans for illegal rallies end with contacting Toronto police. But where is the city's support for those police? How can the city ensure the well-being and safety of all when there are insufficient resources to enforce the rules and see the offenders removed, arrested, and brought to justice? Standing by and watching will do nothing. Legal police action to send a message that this behavior is not welcome in our city is the only answer. But to do that, the police need help to enforce the law. I, like many others, have called the police. We've reported the incidents. We have heard from police and city officials alike on how they wish they had the resources to help, but their hands are tied. The Hate Crimes Unit do not have the resources to follow up and make arrests to prevent these actions from reoccurring, forcing hundreds of thousands of city inhabitants into fear, hiding, and even scared to send their children to school. My children's school has suffered 2 bomb threats in under a month. My teenage niece has been followed from school to be harassed and told she and all her friends will be murdered. The police were called and responded, but the Hate Crimes Unit do not have the resources to follow up and make arrests to prevent these actions from reoccurring. The community police do not have the resources to respond to local residents to address crime, disorder, and community safety. I'm forced to choose whether to pick up the phone and call the police because traffic is so abhorrent in my neighborhood due to the incompetence of the TTC expansion project, to report the ever-expanding theft of cars in my community, or because of the hate graffiti in my local park. Do I report motorists nearly striking children and elderly residents daily due to the lack of enforcement of basic traffic laws? Or do I report going to my local mall and being accosted by disturbing protesters breaking the law on private property? I felt safer in New York last month, where I witnessed police presence on every major intersection. I witnessed police arresting and removing illegal protesters and disruptors. The Toronto police need the resources and people power to react on a timely basis. They need the resources and training to respond to threats and acts of violence, intimidation, and harassment. They need training on how to deal with the level and volume of hatred and aggression we are experiencing in this city, how to de-escalate, neutralize, and prevent these illegal, disruptive gatherings. The Hate Crime Unit needs resources to investigate hate-fueled organizations and terrorist groups hiding behind computer screens. They need the resources to investigate these crimes and protect us, the tax-paying, law-abiding residents of Toronto who have grown up feeling proud of our city so we can feel safe and welcome again. I thank you very much for listening and acting on what is best for our city and our people.
Thank you, Ms. Orzek, and all your comments about some of the areas. I think you've seen it in our presentation that that's some of the areas of service delivery that are our priorities as well as yours. So thank you. The next deputant is Stefania Mark.
Chair Stefania is not in the room.
All right, then next person is Julia Miller-Black.
I'm still here. Thank you.
No, I'm afraid Julia is not on the list either.
All right.
And I believe
next
Kate
person.
Gibbons isn't as well.
All right, next person. So Kate Gibbons, Julia is not there as well.
That's correct.
Oh, all right. Brandon Merrick.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Merrick. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the privilege of speaking before you today. I joined as a concerned citizen for our incredible city. I own a company called Harlow Entertainment. We're a boutique operator, investor in hospitality and lifestyle assets across Canada and the US. I've had the pleasure of living in many cities, including Las Vegas, Montreal, Miami, and ultimately chose to move home to Toronto several years ago to build a life and start a family. Like many of you, or all of you, I believe Toronto to be the greatest city in the world with incredible potential, but I've been increasingly concerned for my safety and the safety of my peers, friends, colleagues, and staff over the last several years. And most recently, the events are incredibly concerning. As a member of the Jewish community, I'm very grateful for the support that the police have provided to us, but the day-to-day incidents in shopping centers and public protests at the Jewish day schools and synagogues is incredibly concerning, so much so to the point that myself and many of my peers and friends are contemplating moving to other cities. And so, obviously, more police funding, it would be an incredible step to provide the support needed to not just the Jewish community in times of need, but all of the communities across Toronto. I'm fortunate to have grown up in a neighborhood where crime was something that we didn't experience regularly, but increasingly over the last few months, more and more break-ins, car thefts are taking place. It's become kind of a daily conversation point amongst ourselves and my peers. I would say that 95% of my friends have had a vehicle stolen, and that's not an exaggeration. Just 3 weeks ago, I had 2 masked men follow me into my garage to try to steal my vehicle. My friends' homes are being broken into. These are things that we never experienced, and the response time, when calling 911 can be up to 20, 25 minutes or longer in some cases. It's mortifying. It's scary. I'm not someone who's generally been scared easily, but these things are increasingly scary, and people are scared to leave their homes. They're scared to, venture into public spaces. As someone who's been in the hospitality business for the better part of 20 years, the entertainment district is no longer feels safe. It's affecting our ability to employ people, to create jobs, to build, thoughtful businesses in the community. And so I'm hopeful that more budget, more resources can be allocated to the police to continue to develop Toronto to the incredible city that we believe it to be.
Thank you, Mr. Merrick, and I appreciate you sharing with us some of your own experiences with crime in a neighborhood that otherwise was very safe. So I appreciate you coming and sharing that with us. Thank you. The next deputant is Helen Armstrong. And Helen is from the Neighborhood Group Community Services.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I realize you've had a really long afternoon, so I appreciate your patience. The Neighborhood Group Community Services is a very large nonprofit charity. We have operations across the city in more than 130 locations. I'm speaking to you today as a longtime community development worker. I see firsthand the concerns our low-income communities have with policing. I encourage you to look to some of the speakers today who've been sharing ways to tackle the police budget through service transfers and other ideas. In 2017, this board engaged in a strategy to modernize the police and find cost savings through retasking. At that time, I supported low-income members of our agency who are living with great adversity, and they spoke out, making really concrete suggestions for change. But the Toronto Transformational Task Force was quietly shelved. Very few changes were made. Instead, the police budget once again began to increase. The proposals for modernization were sensible and would have saved the city money. I urge you to revisit them. Last week, I was quite upset to receive a postcard in the mail which asserted that violent crime is up 21% in Toronto. Yet, when we take the long view, it shows that crime is actually quite down in this city. The card from the Police Association claimed the police need a budget increase, but the force's own data shows that, as I mentioned, crime is down, and we have a much lower crime severity compared to two other large cities, Vancouver and Montreal. The number of officers here could easily be decreasing, not increasing as proposed. Policing, sadly, does not deter crime. In fact, it can lead to more feelings of distrust when communities are patrolled by police cars. In my work, I see daily the benefits of investing in crime prevention and diversion. These services can tackle the root causes of crime and help build healthy, resilient communities. Our organization has a range of services, including conflict resolution, youth engagement programming, housing and homelessness support, and congregate dining, which provides significant social supports for people at our corner drop-in. A number of these services and those at other nonprofits received more investment across Toronto after the 2005 so-called Summer of the Gun. And after these investments, we can track. The data shows that crime started to go down. It's important that we remember this when we're discussing the budget today. I conducted a recent survey with 34 of our drop-in users, and a number of them expressed concern that the police budget is so high. Some called for a reduction, and others asked that police rearrange their priorities to be available when needed. Some also expressed alarm at their continued experience of police harassment. The recent decision to expand non-police community crisis intervention as the fourth emergency service must be lauded, and this service should be funded through a reinvestment from the police budget in 2024. The proposal to add more officers flies in the face of evidence from this pilot project. It shows that the crisis response without police in Toronto has been highly effective. I'm not in favor of the proposal to add $20 million to the budget when such effective community prevention and community-led crisis response has been proven to be more cost-effective. The police are clearly taking on too much non-police work. We must stop sending officers to engage in bylaw infractions, noise complaints, and non-violent mental health calls. This could free up at least $250 million worth of police time. Sending mental health workers instead of police for these calls is half as expensive as those taken on by police and often has better outcomes. Let's do the math and make this happen. Crime can now be reduced if we make investments in community alternatives and redeploy police to do the important work they are trained for, dealing with violent crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. I appreciate all your comments with respect to how TPS can engage in community safety and crime prevention. I thank you. The next deputant is Melanie Poplowski.
By the way, thank you so much. I don't know who I thank, but thank you so much for allowing me. I had no intention of speaking because my husband said to me, when you go there, don't talk, just listen. And I'm very honored to be here on the first anniversary of our chief of police. Thank you. I don't know, maybe I can take it off. I don't have anything. I'm vaccinated, so I'll protect you guys.
Yeah, you can take it off then.
Yeah. No, my coat, yeah. That was a little bit cold. I have nothing really prepared, but listening to all of this, I'm not conflicted. I see the police here, and I see you as my friends. I see you also as an orphan of the justice system. And the reason that I say that is my next door neighbor who committed a crime against me, who had killed a man, was never held accountable in court, even though there was a stay of proceedings due to police corruption. And I can tell you where you can save money, because that's why you're here and your supper's delayed and your families are waiting. You can Look into it. I have a hard time budgeting my pennies sometimes. So you can save money by looking into how many false arrests are committed out of just frustration, maybe anger or vitriol on the part of certain police officers, especially if that police officer is your neighbor, like mine was. He lied, he manipulated evidence, and was never held accountable. And guess what? I like an orphan, I kept going everywhere for help. I've spoken here a few times. I went to court. The judge was just fabulous. And I was told by the Crown attorneys that the police have, endless pockets. I do not. I'm a singer, I'm a musician, and I'm an immigrant also. I know I've lost my accent. But you can save money by looking at the statistics. This gentleman who's a statistician, I believe, how many arrests do you have in the police department that go immediately to the Crown attorney? The Crown attorney agrees with you, oh, yeah, let's arrest this person. Then it goes nowhere in court. Goes nowhere in court. And I heard that it's millions upon millions of dollars. Now, we have musicians who are horrible, they're terrible, and they're still employed by the symphony. They're horrible. And I'm sure that in policing, you have also people who are not and should never be police officers. Because you know what? Yes, they damage and injure people like me, but they injure you. They injure your reputation. They injure how the world looks at you. And I was here once before Putin attacked Ukraine, and I'm Ukrainian background, you probably tell. And I said, please do not Putinize the Toronto police. My mother went through the communists. She went through the Nazis as a young woman. And I remember in Poland experiencing the corruption of the police in Poland as a child. And believe me, and this is the only reason I have the nerve to come and talk to you, because I'd rather be at home singing my music and doing my music, playing my violin and drinking, my tea and watching Carnation Street, which is horrible. I don't even know why I watch it. But seriously, it's terrible, but I know you're hooked. And seriously, please look into that. How many of your police officers need mental health more than the public does? And what shocked me the most, I went for help everywhere, like an orphan. You see, I'm not black, I'm not of color. I mean, I have no color, I wish I did. But I went to the Human Rights Commission just by accident, where the lawyer that I was speaking with, and I got up in the elevator, and I ran into a lady who works at the Human Rights Commission right after all this happened, and I asked for help. And I asked, would you please help me? This gentleman is a police officer, my neighbor. And 11 Division, who took me into a room, yelled at me, swore at me, and I was in shock. I just prayed and I said, dear God, this can't be Canada. This is my mother's old Soviet Union style. But guess what the Human Rights Commission lady told me, very tall lady at the Human Rights, she said to me, oh, are you gay? I said, no, I'm not. Are you black? Well, we can't help you. When I heard that, and when I heard what happened when I went to the police for help, and there is one of your police officers here who will remain nameless, who had the heart to understand what was happening to me. But nothing happened because this police officer expected me to sell my house to him while he moved up the street to a triplex to where I live. And the last time I saw him and ran into him, this was a few years ago, whenever he saw me, he stopped his car really slowly if he saw me outside on the lawn, and he would do this to me. Now, how would you feel? How would you feel? And people here are saying they can't get the police. Well, the police came to my house, handcuffed me in 5 minutes when he lied about me and said that I threatened him. Thank God I had a video that proved that it was him harassing me. And none of you were here as far as I understand. Oh, I'm finished, so I should stop. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And I'm just one of thousands of people who have come here so many times and asked you for help. When I heard about the budget, I said, how much money are you wasting? Police officers who have a personal problem, who are taking it out on the public. That's where your money should go into. Go to the good police officers. I want you to have the money. I want you to protect us. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Popovsky. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting all day.
Thank you so much.
I'm. Thank you.
Don't tell my husband I spoke. Thank you. God bless you all, and a blessed Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ms. Popovsky.
Put the money where it belongs.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online that has come back on? Otherwise, I'll want to acknowledge the written deputations.
No, Chair. I think that is all.
Okay. Thank you so much. I also wanted to just thank, there were a number of people who submitted written deputations only. Debbie Wall, Nicole Corrado, Alexandra Forte, Samantha Fuss Ackerman, Brian Pulcinello, Kathleen Pulcinello, Brianne Leader, and James Thomas. So at this point, we've heard from a lot of deputants. Did anybody have any either comments or questions of as it related to some of the conversation that happened?
I have a question, Chair. It's Lisa. I don't know if anyone
Yeah, Lisa, go
wants
ahead.
to first, or it's probably to the service. If they could just expand on, I know it was slightly mentioned just for the public, how will the modernization under the new Community Safety and Policing Act that's coming in force on April 1st affect this and future policing requirements and needs? If maybe Deputy Dhaliwal may.
Sure, I'll start, and then the chief or one of the deputies can support a more complete response. So we are currently estimating that the new act will include additional training, mandatory training requirements. It will also include mandatory equipment to be available to our officers and as well as available in the car. So certainly added protection, much needed for our officers. And then there is also kind of a whole new process around discipline. And so the details of which certainly one of the deputies can add, but what we're estimating is that those impacts could be upwards of $12 million. We have not included that yet in our budget, and the reason is we're still waiting for more guidance from the province in terms of the transition time, the effective dates, to understand what, like, the phase-in period will be. And so we are anticipating this will be part of the 2025 cost. But if there are immediate requirements, then we would have to absorb them internally. We are looking at, I think, the discipline piece that would be sort of absorbed within one of our reserves if we needed to. But by and large, the majority of this cost is not yet included. I think.
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Get this thing to work. Is it on? Oh, it's on. Thank you. And through you, just wanted to follow up and pull that thread a little bit related to the incoming pieces that we're waiting for, and you mentioned discipline. Do you anticipate there will be any impacts on how we currently navigate suspensions with pay?
This is on. Councillor, yes, that's one of the proposals that has been advanced, not only through our chief, yourselves as this board, as well as the Ontario Associate Chiefs of Police, as well as advocated for that for quite a while. So that's anticipated to be in this piece of legislation.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a few questions just to go through this report, but before we do that, I just wanted to check in on something. So the deputant from the neighborhood group, she mentioned about police doing bylaw enforcement, noise complaints, and nonviolent mental health. And we had previously talked about a technology that was being developed that could report on how policing hours are allocated. Would that report when that technology is implemented, be able to capture things like by law enforcement? And is there a timeline of when that kind of report about how policing hours are allocated, when that technology will go online to allow us to have that type of report available?
So there's a number of different elements here. We are working on a records management system and an overhaul of that. That'll take about 2 years from where we are right now. And we may gather more downstream data that we can use to categorize and analyze the workflows and what's happening. The allocation of call response, or who's going to what calls, we are presently looking at the computer-aided dispatch system, or CAD system, and getting more real-time and more granular data from that system. The Auditor General's report does look at and address the question of how many calls can be diverted, or what the opportunity size is there. What they were saying was, I think it was 40% of the priority 4 through 6, priority 4 through 6 calls. Right now, we're getting to priority 4 through 6 calls in multiples of hours. We're talking 6, 7, 8 hours to get to those calls, and many of which we are not getting to at all. So the opportunity is small. I think we just did a back of the envelope calculation and figured it at about 2 million-ish per year.
And even so, what the Auditor General said was it's 85,000 hours of potential savings over a 5-year period. It would translate to about $1 million a year.
So did the Auditor General then have some data of how policing hours are allocated?
So what the Auditor General did was they looked at call types which she believed could be divertible. So there's something like a C ambulance, which is the ambulance is arriving. It's primarily a healthcare call, but the ambulance is asking for police support, either because of a safety issue or something related. And so reducing that was one of the opportunities identified. Going to noise complaints. We are not going to noise complaints as the primary respondent, but sometimes municipal licensing does not go to those noise complaints. And in some cases, the callers escalate the severity. Let's say they might tell a white lie about what's going on just to get a police response to the noise complaint. So that in those types of calls, standing up more of municipal licensing capability as the first step, and then supporting that with reducing the policing response as the lift and shift kind of response. That's what we were talking about.
That's great. I would love to see a further conversation of how the city could work with the police to develop a model where MLS could strengthen what is provided to offset maybe some of the calls that are happening.
Sorry about that. Councillor Chang, I can tell you last year, after the Auditor General dropped the report, we did meet with city staff, and you might recall during the pre-budget deliberations at City Hall, representatives from MLSC were there, and they said they had no capacity to take anything additional on. If you recall, the discussion was around measuring noise, which we can't do, and before they lay a charge. They don't have the people to do that. And as the CIO just mentioned, often what happens is those calls get inflated or escalated because of the information that comes to us, and we end up going, and oftentimes they're not what they're purported to be, but we're still there, and we send an officer, right? I'm not sure, maybe Staff Superintendent.
It's actually okay. I think we can, because we have I just have a few quick rapid fire questions. So on page 7 of the presentation here, it says 3.8K, so 3,800 vehicles were stopped by RIDE, and 3,500 resulted in ASD. So that's a very high percentage of cars that were. Is there
Approved screening device.
I'm sorry?
It's called the approved screening device. So out of those, sorry, is it approved or alcohol?
Alcohol, like approved.
It's a
alcohol screening.
Sorry,
so out of 3,800 cars that were stopped, 3,500 did an alcohol screening?
So that an officer would make a demand for a breath sample, and that's
That's a
what that
very
means.
high percentage. Is there a trend happening on our streets?
So I'm not sure, does that measure the amount of failures? That may not necessarily mean that that everybody has been drinking. It's an officer has made a request for a breath sample.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I can help.
Yeah.
Essentially, the purpose of the ride check at certain times of the year are to reduce, drunk driving everywhere. So
92%.
I mean that out of the total amount of ASDs that were administered to people, that there were that many fails. It merely is a program that the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that even though it's kind of an arbitrary detention because they don't have grounds to believe you're drunk, it minimizes drunk driving. It's a deterrent. So that's actually, so it's not a stat that would show it. And please, Rob, correct me, but that's how I think that data should be interpreted.
Okay. Last January to March 2023.
Can I just ask a question? It says 3.8 thousand cars stopped. 3.8 thousand cars stopped in 3 months. Is it maybe it says 3.8K, so 3,800 cars stopped in a 3-month period. Seems extremely low to me for, I think it was ride. I would suspect there's a problem with maybe the slide itself. I could be wrong. And I also know that you can't, unless something's changed, you can't demand a breath test unless you have a reasonable suspicion, which is either you smell it or someone admits it. I have a hard time thinking that 3,500 out of 3,800 people. I think maybe we should take that one back.
Okay, let's
There's
take
no
it
way
back.
that-
We can,
there's no way that's accurate.
We can
right,
take
Mr.
that
Byrne.
away and provide clarification. So my next question is about page 18, and it talks about victim support, and I'm just wondering, what is the difference between the victim support provided by TPS and victim services? Is it like a separate thing, or do we fund part of victim services? What is the victim support that is
Sorry, what slide
on
are
page
you referring
18? It says investigations and victim support.
Okay. Cindy? Do you want to go to the front, or do you want me to respond? The victim support.
Like, what are we funding in terms of victim support versus victim services?
Yeah,
Trying
this
to
isn't necessarily victim services.
Right.
It's, the child youth, we have a CYAC group. And in this, we also have all our investigations work. So the bulk of this would be the investigative pieces.
So I think it's important to recognize when we have investigations with victims, there's often an officer or resource identified to help support the victims through the actual police part of it. This is uniquely separate from victim services, which provides other types of supports for people affected by crime or sudden tragedy.
Right. Okay, page 27, sorry, just, it talks about the 17.3 million on transportation. I wonder how much of that money was spent on gas? And then is there a plan about transitioning to electric that would maybe save some gas costs?
Give me one sec. We do have that. We do have, I think, about 20 hybrid vehicles. One of the challenges with moving towards hybrid is supply chain. So every year we are buying as many as we can that kind of from a manufacturing standpoint, there's capacity for. In terms of the actual breakdown, give me 1 second.
Does this work? Sorry, is this on? Yes, I think, oh no, the light's not on. The red light has to be on. Oh, there's no red light? Oh, there we go.
Okay, through you, Chair. I'm sorry, Councillor, did you ask how much we spent on gas?
Yes.
11 million.
11 million?
Around 11 million.
Can I just talk about the electric, please? Because I don't want to
sure.
lose that point. In fact, I drove the first electric car that the service experimented with. But of course, while we'd love to transition to that type of model, there's real issues around supply chain is one, capacity to move, to operate all of our equipment that's required in a police vehicle is another issue that's challenging. The winter months are challenging. The way our police cars have to be deployed whether it's crime scene management, traffic management, or otherwise, with their equipment on, definitely is a challenge in a pure electric environment. And then there's, of course, the significant costs that are associated with electric and even hybrid. So while we really would like to see ourselves go down that path, there are a number of operational challenges and fiscal challenges to that.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, with regard to the police to population data that is shared, does that data include officers that are on modified duty?
Yes, that would.
So that number is actually then not even a true reflection of the number of active police per 100,000 that are serving the community. Is that?
It's not a reflection of like a true deployable number. What it reflects are all the officers we have on payroll. And it's important to understand that even if they are on modified duty, they're still doing active work in some capacity.
And how many officers are on modified duty?
That number kind of ebbs and flows year over year. It's approximately 400. Not all officers, but the majority would be.
And on page 30, it talks about a one-time cost deferral. Sorry. Page 30. That will result in higher future budgets. Can you explain more about what that one-time cost deferral is? That drawing from the reserve, or
what page?
It's on page 30.
Okay, one sec. So as an example, we have assumed a $10 million cost recovery for special events. We're presuming that that's just a one-time help in a way, and so we're not factoring that into next year's budget, which is then in turn going to result in the outlook currently already presumes that that won't be there. So that's an example of a one-time.
And I think there's somewhere in this deck that talks about sustainable funding, right? And I think as a city, we struggle with the same thing. We want sustainable funding so we can make plans. You want the same thing. And we know from the city's perspective that that sustainability has to come from higher levels of government, that the property tax base cannot be the main source of sustainable funding. And I'm just wondering, you know, if we think about that issue, paired with, you know, the lack currently of clear funding and agreement on FIFA, which is also an intergovernmental project, what suggestions do we have to work together to make sure that there is a more fulsome intergovernmental conversation on sustainable funding for the police services?
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor. We're very much looking forward to city staff who are working in these conversations to invite us to the table to provide our perspective as those intergovernmental talks are led by the city. We're looking forward to the opportunity to join in those discussions when the opportunity presents itself at the request and invitation of the city staff who are leading those discussions.
That's great. Thank you.
I just also want to clarify in terms of the workplace accommodations, we have 300 uniform, not 400.
I'm sorry?
We have 300 uniform on workplace accommodation, not 400.
Right. So when we look at this budget and the new officers that are coming on, so we have 4 times 90, how many of those would be net new?
So, I mean, I would say the first 2 classes effectively cover who we, like the people we expect to lose this year. So you could consider the first 2 classes as almost replacement hires. The net new would be in large part because of this year's hiring, because this year we didn't do 90. We had a class of 150 in August and a class of 120 in December that was approved, part of our 2023 budget. And so the net new of plus 300 that we hope to get to by next year, you know, in some ways is coming out of this year, as this year's hiring actually surpassed our separations. For next year, the later classes, they don't actually deploy in 2024. In a way, they will allow us to kind of front and load the planned separation for 2025. So rather than chasing who we're constantly losing, we actually, the ideal way would be to front and load that so we have an ability to catch up.
Can I just add one more little bit of context on these discussions that I think is super important for the board to consider, and that's that onboarding a police officer doesn't happen with the flip of a light switch. It's a protracted process. So you have a process of evaluating physical, mental, other life skills that has to happen. That takes a protracted period of time. You need an opportunity to present an offer of employment. Then you need to go to the police college here, Elmer, back. Reality is it's a 9 to 12 month roadway for any individual who applies to be a police officer to actually get in a police car at the end of the process. 6 months of which is training. And then you have all the HR processes in advance of that. So I think that when we think about replacement hires, when we think about the need to create bandwidth this organization needs for supervision, every supervisor promoted is a police officer out of a police car somewhere. So when I spoke of, in the past, of 140 sergeant vacancies, 40 staff sergeant vacancies, those are all effectively constables that will be removed from other duties, frontline duties predominantly. So the ability to replace those people is a lengthy process. So I just flagged that because, these are sometimes, abstract conversations over the course of a budget year, but they're long processes to replace our people.
And I think it's important to highlight, because we're talking about an ecosystem, a pipeline, but even with like the investment that has been made, which some people may feel last year we stretched to get to the 48 million, but if we look at 2021, police to people ratio was 167, and in 2024, with all of this investment and effort, we're only going to get into 168. So only one more extra police per 100,000. Can you explain, why people might misunderstand how this investment does not result in an immediately higher ratio?
Well, Councillor, I appreciate the topic being discussed. I can't explain how people will misunderstand, but what I can say is that the demand and the growth of the city. When we're looking for police officer to population ratio, the reality is the city is growing. So the population and growth of the city is growing while we stagnated for basically a decade. Now we're coming out of that and trying to find opportunities to really try to strive towards enhancing our ability to deliver effective policing while the city continues to grow. And the city's growing at a pace, which is why I flag the turnaround time of people is not fast. The city is growing faster than we're going to be able to do that. So that's why to maintain sustained hiring is really, really important over the long term. Because we're not, every gap in that creates a deeper hole that is far more great to get out of and exponentially more challenging every single time that hole gets deeper. It's exponentially more challenging to get out of it.
Mm-hmm. And the last question I have is about the COVID funding. So last year we had a $48 million increase. 18 of that was collective agreement. So 17 was COVID impact, and 13 was the actual increase. So this year we're asking for 20, but in there the city does not anymore have new COVID support money. So there is still a 17 that's needed. Where you put it, maybe there's a difference from city's perspective and your perspective where it should be put, but that 17 is still required. And we know there's a collective agreement. We can't say how much, we can't put, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but could we assume minimum what it will be, what it was last year? So last year was 18. So let's call 18 the floor for next year. So in actual fact, if you add, sorry, I'm just gonna make sure. So if you take 20 plus 17 plus, let's say 18 just for a floor, that's 55. So I think, like, for me, public accountability and transparency is so important, and I'm not saying, like, what I believe that we do need a strong, effective, and adequate policing, but we have to be very clear what it is we're asking for upfront for public to know. And I don't think 20 million is the actual amount. I think that there is a COVID piece and there is a collective agreement piece, which we can't talk about, but we should assume at least a minimum to be fair. So I don't know if that's something that you can address.
Sure. So I think it's important to know that we've been quite transparent in the board report and in our presentation.
Mm-hmm.
We do actually say our starting point was 75 million, so in fact higher than even the estimate, and that we've done a considerable amount of work to bring it down to 20, including some bridging mechanisms. I think, in terms of the treatment of COVID, what's important to know is last year and this year, it is in our cost. It is an ongoing operational cost. It does not change our 2024 ask. What it changes is how it compares to last year. And so from a city's point of view, the comparison would be to take out 17 million from our 2023 ask, so that the difference between what we receive this year and next year would translate to about 3.3% rather than 1.7%. From a board standpoint, the board approved 48 million. Last year, the board is approving plus 20 this year. The adjustments happen on the city side, but for transparency purposes, on slide 20, we do clarify what 1.7 will ultimately translate to at the city. And we do understand that the backing out of whatever the COVID-related help was on the city side is something that all organizations citywide will be facing.
Yeah, and I just follow up with our board report has this in detail, transparently filed publicly, all the breakdowns in that regard.
So yeah, it's just how people will interpret it, because when we say upfront it's 20, it really won't be just 20 in terms of the impact on the city's budget. And there's two of us here who are on the city's budget committee, and we'll have to wrestle that out. But I do appreciate I did notice on page 20 that you have the COVID adjusted amounts that are there. So I wasn't accusing you of hiding it, but I just want to mention it for the viewers at home.
And please don't interpret us as ever suggesting that. We really would like the record straight. We've been trying to be incredibly transparent, both in our slide deck and in our board report. So any assistance for those listening, I think is very, very welcome. And we would love to assist in that regard as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Anyone
Chief.
else?
I just wanted to add that in terms of transparency, and I'm not an accountant or have the background like Director Grant or Dollywall, but I think it's quite clear that if you look at that report, that the caveats are all put on there, that number is predicated on a lot of other things, including collective bargaining and increased costs for certain things.
I can actually help, Chair. Page 33, 34, 35 is a good place to drive people's eyes if they would like that breakdown in more detail in our board report.
Thank you, Chief.
And I'm sure there's more pages, but that's a good starting point.
Thank you. And I believe at this time, Doobie.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I believe Deputy Mayor Morley.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. Please go ahead.
And what's his name? And Councillor Burnside also. They didn't put your hands up
I'm
next
happy
time.
for Councillor Burnside to go ahead first, because actually following on the Chair's thoughts a moment ago, I have a couple of motions that I've been working with staff on that I'd like to present. Go ahead, John.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Well, the thing fell. So in terms of noise complaints, do you have an idea of the percentage that are actually after hours? I mean, between 11 a.m. and 6 a.m. And how many? No, I didn't think so, but that's okay. How many might be parties? Or
We have that, just don't have it here.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm asking, I don't actually need the answer. I guess there's more to make a point. Is that our city staff? I mean, it's kind of, we like to go down a road of taking responsibilities away, but our city staff really don't work past 11. So majority of noise complaints are parties, or what would we, and then we would deem a lot of them to be dangerous situations of which our city staff won't go to. So I don't know if you're still looking at that. Like, I guess my point is we gave you this thing, or we took it away, but we aren't really doing the job.
Yeah, listen, I think it's, we can dig into the specifics, but there's a reality that you're identifying that's real. There's hours of operation that are not consistent with demand, and there's circumstances that the police continue to be called to because of, the operating environment of others. So that is a real life concern, Councillor.
Yeah,
Real
so
life.
it wasn't a criticism of you, it was a criticism of us. And I think when we look at taking responsibilities away, whatever it is, we come back to that same scenario of capacity at certain times, and then the danger element. But that was
Councillor Burns,
commentary wrapped in a question.
Something small to that as well, and the chief just reminded me of this. The AG talked about C ambulance calls that we go to, a high number of C ambulance calls. They won't get out of their ambulance unless the police are come to a certain address or they have certain information. And so those kind of things we were working on after the AG report, and it was with our partners at the paramedic services as well as the city staff, noise complaints, but C ambulance calls were a huge category as well. The chief says that, we're reliant on other people's response.
Is there anywhere where you identify all these kind of issues?
They're in the AG's report.
Okay. I wanted to ask about community safety officers, or community officers, actually. The Transformational Task Force, I believe it was around 2017. A large part of that, of course, was civilianizing, but my interpretation of that was also putting money back, those savings back into community officers and changing that relationship or improving that relationship with communities like neighborhood improvement areas or whatever it might be. So what, at the height, the number of community officers, what was that number citywide? What is it now?
So maybe I'll ask Deputy Pogue to give some of those specifics and to start.
So thank you, Councillor. We have currently, as of yesterday, actually, we expanded to 4 additional neighborhoods that we had promised at last year's budget. So we are now up to 56 of 158 neighborhoods. And that equivalates to 232 constables and 30 sergeants. We hear over and over again about how, everybody wants those officers in their neighborhood as well. When we do the math to expand to the remaining neighborhoods, we would actually need upwards of 500 officers. So that would be, 408 constables and 80 sergeants to allow us to deploy neighborhood officers in every community.
About double?
In 158. Well, now we have about 250. So it'll be, double the amount that we have now for about 750 officers. We also have our Community Policing Engagement Unit, which has about 30 full-time officers dedicated to numerous programs. Youth diversion, youth engagement, they oversee auxiliaries. So there's 30 officers there, but then they oversee our MCIT, our neighborhood officers, 300 auxiliary officers that do about 35,000 volunteer hours.
Can I put a fine point on this? Because I want to make sure we don't lose this. We would need not double what we have. We would need double on top of what we have.
Double on top, yes.
So to be clear, to be in every neighborhood, we'd be in well over 400 more than the existing.
Sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah, no, so it's actually 500.
I clarify that because that's an important nuance. Additional constables required for us to go to citywide would be about 408 more than exists now.
What were you at your height, which I presume was around 2018, 2019? Do you have
Well, I
that
think
number?
we're at our height now for neighborhood community officers. What we had before was community response units.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, we had a community response unit in every station up until a couple years ago when staffing levels, for us to sustain the specific NCO program and NCO needs, operational needs, we collapsed every crew in the city, save and except 3 in the downtown core. They were all returned to frontline uniform services to assist us in the ongoing staffing pressure and allow us to maintain the limited NCO program that it is today. Well, we expanded it this year because the budget was approved to expand into 4 neighborhoods last year.
Okay, sorry, I'm very confused by all the acronyms.
Yeah.
But so there were, as I recall, from my previous stint at council. There were neighborhood officers and the
Community
CRD.
response unit were not necessarily the same thing. They may have worked under the same management, but they were different entities under the same management.
If you totaled those up and you total what you have now, are you higher now or lower now? That's what
I wouldn't have the crew number handy.
You'd have to be because you
Yeah.
disbanded or collapsed the CRU.
It worked out, when the crews were disbanded, it worked out to about one additional officer per shift per 16 divisions. So
90.
4 or 5 shifts, no, a couple hundred.
Per shift, I thought there were 5 shifts.
And then times 16. Some had 2, depending, right?
You're 90. Okay, whatever. Okay, so there's quite a few fewer. Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. So in terms of the presumptive illness, have you ever, that was provincial legislation that affected all municipalities, whether police, fire, whatever those services were or are. Do you have a cost on that? Because if I'm not mistaken, the legislation was from the province, but there was actually no financial compensation. So the financial liability rests with the city. Have you sort of quantified that?
Yeah, so our total WSIB cost is about 25 to 30 million annually. That includes your healthcare costs, the admin charge that WSIB adds, and some salary. I think we did a citywide jurisdictional scan with fire and paramedics a couple of years ago, and I believe the citywide cost was about 80 million.
Okay.
And we had submitted that to the CFO jointly, so they understand. So she understood at the time kind of what the overall emergency services impact was on the city.
Okay, and then my last question, thank you. It says okay, so we talk about accommodations here, and you talk about the community, what's the Community Safety Command?
That's Deputy
People who are on
Polk's
work
command.
accommodation are in the Community Safety Command. What's that?
Community Safety Command is our frontline resource, so all of our divisions, as well as our field services. So Community Response Unit, neighborhood officers, MCIT officers, and then our frontline, all of our frontline members who wear a uniform.
So said another way, 16 divisions.
16
and,
divisions.
And other units roll up under Deputy Pogue in that command.
Including
But
911.
if you're on accommodation, what would you be doing?
So you could be doing, so we have something called Prime. So the officers are taking reports over the phone. We have CISU, so officers are doing occurrences in the station. If they are accommodated.
Reports?
So yeah, reports, but they might be canvassing for video, different things as well, depending on their use of force options.
And Prime
they're still
handles the
highly
lower
productive
priority.
members.
Yeah, and our Prime unit handles sort of the lower priority calls. They might follow up by phone, get statements after the
Right.
fact, that type of thing.
Okay, so if you didn't have people on accommodation, who would be doing it? Could you use special constables for that?
We do, in fact, use special constables for that as well, but it's about providing meaningful work for everybody who needs that accommodation. And sometimes the accommodation could be for a shift schedule based on family needs as well. So they're able-bodied, they have a firearm and or use of force, but they just need a specific restriction to the hours that they work.
Yeah, so not all workplace accommodation means that they're not deployable. Some are just deployed certain times. It just depends on the restriction that's placed.
Okay, so then this leads me to my ultimate question. 27% of all accommodations have been deemed permanent. So I'm just trying to understand if, how you have over 100 people, I think it's 125, who are on permanent accommodation.
So I can take some of those would be people who are restricted from use of force. It could be an injury where they can no longer do, it's not safe for them to go on the road. So then they are doing other work.
And is that legislation? Because I'm trying to understand.
It's creed-based human rights legislation, and we have a duty to accommodate. Some of the permanent accommodations might also just be religious-based. So the accommodation itself, it's not necessarily just a workplace restriction. It could be temporary in nature. The majority of them are temporary in nature. And then the 27% actually directly ties as well to our WSIB and our injury on duties, whether it's occupational injury or non-occupational related injury. It's an accommodation one way or another, but it is part of that reintegration. So, in the best case scenario, if you're doing a reintegration program with a member who's off on injury, in some cases, best case, if the injury is permanent, would be then a permanent accommodation.
So, yeah, that's where I have the problem, but I guess if it's legislation, because I'm kind of going, in my mind, policing, you get paid, but then there's the element of danger pay, which is a top-up, and there's the element of responsibility. So the officers that are on permanent accommodation are kind of doing, from what I can tell from the answers to my questions, are doing special constable duties, but getting police regular constable pay, and are likely not working that kind of shift schedule, and are not, bearing the brunt of the responsibility of being a police officer.
We have officers who are doing very, very critical work, supporting investigations. They could be affiants, supporting a homicide investigation or a gun and gang investigation. So it's not just necessarily report taking. There's
125 of them?
There's a real variety of officers. Well, the point being is we have a duty to accommodate, and then it's finding meaningful work where their skill set contributes to in support of the work of officers who
and
are...
if you think over a lifetime, a 30-year career, and people that are joining and separating, that's 100 over, quite a long time period in terms of working. And it is our duty to accommodate. We also have a legislative framework that doesn't allow you to civilianize in a way. So if you have a permanent restriction, and now you're in a role that no longer requires use of force, but it's permanent, and we've legal opinions and all that, you actually cannot civilianize. That is not the current framework in the PSA. That does not allow you to do that.
So your hands are tied, is what you're saying. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions, actually, before I ask staff to put up the motion. With respect to mental health crisis calls, we know that this is a big thing top of mind for everybody in the city, and as was mentioned by a couple of deputants, we have gone ahead as a city. We are expanding our Toronto Community Crisis Center, or response, rather, to be citywide starting in 24. I wonder if you have an assessment of how many additional calls you anticipate may be able to be deployed for a non-police response related to TCCC program.
Well, I'll give a very high level perspective, and then we can dig into our materials for a little more prescriptive slides, and perhaps the staff super has any kind of numbers on TCCS and diversion or alternate service delivery. The benchmark that we're advised generally is about 4 to 8% of people in crisis calls. Yep. We attend well over 400,000 calls. People in crisis calls are about 35,000 a year of the in excess of 400,000 calls we attend. So we're now talking about a subset of a total number of calls. We're into a small basket of our total workload. Then within that basket, it's 4 to 8% of those calls. So when we talk about it in context of our entire workload drivers, it's a subset of a subset of a subset. By my math, perhaps somewhere around 1% of the total in excess of 400,000 calls we attend. And we're around 6 to 7% right now at the end of the pilot of people in crisis calls that successfully have no police engagement. Mm-hmm. And while we are incredibly committed, and in fact working very hard to do everything we can to eke out greater efficiencies there, I really appreciate you bringing this up, because it's a very important discussion that, quite frankly, when we've seen it reported publicly, I appreciate our opportunity to clarify the facts as it relates to the data and the evidence on how much work will be diverted from the police in real terms. Mm-hmm. We are talking about a subset of a subset of a subset that effectively is maybe 1% of our total work, and perhaps the CAO will give you many more specifics.
So, our experience with 13 months of data is that 3,600 calls were diverted, of which 2,600 were diverted with no additional support from police, which means there were still 1,000 events that were co-responded. Even, conservatively, if you doubled that and said we're going to reform our processes, we can double or triple that, it does give you a range that it's still something in the order of 5,000-10,000 at most, with a mature process and with some improvement. And certainly the citywide rollout may help with that, because now it covers like the full city. There's other calls that'll certainly be eligible. But those are the ranges that you're sort of working with.
Yeah, that's helpful, and I think will be welcome information for people to sort of chew on as we navigate these conversations. And I do note as well, part of the reason we are going in this direction is ideally not only to address folks, in a way that feels most appropriate in those instances, but also ideally connecting them in, which I know officers also endeavor to do, but providing wraparound supports, follow-ups, referrals, and really, again, supporting our most vulnerable in the city to not continue to be in conflict with the law and or, creating challenges as it relates to community safety in our streets. So thank you for that. Just with respect to youth and neighborhood policing, we heard a lot of positive feedback. We know how wonderful that program is, specific to our neighborhood officers. I just wondered if you could speak a little bit to how our neighborhood officers or other uniformed officers are supporting like any kind of referrals of youth to social agencies or community organizations who can support them, long-term mentorship, capacity building, those pieces. A lot of the people committing crime, unfortunately, in our city are young people. So just wondering what our approach is on that.
I could probably speak to one of those.
Yeah, definitely. So we do have Engage 416 referrals for youth, and also when our members are doing bail compliance checks as well, there are referrals there as well. Under CIPU, we also have youth engagement, and I'm actually going to present in January to the board on Community Connect, and it's the critical work we're doing in the schools with young people as well, and there's a lot of work that they're doing to support the youth and just giving them what they need to succeed. Life skills and whatnot.
That's fantastic.
Can you add what we did on transit last year, where we did a pretty elaborate referral program in partnership with others?
Yeah, so when TTC violence upticked, we certainly had the officers initially on callback, but we scaled that back because of the cost and created community policing initiative based on data, where we could deploy those officers that were most effective based on the level of violence and calls for service. And so up until just this week, we've actually had, we spent about 35,000 hours in the transit system since January and made 346 referrals, most of which were for people who were underhoused. That's about 57%, and 10% for food insecurity, and then also mental health supports as well. So working with TTC with the MDOT that they put in place, as well as TCCS and the special constables, all collaborating to try to make referrals for those that they're encountering in the system.
Fantastic.
And I was just able to pull up the 416, Engage 416, average about 60 referrals a month.
Amazing. That's fantastic. And
The
really
pre-diversion
positive
programs as well, depending on the divisions that you're at. I know when I worked in Rexdale as well, the pre-diversion programs, a lot of that is connecting them with social service agencies rather than going into the court systems as well. And then they establish those relationships and get that wraparound service, but also are engaging in building relationships with the police officers too through the pro-action grants that happen as well with the various communities, is what that gives that opportunity to engage, but also gives a lot of our youth the opportunity to see that as a career as well in a different capacity, whether it's civilian or uniform, but also gives them the opportunity for other within the trades, et cetera. So all of those partnerships are beginning to happen within our police service and the social service agencies that I always preach with as well, that we probably underutilize in order to to engage and talk about what you're dealing with as well and address what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I think that's wonderful. Go ahead.
And
Chief.
if I may, we really cannot talk about referrals without mentioning focus. And the focus tables are, quite frankly, we are the single biggest feeder organization, I believe, at that table for referrals and, you know, with people for situations of acute elevated risk. And that's a very, very important bit of our work as it relates to not just frontline service delivery, but importantly to the Neighborhood Community Officer Program and their ability to solve challenges in communities for the long term.
Fantastic. I'm really glad and so heartened by, you know, these really great partnerships and the collaboration that's happening. As we all know, community safety is a collaborative, collaborative effort. And I also just want to shout out the SMILE program. I know we're in very tough financial times right now, but just hearing about the deep impact of programs like that and the impact on our young people and the officers are like is really, I think, important, and I hope we can get back to a place where we're able to provide that. Just one quick final one, if I may. With respect to public events, parades, demonstrations, we know that Toronto has unique challenges, and I think as part of our ongoing conversations with other orders of government, really continuing to pull that out and define that narrative and the really critical support of our counterparts is going to be an important way forward to ensure that the police are resourced adequately. But I'm just wondering in the interim, because something we've heard about significantly, and I'm prompted by this card here, which is a good and important message. I think we can all agree community safety is a priority for all of us. We're looking at response times. We know that we're pressured in terms of the number of officers that are available. It says 60% of the time there are no units immediately available to respond to an emergency. So I'm just wondering in the short term, understanding as we get new classes stood up, that there's quite a process, 9 to 12 months to get officers on the street. How are we looking at deployment, sort of operational opportunities in the short term to address that immediate need for residents who are feeling unsafe, who we heard from significantly tonight, to have that reassurance that we're able to tackle this response time in the short term as we continue to prioritize in the future as well?
Yeah, just so the stats on this are important to understand. The numbers kind of tell the story. First off, a lot of the events and protests are staffed by callbacks, and so that's kind of a separate staffing pool. But if you recall, we're talking about the size and scale of the different products. 911 response and patrol is about 45% of the budget, whereas events and protests is less than 5%. So if you're going to try and cannibalize the 5% in order to support the 45%, I think the change folks who were presenting earlier had sort of a sense of the scale of the problem and just how big a hole we're in. So it's going to be a drop in the bucket in terms of being able to pull enough people out of events, and you will substantially increase the risk of something significant happening at those events. Already we have a risk management profile on events, so we run a risk profile of the event to assess how much staffing it's going to need and what level of risk it is. So a parade, families, etc., we're worried about certain risks. A protest, a militant protest might be a very different profile.
Yeah.
So we are trying to risk adjust those as is.
Got it. That's helpful.
Sure, I think if the question also is around then what are you doing around response time and how do you manage that over a period of time, there's a number of levers that we kind of collectively as a management team, but in particular the chief and the staff supers are sort of activating and reviewing almost week by week. So, the first lever is just really good scrubbing of the data, looking at timesheets, looking at calls for service and making sure that the number is okay. And looking at the patterns and looking at, does the deployment fit the demand and things like that, so more of a paper exercise. The second piece is that the October class just got deployed. Like there was just a new deployment. They're learning, they're finished, they're still bright and shiny and with their coach officers. So we're expecting their productivity will hopefully go up over time. We have another deployment in February. We also plan to do sergeant promotions and staff sergeant promotions in February. So adding the much-needed supervisory capacity to be on the road, to look at time on call, to kind of expedite almost in a way to the degree we can, all the while reviewing call times week by week. The staff supers and analytics and innovation almost have like a near daily review right now of that. And so we have a number of these sort of levers and tactics to manage our deployment in order to curb this number down as much as we can and start to get ahead of it.
Yeah, and I think the board would be good for you to know that in the aftermath of October 7th, we actually briefed on response times daily in the initial, as we tried to figure out how to best address the pressure, given how lean and we are and how we lack nimble operational capacity. So that became a discussion, quite frankly, for the first few weeks as a command daily, reviewing response times because we saw them tick up, of course. And at the same time, when we moved people around, we saw shootings start to climb up. So, you know, these are the kind of operational day-to-day activities that have been going on behind the scenes in the aftermath of October 7th. I did want to flag one other thing when we talk about pressures, special events, and all these things. And slide 30, I don't want that to be lost under number 3, second bullet. And it says, the city is required to better manage the impact of special events in collaboration with the city. I will say, councillors, the city has, for my last counting, 8 departments that issue permits. And I can tell you that it's not infrequent at all that we are advised of changes of scope and scale of events after the scope and scale events has already proceeded to be approved or otherwise actioned. And that creates a significant operational conundrum. And at the end of the day, any inquiry that happens as a result of lack of safety and security, it's me who will be at the microphone. So I, as the chief, and us as the command, take very seriously our responsibility in ensuring community safety. And when large-scale events are changing dynamically quickly, and the footprint is changing, or you have events within events. Right. We've had permitted events within permitted events. These are not insignificant challenges that are operationally real, and our ability to police those and be as efficient as we can and not using police resources and the like definitely gets challenged. And I think that's a reality. And I flagged that because we put it in writing specifically. I don't want that to get lost. There is work to be done in the coordination of permits and the evaluation of permits and the implications of some of the decisions as it relates to our ability to ensure safety and security at those large events.
Yeah, that's helpful, Chief. Thank you. I do have a couple motions. If there's no other questions, we can pull them up. And thank you to staff and command for the good work here. As Lily alluded to, these are very difficult budget year conversations, but we know the critical importance of the police here. So the motions here before you are to direct the board, that the board direct the chief to carry out an analysis of hiring trends and a long-term projection of separations. So wanting to get ahead of this year over year, kind of trying to figure it out, but rather having really a long view of how this all works together in addition to other measures the city's taking. Develop a long-term hiring plan reflecting the findings of the analysis and projected policing needs, and reporting back to the board with findings and projected costs for 24 to 30 by June this year. So in advance or right around the time that the budget conversations for 25 should start up. So I'm hoping to have support from my colleagues on the board here for us to really take a more long-term look at some of these pieces. And that's the motion. And there's a second one. Thank you, Doobie, for the reminder. I was like, I think something's missing. Any questions of the motion? Can I get a seconder? Thanks, Lily.
Can I ask you a question about it?
Discussion, yeah, we can do discussion once it's seconded. Right, Chair, or Sir Chair.
On this one or the next one? This one. Okay, thanks.
I wonder if I could just say something, because when we're looking at these motions, I mean, aren't some of these are long-term sort of discussion items, and that these are the kind of motions that maybe we should defer to another time? I don't think there's anything wrong with asking some of these particular numbers if they're available, but maybe the parameters need to be a little bit narrower. Like, for example, report back, to the board with findings and projected costs for 2024. And you're talking about policing needs. Well, nobody knew prior to October 7th there was going to be a war. So, these kind of things, I'd like a little more guidance maybe, and maybe you can put up the second motion, but it's exactly the same. It's very, very broad language and broad parameters where I think we can have further conversations and maybe narrow these asks, because I think we don't need a motion if you're specifically asking, for example, for, whether or not we could use, reliance on officers for public events. Well, I think the conversation would be what does events mean, and the situation that happened outside of the American Embassy, where the officer was pushed to the ground, or the Eaton Center where the officers were threatened with death. That may be. So I think, especially given where we are, some of these are specific asks that I think the police could, for example, report back to the TPS board in March 2024 on the cost of all suspensions with pay. That's public information. You could get that, but some of the on Councillor Chang's motion, generalities about how can you use other people, for example, to reduce reliance on officers, traffic, and congestion. But I think that's an ask. You might be able to get an answer from what I understand at prior board meetings. I think either the chief or Deputy Poe commented on how there are special constables who are placed in addition to traffic service officers to assist with these kind of monitoring. So that's just sort of my thought. I think they're all good ideas, but I think...
And then, Chair, sort of adequate and effective is missing from there too, but also because the 2024 budget hasn't been approved, maybe look at 2025 to 2030.
I think my intention here,
what's the intention?
It's intentionally broad a bit, to the chair's point as well. But the intention here is that we are able to look ahead proactively instead of getting caught flat-footed and having sort of wrangling sessions every budget. Whereas we're all in this together, we all want to ensure community safety, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the more we're able to really identify, both for the city, who is the core funder of the police services and going through some significant financial challenges, for us to be able to have a long-term view of the needs of the police, and so that we can, again, as part of our ongoing conversations with other orders of government, as part of our work to ensure the appropriate resources for police in both the short and long term, we need to be proactive in that thinking, in that discussion, and in that planning, I think, in order for us to get to a better place. So respectfully, Chair, I do think now is the time. And again, it gives some leeway and some flexibility for staff, frankly, to just share more information about the work they're already undertaking, as far as I understand. So that's where this particular motion before you, I know you mentioned related to a few other motions, but just on this particular one, I wanted to share that rationale with you.
And Councillor Burnside needed to comment too.
Thank you. Well, I think I like the direction, but I think it's a bit premature, because I was under the impression we were going to have further discussions about how we actually measure, or how adequate and effective policing needs were going to be measured. We were talking about how there were per capita situations, number of officers per 100,000, cost per person. There were a whole bunch of different metrics that we had discussed to use, and without defining what the metrics are, I don't know how you can give an analysis with projected and adequate policing needs. So I'd have to vote against it at this time.
Sorry, can I make a suggestion?
With
regard, I think there was a mention of a strategic plan. Was that something that was already going to be undertaken in the coming year, or is that something that we should instead of a long-term hiring plan, but actually develop a strategic plan and to ensure that we have adequate and effective policing?
Doobie, I think you can answer that, right?
So there is a strategic plan in development,
Okay.
but that strategic plan is a board strategic plan, so it's more at the level of policy and priorities,
Right.
rather than at the operational level of the actual
Okay.
hiring needs.
Sorry, should we look at the second motion then?
So just to pick up on that, if there is happening strategic planning for the board level, another plug for my motion is that I think it would be complementary work to happen in tandem. If we're looking at that from a policy sort of higher level standpoint, the more information we have about the needs of the service before us, the more we can be in, hopefully on point as it relates to our planning and projections overall.
In the process.
But I'm happy to call the vote and see where it lands.
Here. All here. These are my motions.
So thank you, Lily, for agreeing to second this motion. I'll look to you, Madam Co-Chair.
But
Actually,
before
the
we
chair-
vote, don't we look at all the motions before we vote on all the motions?
No, I think we vote one
at a
motion
time.
at a time.
One at a
Chair,
time.
do you want to, Nadine, did you have something to say as well? No? Okay. So Chair, how do you want to do this?
I guess we can vote. I believe that Deputy Moore merely, initiated the motion. It was seconded. Yeah, I think we could, all in favor? I can't see, so Lisa, you'll be my eyes.
So in favor is Deputy Mayor Morley and Councillor Cheng. Those not in
Anybody
favor?
opposed?
Anyone opposed? Opposed, Member Nick Migliori. Opposed, Councillor John Burnside. Opposed, Vice Chair Kostakis. And opposed, Nadine Spencer.
Just examine.
And Chair
I just
Morgan?
want to point out, Vice Chair, that that's not, that any of this is not important and for discussion. I know I want to in any way disparage this. It's not without merit. I just think we need to, as you pointed out, we haven't even approved the budget yet. And that, yes, we have to forecast and be proactive, but I think this is a conversation that we should continue to have with the command team, and then perhaps at that stage we can refine a motion, because some of this information may be forthcoming without directing the chief or the command team to do it. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, so motion was, do you say that? Motion was not passed.
So happy to present the second motion. So this one is move that the board direct the chief to develop a report for submission to the board and city quantifying the service's unique policing costs with regards to policing and protecting international events, consulates, and provincial government facilities, as well as engage directly with the city to support its efforts to secure funding from other orders of government to address these related costs. And I don't know if I need to get into it. We're all at the end of a long day, but as everyone knows, we're under intense pressure. The city cannot fully fund the budget pressures that we have without the support from other orders of government. And I think we all appreciate that policing is an important service. So with that, I hope to have your support, and I'll leave it with you. Oh, and thank you, Lily, for seconding that.
So Councillor Chang seconded the motion. Discussion? Well, my question is...
Just ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead,
before,
Chair.
we vote. And maybe this is directed at the chief or command team. Just so I understand, aren't these dialogues already taking place, Chief, that you are, you've been quantifying, for example, the amount of costs there's been as it relates to the Middle Eastern war protests and other international events that, for example, in the future, maybe the FIFA Cup and those kind of things, that you're already dialoguing with both the province and also with the feds, and as well with the city. And I believe that there was a motion not a very long time ago where you and I sent a letter to the province on exactly this issue, that we wanted to meet with various and our delegates and various government officials in the province to discuss some of these exact funding needs. I just want to know if we're kind of already doing some of this work.
Thank you for that, Chair. I'll just turn it over to the CAO to give the gist of where we are engaging with city staff and the mayor's office, and then I'll provide any update that may be required right after.
So we have provided kind of a broad narrative with big buckets of work that makes sort of Toronto unique as it relates to sort of our public order, consular services, kind of events, you know, the influences because of geopolitical sort of pieces and things like that. So the city CFO does have kind of general buckets to facilitate conversations with other levels of government. We have not had or participated in any of those conversations to date, but we have made the general areas and costs already available, and with an opportunity to drill down further once those discussions kind of have started and matured or gone in in one direction or another.
And we've been certainly city staff has opened the door very recently after the new deal was already announced for our engagement, and we're certainly committed to doing that. So this is very much a work in progress, and we've been committed to it from the beginning. However, we've not had a seat at the table, and we now look forward to a seat at the city-led table.
I'm sorry, Deputy, so just clarification on point one. On the directing the chief to develop a report for submission to the board and the city, wouldn't the chief just submit that to the board, just talking process and protocol? I'm not sure, and then the board could just forward it to the city. I'm just looking at the protocol and the way the governance works and the reporting.
Yeah, I think that works equally. I think it's just an opportunity for us to, a term I like to hear around here is put a finer point on it. And for really us to increase the pressure as it relates to these very important and ongoing conversations. So again, it's work that's already underway, and this motion is an opportunity to really formalize that request in a specific way and make sure that the buckets that CAO Dalawa mentioned are really clearly articulated, and it's messaging that we can take forward as part of these ongoing negotiations.
And if I heard correctly too, just one more point, when the service you're asking about this engagement piece, is it that you are required, or you need the city to invite you to be engaged in those meetings prior to this piece? So engaging directly with the city to support, it has to come from the city for us to be sitting at those tables, is my understanding.
This is me from the city. Putting it
Deputy
forward.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, vote.
Yep.
So all those in favor? Councillor Chang, Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor John Burnside, and Lisa, Vice Chair, also in favor. Anyone opposed? Member Nick Migliori, opposed. Chair Morgan, opposed. Nadine Spencer, opposed or for? Opposed? Opposed.
Yes.
So 4. So motion passed. 4? No, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4-3.
So I too am going to join the motion party. But I just want to say that, you know, I've been hanging out with TPS now for a year, around the same amount of time Chief Demkiw has been in his seat, just a little longer, maybe around the same time. And I hear the message that our troops are exhausted, and that, you know, when I sit in the ride-along or the meetings that with the 32 Division, everybody's stretched. It's like a rubber band. And so when I wear my police board hat, I say we definitely need resources. And I will have to put on city budget hat in a future date, and it's going to be, I'm going to wrestle with myself, it seems. But I know that we are on a very thin line for adequate and effective policing. So I am going to be voting in favor of this budget. But I think my motions are to give a nod to the many people who came here today to give deputations. And we heard, you know, a lot of people say, and I think I hear it from my constituents, they don't feel safe anymore. There's a rise in organized crime and a brazenness that we are seeing across our city. And not having the presence of police in our city the way I think many people would hope to have means that people feel less safe, or they are hiring personal security details. We have stores in our city hiring police because of the huge increase in not just shoplifting, but grabbing a whole bunch of things and running out of the store. So these motions that I'm going to propose are to just balance, like we are asking, it's going to be a weight on our city, but we also acknowledge that we are in a transformational time of our policing services. I appreciate the effort to civilianization, is that a term? Civilianization. And this is just to support some of the ideas that were brought up in our deputations. And I do appreciate all deputants. It takes a lot of effort to read a budget, to show up and wait for unknown amount of time in order to share your thoughts. And so these are just some of the thoughts and ideas. And I want to say to everyone who's saying, you know, we need to divest or divert calls. It's a journey, like just like TCCS. They are, the TCCS platform is going to roll out to the rest of the city this year. It's going to take time for people to understand it. It's going to take time for the capacity of that service to build. And we are a very large and complex city. So, so these pieces can just be pieces that are added to the journey of how we modernize and build transparency to how we support our city. So the first one is about just examining the legality and operational feasibility of reducing the reliance on officers in public events and traffic and congestion. The second one is about expediting the pilot that was launched about staffing requirements in cars at night. The third one is about the cost of all suspensions with pay. We know we don't have jurisdiction, but knowing those numbers in an upfront way, it helps us to communicate the impact and hopefully advocate for change. The fourth one is just about, you know, we know this is very new and it's important, body camera footage, and just an analysis of what that cost is so that we know, and I'm sure the numbers are already there. I think a lot of these things are already baked into what you're already doing. And the fifth one is just, you know, we heard it'll be 2 years out, but maybe a more comprehensive update of how that technology will look, how are we shaping it and scoping it to make sure that we do get a fulsome picture of the policing hours and how they're allocated. So those are my motions.
So just thank you, Councillor Chang. So at present time, and I'm still very mindful of the time because we still have deputants here. And with respect to the motion, I understand that you've moved this motion.
Yes.
Do we have a seconder?
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you. We could take a vote. All in favor?
Hold on. Can we parse out number one?
There's discussion required, apparently, Chair.
No, I don't need a discussion. I just need to vote it on separately.
You don't want to do a friendly amendment to make it?
No, I just want to vote on number one separately
Okay.
from the rest.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. So
What-
one and then everything else.
So, Chair, what Councillor Burnside suggested that he wants to vote on number one separately as a separate motion.
So it's two motions.
So you have to make it, so someone has to motion that as a motion and then a seconder on that?
All right, Councillor Burnside made the motion to separate out and have another motion. So number one as a separate motion. And then what we could do is take from 2 to 5, which will be now 1 to 4, and we can take a vote of who's in favor of Councillor Chang's motion.
So which one are we voting on now? Number one? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
So Councillor Burnside motioned, who seconds it?
But are we having the discussion before we vote?
I want it separated. That's all I'm asking. They're not my motions.
They're still my motions. I'll still put my name on them. Nadine, do you have a question?
Nadine, did
No,
you?
I was just stating if we're not having, aren't we going to have a discussion before the vote?
We can.
Yeah, I did say discussion, yeah, and then absolutely, Nadine.
Yeah, I think, my concern is that if this is, I'll take this back to the CAO and the chief. Is any of this work underway? What's stated in the motion?
So, I don't know. Number one, I'm not, I guess, what, replaced by what civil, what are we actually, what's the essence of what we're trying to say on number one? I don't know. Is this special constables? Is this telling event organizers to hire their own security? What are we trying to say on number one? I don't believe that right now we're working actively with the city on managing events, but I don't believe there's any other effort underway on looking at a civilianized footprint for special events.
And traffic wardens is a city program that's evolving, that we're piloting already on, assisting, evaluating that type of approach to be expanded. We already have a pilot in place on congestion and control of intersections, for example. And there are the traffic warden program, of course, at the city.
And we are in active discussions with the city on how to manage special events in a way that is more containable and managing the public safety around it. So if that's and that could mean any number of solutions. Maybe that's what number one is at, but I don't believe it's that specific.
With regard to, I think the deputation by John Sewell was, what is the chances that we could reverse the ratio? So I think right now, was it 800 police to 300 civilians? I don't have it right in front of me, but whatever that ratio was, and so I'm not saying we need to match that ratio, but the journey of more civilian staff, so maybe it's special constables, it's not prescriptive in what it would be, it's just an examination of what is the legality and operational, what would that operational process be? Is it even feasible that
So maybe that we can certainly do an analysis of the considerations that it would take to even begin to look at that.
So it's just an examination. There's no proposal to change anything, but it's just acknowledging this is, I think there are people in the city who would like to see if that's even a possibility.
If I can just comment, so one is too broad.
That's an attitude.
Because the answer to what you're saying is already happening. When there's major events that consist of police, special constables, security, volunteers. It's already happening. So I don't know how you create some analytical review without defining exactly what these events
Well,
are.
is there a ratio of requirements to something like a parade, like a
Every
yeah.
event has to be reviewed on its own. So for instance,
Right.
at 52 Division, that still has a community response unit, they will look at that local event, and if it, let's say it's a marathon, they will already use special constables for road mitigation to block off roadways to keep the runners safe. So that is something that is in the plan, but they're looking at every event
Yeah, so
individually to
the
determine
the
where they
deputy's
need a
correct.
sworn officer and where legislation requires there to be a sworn officer as well.
There's also an intelligence component as well, the footprint of an event. For instance, Pride has changed over the years because of things that have happened south of the border. So it's, it's not, it wouldn't be easy just to say a certain split civilian uniform contingent. Depends on the parade. Santa Claus parade is different than the Pride parade, for instance, right? So there's a threat level that we have to assess.
You'd have to define the event and then use it as a case study. There's to use a broad spectrum of all events. Every event requires a threat risk assessment, and then it consists of all different factors. So take the marathon. It has all those factors, including volunteers and security and all that sort of tied into it with a command center and so forth. So it's, the question's too broad. I don't know how you could undertake this analysis.
Could you refine public events to be public events that do not have a defined threat?
But the threat can be there, depending on what
Well,
circumstances exist at certain political situations. It's too complicated to do that analysis. You would take you years to do.
I know.
What's the benefit of that analysis? To do the analysis, what are you trying to pull out? That basically a protest at Queen's Park should be funded by the province versus a protest in front of a consulate should be funded by the how do you,
No, I
what is the
think
purpose of that?
The purpose of that was to address John Sewell's suggestion, is there an opportunity to increase the civilianization of policing traffic and congestion in public events?
But I think that the point being, if I may, through you, Chair, is that's work that the city's doing. They have a traffic warden program, and we're running a pilot with the city now using different resources to try to manage congestion differently, for example.
And what was mentioned earlier, we do a risk assessment matrix for each event, right? And so that's all taken into account. Each event could change year to year depending on intelligence, right?
Chief, I just also wanted to add that what scares me about this, and I think Nick and both you and the chief hit on this point, is that with that kind of generality, we're encroaching into operational. Like you said, you have to assess intelligence. So my initial comment was we can further refine this and talk about it at a later date. But for example, you deal with public events very different, as Nick said, different threats. So to have sort of a blanket the legal and operational feasibility, it's so broad.
So in the interest of time, I'm happy to withdraw and just further discuss and see if there's a way to journey through that, and then just do 2 to 5. Yeah.
Can I just say something, though?
Sorry. Councillor Burnside did want to say one last thing.
Even though you're going to
like the withdrawal.
I just want to put this out there for the 3 people who might be watching. When you're talking about traffic agents, the city talks about it like there's some panacea. They make about $85,000 a year, which is about $15,000 less than a first-class constable. All they can do is essentially direct traffic. And the problem is when you need them, it's generally in the rush hour, so you got a lot of downtime in between. So their actual effective cost is actually more. The one advantage of losing an election is that you have to go find another job, and I did. And I was a supervisor in the traffic agent program. And part of my analysis was looking, because this is going off into pay duties, and it'll be very quick. And there was a complaint about pay duties and how much they get paid, knowing that's not on the city budget. But I looked at a 12-hour pay duty for a traffic, whatever it was, for Enbridge Gas. And the officer showed up at when he or she was supposed to, left when he or she was supposed to, figured out a break. That was around $1,200, $100 an hour, somewhere in that range. When I looked at the cost of a traffic agent, because of our union responsibilities and where they sign on and their lunches and their breaks, we actually needed 3, and it was going to cost $2,200. So the city plays a lot of shell games, saying, "Hey, we can have traffic agents," but it's still 85,000. We're saving 15,000. Whether the budget's here and if it's out of here, everyone feels great because we're not increasing the police budget. City money is city money, so we're saving $15,000. It's costing us more, and then we don't have that. The traffic agents can't do the breadth of work that police officers can do, and so we don't have those bodies when we have surges in problems like we have with hate incidents and everything else that befalls this city. So it's my little rant from the little bit of knowledge I have, but I just wanted to put it out there for the people, and I respect John Sewell immensely, who think there's a really easy, quick solution. But when you actually dig into it and you have a little bit of experience, you recognize that it's a lot more complex, and that's why I wanted to parse it out.
Okay, well, I'm solving your problem. We don't need to parse. I'm going to withdraw part 1. Yes.
So Chair, I believe you heard that you're going to withdraw part 1 only? Okay. So sorry.
Sorry, through you, Chair. On number 2, so number 2 is actually a bargaining issue. So the wording is around doing the data and looking at the analysis before getting to a pilot. So we're about to head into bargaining. This has to be done in concert with the TPA. So I don't know if it's worded in a way that actually allows us to expedite anything in light of the fact that we're about to head into bargaining.
So based on outcome of collective bargaining agreement,
It's also a little bit more complicated as well. As we have to finalize a shift. We've been in a pilot. COVID extended it, right? From the compressor, all that was part of the discussion maybe 4 years ago now. So we have to get through that first, get us on a shift pattern, and then look at how we would.
What we could do is include it as part of the analysis we're doing right now. Looking at our priority response staffing, there's already work underway to figure out the long-term plan. And if this is one of the assumptions that we need to build into like our staffing model, that's something to consider as we are doing that jointly with the TPA.
Madam Chair, if I may, through you, this particular bit of work is been going on for a while. It touches a number of serious considerations. And if I'd be bold enough to suggest, perhaps what we could do is come back with an update on where this sits. Because there are so many intersecting factors, shift patterns, and other things. So, I think we can commit to coming back with an update on where we're at with this particular bit of work, just to better understand the implications of any motion that might come.
Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chief, because that's exactly in the beginning. Some of these things you can report back at some point, and as Deputy Mayor Morley said, just to look at kind of where we're trending. But in terms of actually, and not that I know a lot about collective bargaining, but even number 2, going into collective bargaining, there's HR, implications. I'm just concerned about directing this. And if, Chief, you're prepared to come back and give updates on these areas, I think that would be sufficient. I don't know if that satisfies the councillors with respect to.
I mean, so this is, the reason I put these forward, because I also know some of these are already baked into some of the things we're already doing, is just to pull them up to the surface and bring people into the fold who are concerned about some of these things, right? So, is there a possibility, and I'm open, to your thoughts, but could the first one be reworded to like what you're saying? Could we have a report back about, the feasibility of reducing staffing requirements, so that it's just report back on the feasibility of reducing staffing requirements, and that will be exactly what you've just committed to doing. Is that okay?
Well, I'd appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback, but perhaps just report back on the status of the work.
Sure. On the status of
The
reducing
work
staffing.
concerning requirements in police cars at night.
Yep. What he said.
Provide an update to the board on the status of the work concerning reducing staffing requirements in police cars at night.
Thank you. I really appreciate your input. This is all in the interest of the public journey that we're all sharing so that we can all understand what's happening. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, could I address number 3?
Sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be
Chair.
helpful.
Sorry.
Colin, please.
So Sonia is the Chief Technology Officer at the city, and when we're talking about the body-worn camera system and all the recording, storage, redacting, and analysis, it all occurs on one cloud-based system, which is evidence.com. And that is also the system where all of our seized video, so if we gather video from a crime scene, we will put that in the same system, which is evidence.com. Because it's cloud-based, it moves as a unitary thing, and we're contracted for it. In our last round of contracts, and we brought that to the board, I think about 18 months ago, we consolidated and extended for 10 years the contract in order to protect ourselves against the rising cost of video storage, which is a huge cost, and it was growing exponentially. So right now we have the Axon contract, which has embedded in it unlimited storage for anything that's gathered over the Axon systems, which now includes body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, and some of our interview rooms as well, as the seized video and anything that the officers record with their cell phones. So we have good price protection from there, and there's not really an opportunity to transfer any of that infrastructure to the City of Toronto to any advantage. Like, I don't think I'd be doing Sonia a favor by giving her this system.
So I don't think it's just about the technology, it's also about the humans that need to run the system.
I'm trying to understand the cost.
I see. So
having officers sit there and redact information, there's a huge cost.
Yes. So the redaction process, a part of our staffing ask is to have people who do redaction. That requires a certain level of judgment about the case itself. We've been working through in the last 6 months the ability to have civilians within the service understand the policing judgment and what needs to be required, and are given fairly specific instructions from the investigating officers as to what needs to be redacted out of the elements, and that is the main part of the workload. That workload is being driven by needs from the courts and time frames and timing that is being tightened through direction from the Chief Justice. So that is getting more and more acute as a challenge. And if you're familiar with the Jordan time frames, so that we have to get the cases before the courts in a timely fashion, this is one of the areas where we are most at risk. So there's a significant staffing portion of making sure that we have the people who can do the redaction. And then there are a couple of bodies that we need to support the system itself. We've been using the project team to support the system, and we can't move forward any further because they're bogged down by support.
I think you said you needed 10 additional, you're going to need 10 additional officers in your report. But I could be misunderstanding this. I think the question is, what is the cost of the service of redacting in general? Okay. Like, I mean, one of the things, and I didn't do it as a motion, but I've been talking about, there are a lot of things that have changed. People brought slides in about from like 2020 or 1995. From my limited knowledge of when I was here, policing's changed a lot. You didn't use videos. You need people to, disclosure, far more complicated, so the cost of redacting, the investigation process, just like there's so many elements that make it hard to compare the cost of policing in 1995 to 2023. This is just one element, and I think it would be an important element because it's something people can understand. They may not understand, well, your average investigation now takes 90 minutes as opposed to 1995 when it took 30, because you don't have that data. But there's a lot of things that have changed, and I think we're trying to grapple or grasp like how things have changed and why it should be X number of dollars or X number of officers per 100,000 now at 167, and you maybe go to 180, whatever that number is, and why it was only 130 30 years ago.
I think that's super helpful, Councillor, because it is focusing. What you're saying, what I'm hearing is you're directing me to come back and report on the cost of redacting. And
that's what I think the councillor was asking
I understand
for.
what that
Ask her,
is designed to do. Because what we've identified is recording storage and the like is a contractually already existing bit of work that's been reported on. So I think that's super helpful to clarify that we want to get to understanding the costs around redacting. And we can certainly come back with an understanding of that and perhaps add some context around the judicial pressures that are associated and the like.
It's also just the context of modern policing, which, you know, does reflect in our budget, and everybody is on a learning journey of understanding our police budget. So,
but I think what comes out of what the CIO said is the consultation with the city's chief technology officer is not really relevant in this case.
yes. So we can delete that. Let's keep.
She'll be so happy you say so.
I know.
We like to get things formal because
It could just be report back, and you can delete the 2, so there's not a double 2. Does anyone else want to take?
Any more, Chair? Well, how?
Well, I'm just wondering, Nadine Spencer speaking, where the line falls into operations versus governance. And I want to ensure that that line is very clear, because if this is work that's being undergoing by TPS, I'm just not clear on if a motion is needed, because to me this falls into operations.
So this is a report back to the board. It's not directing a change in any operations, and it really is about the journey with the public, especially on, you know, something as controversial as the police budget. It's part of that building trust with people in the community. That's my take. Do you want to say?
Well, perhaps we could just refine it. From what I understand with Colin, the board, we approved some time ago the 10-year contract with Exxon. So it's a fixed cost over 10 years. So what we're really concerned about, or it seems that, as Councillor Burnside said, we don't care about the recording storage. It's the redacting and the time and analysis of that, you know, and mostly it's done by officers, but it's also done by civilians as well, trained civilians that work on the disclosure. So, and I would also, I mean, if you want to make it that specific, that might be something, but other than maybe those kind of costs, I think, as Colin explained, it's not particularly helpful to have a dialogue around the cloud, and because we've already approved the Axon contract.
I was just going to say, my understanding, and I could be totally wrong, is that if part of our governance is ensuring effective policing, we need a budget to do so. So we need to understand where all these costs, additional costs, are coming from that are being downloaded onto Toronto Police, and then try to get funding for those or otherwise. But to make our case for a robust budget, or an adequate budget at least, some of these costs, like, we need to know so that we can ensure effective policing.
It's Chris.
Can I call the question?
Yeah, let's go.
So, Chair, what do you want to do? Sorry.
To vote on this?
Well, I agree. We can look at costs, because once we, have an idea of, the nature of the business, body-worn cameras is something we've all there's a board policy, it's universal across TPS, that, yes, in order to understand what it is we need, I don't have any problem with taking out total cost of recording, storage, and just leave it redacting an analysis. And then, although this won't help us for this budget, but it might help us when we're going into 2025, just to understand the exact cost of what it takes, hours, and, you know, cost in terms of civilians and or police officers doing this work.
Do you take that as a friendly, Lily? To take out recording and storage? Do you take that as a friendly?
I don't know, do you think we need to take it out?
Recording and storage is 5 million a year.
We can take it out.
We can find that out.
Yeah, it's fine.
So should we just call a vote, Chair?
So that's gonna come out and then the revised motion. Yes, there we go. We all worked on it together. It's a thing of beauty because we all worked on it together.
All right.
It's the journey.
It is the journey.
So,
right,
Chair,
so-
do you want to call a vote?
Yeah, Councillor Chang, you moved it. Is there a seconder?
I think it was Deputy Mayor Morley seconded it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All in favor?
So in favor, Councillor Chang, Councillor Bernstein, what's your name? Councillor Burnside. It's a long day. Deputy, I'm a little ill. Deputy Mayor Morley, all three were in favor. All those opposed, raise your hands. Chair Morgan, Member Spencer, Member Migliori, and Vice Chair Kostakis. Motion not passed.
Thank you. And I take it we're all interested at a future date, and I believe we've had some, you know, agreement that these are numbers that will be available or that they're in the process of being collected and they can be disseminated to the board. To vote on the Toronto Police Service budget reclassification 2.1 to 2.5.
It doesn't help with this transparency.
All in favor of the budget being passed?
Everyone here is in favor on this side, Chair, and also yourself and Nadine Spencer.
Okay. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. All right. So that we have then approved the budget with the increase of 1.7%. Is that correct, everybody?
And then Amber and I are gonna have to.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least on the record acknowledge that 1.7 is contingent on the commitments from city staff that have been articulated in our budget board report.
Yes, and I think it's contingent on what I articulated before and others articulated, the caveats the CAO Dallowall put in there, the things that are not accounted for, which are, for example, collective bargaining and other things that will be definite pressures in 2024.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And if we can move on to the next item, it is a report from Chief Demkiw, contract extension.
Chair, we need to go back to the approval of the minutes, confirmation of the minutes.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, just give me a moment. Yes. Yes, item number 1, confirmation of the minutes. We do have some deputations. Mr. Langenfeld, I believe.
Yes, hello. Sorry, I've just got to get the slideshow here to show. I will just mention, though, part of that long discussion that just happened there a moment ago, keep in mind that part of the issue is that if items aren't brought before the board, they don't become part of the public record. And so, for example, Councillor Burnside, you just mentioned having looked into some things previously, and if that information had been put before the police board, it would become public record, and so we would be able to look at that and reference that. But when it just becomes an item mentioned and not actually part of the meeting and not brought to you as an item on the agenda or a report to the board, then that doesn't actually become part of the record. So I hope you'll keep that in mind, and some of these things I think should actually come as a report. I'll just mention also here, the chair mentioned the OHRC final report came out Thursday, but the reality is that hasn't officially been received by the Toronto Police Services Board. I expect there are people from the public that would like to comment on what's in that report to the board, and that always happens when the board officially receives a final report or an interim report, as happened previously with the OHRC. In going through the budget here, I'd just like to mention this, that right now the way the TPS's website is set up, you can see at the top there, that's the first link that you have, but even that actually then redirects to the link that's shown at the bottom there, which is what the internal name of the Chief of Police's 2024 operating budget, for example, turns out to be. And occasionally users like me have to actually type that information in, and I guess you can imagine what that's like. So I'd like to suggest a little bit of refinement in the internal technology setup that's used, and I've mentioned the same thing to the executive of the board there regarding the board's website. Councillor Burnside, going back to last month's meeting, I have to apologize to you. You were correct when you said that there's a 5-minute limit on board members asking questions to the members of the public. That's here, item 17.6 under the board's bylaw number 161, which came into play in February 2017. However, if you go back to the previous board bylaw, which was bylaw 107, at that point, a member was permitted under section 17(1)(d) of that to ask questions and of people making deputations, and it was specifically stated in there that that didn't apply in the 5-minute time limit, didn't apply. And that revised bylaw came in February 2017, as I mentioned. At that time, you can see the members of the board were, including others, John Tory and John Tory's former Chief of Staff, Andy Pringle. And unfortunately, that's part of the problems that the members of the public had with the board are issues like that Mr. Tory put in place to prevent the public and members of council and elected officials from really exercising their responsibilities and rights and duties. So I'd like to suggest that maybe it's time that the board revise its bylaw in order to correct that issue of whether you're worried about having a few extra minutes to ask questions. And there are also some charter rights violations that are set out in that new bylaw, which we could address at the same time. So I hope at some point you'll actually move to bring that up at a future meeting. I point out that you do have to give notice a meeting ahead of time that you plan on making changes to the board's bylaw at the following meeting. So perhaps at some point you folks will consider doing that. But I'd just like to mention that in all these things, though, again, as I said, it comes down in a lot of ways to coming up with reports to the public, reports to the board from the service that then become part of the public record. So when you talk about the service going and talking to the city and the province and others about this, that, and the other thing, traffic, events, monitoring, whatever, that's part of your responsibility as the board, is to be the middleman there, if for no other reason than the fact that it ensures that those items become public record and public information. And so I hope you will keep that in mind as you're asking for information and reports, to make sure that you're not just suggesting things that the board, that the service, I should say, says, yeah, we'll take care of these things. If you don't put it into a motion, then what ends up happening, for example, you'll see a lot of the reports now don't have historical comparative figures. those were issues that a decade ago we brought up with the board, and the service assured that, oh, we'll make sure we include comparative figures for previous years when we're looking at information on budget reports and things like that. And for a few years that was there. That's now gone by the wayside, and that information has disappeared from those reports. And because it wasn't an official direction from the board to do it, because it was just a quiet, oh yeah, we'll do that, no problem in future. When it disappears, the
Chair, I think the time's up.
Yeah, your time is up, Mr. Langenfeld. I gave you another.
I don't see the timer here, so that's something that has to get looked at some point. Is when I'm sharing a screen, I can't tell what my time is. My apologies.
Well, thank you for that. And I did give you an extra couple of minutes just so you could finish, but I appreciate your comments and thank you. The next deputant is Derek Moran. Also, Derek provided a written deputation.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so as fraud. God bless His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. And if I have ever led any of you to believe in any way that I am a person as mentioned in Section 13 of the TTC's bylaw to govern board proceedings, then that would be a mistake, and that I ask Law Society member Councillor Jamal Myers to please forgive me. So for the minutes for this meeting, can we get Diana to make sure that Councillor Burnside said the City of Toronto plays a lot of shell games, and I just want to thank Councillor Burnside for his candor. So in the minutes, it touches on part of what Chief Demkiw said during his monthly update at the last meeting, and I wanted to thank him again and repeat exactly part of what he said, which was, let me be clear, we are resolute in our mission to ensure public safety and security while also ensuring that the constitutionally protected right to free speech and assembly is maintained. There are limits on rights. The right to safety and security does not mean people won't occasionally be uncomfortable when they hear things with which they disagree, and freedom of expression ends when it becomes criminal. And Chair Morgan, you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting about the balance between lawful protest and hate speech and violence. So I hope this helps make the distinction. This is from Suresh versus Canada, 2002. The Supreme Court of Canada said, this court has, it is true, given a broad interpretation of freedom of expression, as extending it, for example, to hate speech and perhaps even threats of violence. This is from R versus Keegstra, 1990, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, while the guarantee of free expression protects all content of expression, certainly violence as a form of expression receives no such protection. It is not necessary here to delineate precisely when and on what basis a form of expression chosen to convey a meaning falls outside the sphere of the guarantee. But it is clear, for example, that a murderer or rapist cannot invoke freedom of expression in justification of the form of expression he has chosen. This is from Ross versus New Brunswick School District, 1996. The Supreme Court of Canada said, apart from those rare cases where expression is communicated in a physically violent manner, this court has held that so long as an activity conveys or attempts to convey a meaning, it has expressive content and prima facie falls within the scope of the guarantee of freedom of expression. The scope of constitutional protection of expression is therefore very broad. Rather, freedom of expression serves to protect the right of the minority to express its view, however unpopular such views may be. This is from R versus CD, 2005. The Supreme Court of Canada said, after examining these dictionary, ordinary, and judicially constructed definitions of violence, it can be said that violence is typically associated with either the application of force or the causation of harm or injury, but is also sometimes associated with both. Not only is it clear from these definitions that violence has a spectrum of meanings, it is also clear that violence can be applied to property as well as to persons. In this sense, it can be said that irrespective of whether an offender threatens to cause bodily harm or actually causes bodily harm, in both cases, he or she is wielding violence to satisfy his or her objects. This is from City of Toronto versus Ontario Attorney General 2019, where the Court of Appeal for Ontario said, the test to assess an alleged Charter Section 2B breach is well established. One, the first step is to determine if the expressive activity in question falls within the scope of the Section 2B guarantee. If it does, the second step is to determine whether the purpose or effect of the impugned law is to restrict or substantially interfere with freedom of expression. This is from Town of Halton Hills versus Kerouac, 2006, where the Ontario Superior Court said, a law that restricts free speech, even slightly and for noble purposes, has some chilling effect. The chill is greater than the metes and bounds of the restriction itself, since the risk of prosecution or litigation will surely discourage speech near the boundaries of what is permitted. And you know what? I'm off to go get a coffee.
Thank you, Derek, for your deputation. So at this point, can I have a motion on item number 1, which is the confirmation of the minutes, please?
Deputy Morley, and seconded
Thank you.
by
Seconded
Nadine.
by Nadine. All in favor? Thank you. All right, then we move on to item number, just a second, 3. Which we have a deputation. It's regarding a report from Chief Demkiw as it relates to contract extension and increase with the Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure for Computer-Aided Dispatch System. Do we have Renee Barty?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chris, you also wish to give your deputation?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'll try and be quick here.
Thank you.
So this goes, the ask here is for $7 million for another 3 years on that contract. Most of you are new to the board, but Chair Morgan and Vice Chair Kostakis, you'll remember back in 2021, that was the last time this was renewed. And at that point, the 3-year contract was for $2.6 million. And in fact, even at that point, they were talking about how they had already purchased this is talking about how this goes back to 1993, when this original competitive procurement process was started. So really, and that at that time in 2021, they had already purchased additional licenses for implementation of the mobile responder application, which is what this big increase is supposed to be about. So $2.6 million in 2021. Now we're up to $7 million, so 2.5 times the price, a 250% increase. Leaves me questioning why it's that much. That seems unreasonable, and the fact that this is now a 30-year-old software piece, I appreciate others are using it, but you know what, if the price is tripling, and the fact that prior to 2021, I couldn't find any record of this, so I have to assume back then it was below the approval level that required the board to look at it. So it may have gone from $500,000 to $7 million in a fairly short period of time. It's probably worth it for this to go back to a full competitive retendering to see if there isn't better software or better options that aren't increasing at prices tripling every 3 years. And I note that the existing contract goes to the end of 2024, I believe. Well, yeah, to December 31st, 2024. So presumably there's lots of time to look at this. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Chair, the Colin Stairs wants to.
That's exactly, I was just going to call on Colin. And Colin, could you just speak to the concern, which is, you know, the increase from $500,000 to up to $7 million, and any considerations, or how did that happen?
So the considerations are mostly around increases in scope. We've got a lot of activity which is happening around the 911 center, in part AG report, in part the NG 911 project, which is driving more functionality and integration, which needs to go into the CAD. So calls come into 911, they're immediately transcribed into the CAD system, and then dispatch is managed, sending vehicles all over the city. We've also increased the reporting requirements, so we're trying to get more reporting out of the system in closer to real time, which is more involved. And we've discovered in the implementation of the records management project that we're going to need to switch the in-vehicle system. So the in-vehicle system right now is Versadex, which is part of the outgoing records management solution. As the new records management solution comes in, we're going to have to displace and use Hexagon as the in-vehicle tool. So scoping for that is also part of this this step up in licensing. I think it also should be addressed that this is a stale procurement. It's been a long time since we've gone to market for the CAD. It is a very integrated, highly integrated system, so it's hooked into all that we do. Right, most of our interactions will start in the CAD system with a 911 call. Ultimately, the data flows into the records management system, flows down to the courts and other systems, property management systems, etc. So it's a really difficult piece to change, and it's I would say our second most critical system after the records management system. So we're about to change the records management system, and that is a major lift. And you can see by the asks in this year's budget for staffing, a lot of that staffing is required to support the records management project, and we will barely be able to do it. So I can't take on a second lift at this time. I think my team is telling me that we need to look at this system, the CAD system, after we go through the records management solution. And there are other solutions out there, and we're going to have to take a good look at whether we're going to retain Hexagon or not, and some conversations about that. However, I don't have the capacity from a project or implementation perspective to look at that at this time. So that's where we sit, increasing scope, difficulty in changing, and lots more value and change that's happening around comms. I would also say that the 911 comms operations is got so much change going through that team. They can't handle any more right now. They're already stressed by the number of changes we're putting through in that team. We've got, as I said, 911, NG 911 is a change, which means a number of their call receiving systems are changing. And we've got the CAD, the Real-Time Operations Center. The list is long. I am not getting them all.
Thank you. Thanks, Colin, for that explanation. Can I have a motion?
Chair, sorry, Deputy Mayor Morley has a question.
Just a quick, for clarification, I just want to make sure I'm following, and thank you for the detailed response. So with the proposal before us to increase, increase this particular contract, I think it brings us to 2026 or 8, yeah. I apologize, 26, yeah, thank you. Are you suggesting that because capacity issues at this time, best recommendation before us is to proceed with this at this time, and would we reevaluate in 26 whether there is an alternative option, or if we go forward in this way, are we sort of going to be needing to stick with the same provider or service?
So we need about 18 months of lead time in order to run a procurement and run it cleanly. So we'll walk back from that end date at the 18-month out mark. We're going to have to make a decision as to whether we're going to go to market for this product. I think we need to try and find the capacity, and it's going to be really tough to do RFIs or evaluate, take a look at some of the product vendors out there. We should be able to get enough of an understanding of what's in the market to know whether it's worth putting forward that effort. The RFP itself is a big effort, and it's also a risk that you wind up with a product that you didn't quite want what you got. So we're going to go through all that. But I would say it's 18 months out from the end date.
End date. Okay, got it. Helpful. Thank you. And one more final clarification. You mentioned about some of the equipment in each of the vehicles that are going to be upgraded.
The software in the vehicles, not the equipment.
Software. Sorry. Thank you. So does that represent some one-time costs of the $7 million that would only need to happen one time, or is that?
No, the cost changes here are licensing changes. The hardware in the vehicles goes on its own refresh cycle, and so what we're really talking about is the training costs that may be part of the project that we're going to have to do to get the officers to know how to use that equipment in the car.
Got it. Thank you. Very helpful.
Councillor Chang also has a question.
So just to understand this licensing, is there an expanded capacity of what the software will be able to support? And would that possibly include the transition away from paper notebooks? Would they be able to input notes through the system in the car?
No, this isn't going to be a documentation in the car. That's going to be the records management solution. But it will allow for the displacement of our legacy records management system.
The displacement?
Yeah, so we can sunset it.
I'm sorry?
So we can sunset it, we can get rid of the system. So think about it like the old record management system does things that overlap both the new records management system and the CAD system. So we need to displace it using both of those systems rather than just one of them.
So now you're going to implement a new record management system parallel to this system in the cars.
Expanding the scope of the system slightly to cover some of the areas that aren't covered by the records management system.
And is there any possibility the two can interconnect at some point?
So there are vendors that sell both records management solutions and CAD solutions. So one of the things you look at when we get to that stage of evaluating is whether we move to unify everything or whether we're doing a best of breed strategy where we're saying, well, we like this feature of the system and this feature of that. But integrating those two is a very common thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to receive, to approve item number 3?
Deputy Mayor Morley, motion, and
Nadine seconded? Yeah. And all in favor? Thank you. The next item is item number 4. It's a report from Chief Demkiw as relates to contract award for benefit services. We had one deputation. Is Ms. Ackerman still here?
No, Chair, she's not.
All right. Then may I have a motion to receive item number 4?
Motion, Chair, and seconded by John Burnside.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. All right, so it's been approved. Item number 5, we do have some deputations. Is Mr. Halpern still with us?
No, Chair.
All right. We have a second person, Allison McGorman. She had to leave. And Doobie, you said that you would read her deputation for her.
That's right.
She had to leave.
Mm-hmm. She wrote, apologies with the late start, I cannot stay on any longer. If this could be read out. I wanted to speak today on behalf of my family and community regarding concerns with safety in our neighborhoods. My family and I were victims of a break-in while we were home in May of this year. I have young children that were woken up to our front door being violently kicked in over and over again by 3 men which gained entry. Since this happened in May, there have been countless more break-ins in our immediate neighborhood, including a similar one last week. We are advocating for more police presence around the neighborhood. In summary, I believe it is imperative that the city act to prevent and respond to these escalating crimes. Enhanced funding is required to support policing and public safety initiatives to address the concerns of our residents.
Thank you, Doobie. And our third deputant is Miguel.
First
Go
of
ahead,
all,
Miguel. Thank
yes,
you.
first of all, I want to thank all the deputants who came today to speak at this board and all the members who submit written deputations. It has been an interesting, long conversation. It's almost 7 p.m. I'll be short. This deputation has to do with a variation report that happens continuously City Hall. See what happened is this. If you approve this item, it will go to City Executive in January 2024, just in time for the budget cycle. The problem is that most of the time, city councilors either distracted or not putting attention, they seem to vote all the time at any request that this service makes to the city. So I'm sad to see that the motion that drafted by Councilor Lily Cheng, Part 1, was removed. It could have at least given an interest in all the members of the city executive as to evaluate, analyze if really is worth it to invest in overtime pay, premium paid, whatever pay you want to create it, because I'm going to speak on page number 5 in relation to Project Resolute. It says here that an additional $1.4 million by the year end, the uniform premium pay variance is now projected to be $20 million unfavorable. So you see, we are going to ask the city executive to approve it without any major conversations, dialogue, debate. This has been the tradition of David Miller when he was mayor. There has been the tradition of Rob Ford when he was mayor, and the same when John Chody was the mayor of the city. So no major discussions, bang, approve. But when members of the community comes to City Hall and ask them, let's put a moratorium on the evictions, the answer is no. Because it seems easy to get rid of the problem that we see on the surface and get rid of it, expecting that we're gonna find permanent housing. What we need to do is invest in housing for our less privileged. I want to give you an example. I was in attendance 2 weeks ago at Police Division, 11 Division. I don't know if you can see this picture, but on the background, we see Toronto Fire Services standing by. Over the last 3 years, I had noticed that Toronto Fire Services are standing by. I counted this past Sunday, I attended the rally, and there probably were 12 or 25 Toronto Fire Services personnel in standing by. I wonder what mission do they accomplish by standing by? And what is the purpose of just having them when there is a pro-Palestinian demonstrations? What is the reason for having TEF? I don't understand. I wonder if Chair Morgan, who is listening in, can ask the chief of police if this is going to cost extra money to the city, because they're not doing it for free. You all are here staying until 7 p.m. because you guys are getting paid. I'm not getting paid a single cent. So I'm going to give you another example. Yesterday, I attended a rally, a demonstration outside the office of my councilor, Chris Moyes, Ward 13, demanding a moratorium to the evictions of the residents at Trinity Square. They came on a call from the city. You know what the executive assistant of Chris Moyes did? They told the police officers, these people are here in a peaceful conversation to find solutions. And the officers, they decided to go away. They decided there was no threat, there was no violence, that was going to need the presence. At nighttime, I attended another demonstration outside the office of Kevin Wong, MP, we are encouraging him to declare a ceasefire with relation to what's happening in the Middle East. We have contra-protesters in attendance, about 6, 7 pro-Israel protesters. I was one of the marshals. By the way, we have marshals that protect our community, the children, the elderly, and the women. What we need is people to control the traffic. So our traffic control wardens will do a major job to help us. So we didn't have no major disruption because these contra-protesters were allowed to use the freedom of expression and speech. We allowed them, and there was no conflict whatsoever. So in other words, we could find solutions to $1.2 billion of the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Chief, I just was going to direct, because Miguel had one question as to why the Toronto, emergency services or the fire services are there at protests. I can guess why, but Chief, perhaps you could just answer that question, please, or have one of the command team.
I can, Madam Chair, I can add some perspective. I certainly don't want to speak for what the deputant witnessed, because I wasn't there. However, I will say that Toronto Fire Services, EMS, do integrate with our efforts as it relates to our ability to respond to large-scale demonstrations. That's an operational consideration and a normal course of business for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you.
And the next deputant is Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know that Miguel got much of an answer there. I would expect it probably has to do with the potential for people starting fire. And I guess from a member of the public's point of view, it's the concern is, will they be using water cannons? But I mentioned there earlier, but I don't see the time, so I just want to give you a screen capture here of what I do see. So I don't know if that's something that on the technology side they can fix for future things with WebEx when you share a screen, so I can actually see the clock and know when I'm running out of time. Somebody brought up during discussions today about that police officers make less than contractors. StatsCan says no, not even close to truth. So police officers earn 25% more or more. What I want to talk to on the budget variance report here, and unfortunately, given the amount of time we had with so many things, I didn't get much time to go through the budget reports, the second round for the 2022. But it's one thing, there's some definite underspending here in the guns and gangs expenses, and so I just wanted to ask: is this savings that were found? Is this expenses to be incurred in a future year, or is this indicative of some kind of problem where there's something needed to be done so that guns and gangs can be more effective at spending the money, and hopefully that translates also to be more effective at stopping guns and gangs crime? So thank you for your and I just wanted to thank Mr. Sayers for his response. The way the system's working right now, as soon as we stop speaking, we're locked out, and so as a remote viewer, I'm no longer able to respond, and I'm not able to unmute myself. So that's another thing that's a little frustrating. Thank you. Oh, and one more. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh, thanks, dude. I was going to ask if you wished, Mr. Langenfeld, if CAO Dalawa could just briefly answer your question about the underspending as it related to guns and gangs, or if one of the command team.
Sure. Through you, Chair, I certainly can. We're very good at spending our grant money. It's just the province ends March 31st, whereas the city's calendar ends December 31st. So it's just a timing difference in terms of when the revenue and the expense is recorded. It will be fully spent.
Thank you, CAO Dhaliwal. And may I have then a motion to approve item number 551 through to 54?
I'll motion, Chair, and seconded by Nadine.
Thank you. All in favor? Now, before I ask for a motion to adjourn, on behalf of the board, thank you for those deputants who stayed so late to complete your deputations. I wish you and your loved ones a very peaceful holiday season. I wish you a very happy new year. Our next board meeting is Thursday, January 11th at police headquarters. So barring any questions, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes. No, everyone.
I second it. No. All right. Happy holidays to everybody. And if I test negative, I might see you on the 22nd. So.
And same to you, Chair.
Thank
Happy
you, Chair.
holidays to you as well.
Yes.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you
and Merry
to
Christmas.
all the command team and the
And
board
Happy
members
Hanukkah.
for staying so late and working so hard. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.